Okay, let's hit record. There we go.
All right.
Sean, that's your name, right?
Yeah.
I won't wear it out. Wonderful. How's things in Eastern Canada?
Am I Eastern Canada? I think I'm Central
Uh,
Canada.
who cares? You're Thunder Bay, which is
Whatever.
close to my
It's it,
heart.
it
I,
it's Thunder Bay. East or Central or West. It's Thunder Bay, so it's pretty relevant.
I love
Pretty
it.
good. The weather's great here, though.
Is it?
Yeah, it was really warm. Well, I mean, it was 5 today, but like the sun felt really warm, and everything's melting. And this is definitely not how our winters normally are. So I
No.
hate winter. So I'm not complaining. So
Yeah. Yeah, Thunder Bay. It's like the only other place I think I really have family. Um, you
yeah,
know,
that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they own a bunch of car dealerships there. I'm sure you've seen some of them around. I won't say their names or anything like that because it's the internet. But
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
they're a big family there. I swung by and went to visit them the first time I was in Thunder Bay. The only time I was in Thunder Bay, I was on Cross Canada Celtic band tour, and we pulled in around 8 at night. My band went to the Timmy Hortons. Well, I went to their big ass place and had a sauna and a dinner and hung out with them and
Nice.
got to meet some of the members of the extended family I'd never met. My great aunt lives there, and she's like 1,000 years old, but still like goes rowing. Oh, that's our warning to start the podcast. But we jumped on early because hey, if you're not early, you're late, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so that was my experience. And then we had to drive all night through the northern forest line. You know that stretch of land
Did you do Highway
north,
11?
the north one through the trees that goes on
Oh
forever, and
God,
there's no gas stations anywhere.
it's
And
so desolate up there. Why'd you do 11 instead of 17?
we didn't know any better, and we were just a band on tour, like trying to get to our next gig. We had a gig in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, um, like the next day at 6
Right,
p.m. and we left Thunder Bay at like 11 at night, 12 at night.
right, right,
And we
right.
needed more. We didn't have we like the odometer barely got us to like we didn't know that there's like no gas, and then if you do break down, you're in the trees, there's nothing there. We
Yeah.
did have to have a tire replaced halfway through, but that was my Thunder Bay, Northern Ontario journey. We sort of
Oh,
did want to see as much of Canada, like the southern trip to Cape Breton Island on the way from Vancouver on tour. We did through the states, Montana, through Chicago, did a live album there, and then up into. So we wanted to see the whole range, and then the way back we wanted to go the north route just to see
yeah,
Canada. That was a real
yeah.
reason why we did the whole thing. So that's my story.
Cool. I've
Yeah.
seen more of the US than I have of Canada.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
even before I moved to Texas, you know.
Oh,
Um, I've
wow.
never I've never been out west, like past like Manitoba and beyond.
We'll have to get you here, like
Eventually.
like Jim Morrison said, "The West is the best.
Mm.
Get here and we'll do the rest." That's right. Cheers. Cheers, sir.
Cheers.
It's probably 7 o'clock there, so it's perfect time. And I love your candle set up there.
Yeah, that's all. Well, not all, but that's most of my stock there.
Yeah. So
It's
when
it's
did you
it's
start um being what's the phrase, an occult, like not apothecary? What would your choice term for a
an
seller of occult things? There's so many
occult
wonderful words you
apothecary
could use.
sounds good.
Hmm?
I don't really I've never really thought about like specifically labeling it, but I do like the idea of occult apothecary. So that works.
There you go. My
I have an occult apothecary.
my
I started
Canadian
this
occult apothecary.
I started this back in 2014. This was after I moved back from Texas back to Canada. And most of the products like see if I can do this, the beeswax candles here,
Looks about right, yeah.
the anointing oil there. A lot of these products I've been making for personal use and for gifts for friends since I was a teenager. And like young, like 14.
Wow.
And yeah, because I remember that because when I was in high school, in grade 10, so I would have been 15, um, I took entrepreneurship, and our big, you know, semester end project or year end project, whatever, was to kind of like create a business.
Mm.
And I this like not real, but just like on paper.
Yeah, yeah.
And I did this as a business. And this was something that I always wanted to do, like, um, well, like I said, the rolled beeswax candles, the anointing oils, and the loose incense. Even like most of the formulations that I sell today, I had been making from way back
Wonderful.
when, like I said, like 14, 15 or so.
Yeah.
And so I was like, this is what I want to do. Like, I want to make a company out of this. Of course, I never did.
Mm,
I ended up becoming a makeup artist, and got to work with like amazing celebrities, and
yeah.
all the fun stuff, the fashion shows and photo shoots and music videos and stuff like that. And I did that for years, and then I started working for a cosmetic company here in Canada, which led me to move to Texas of all places. But I was a brand ambassador, so I used to travel around a lot. And when I moved back here to Canada, I was 34. And I was like, well, I don't really want to work anymore, which is kind of funny. But I'm like, I don't really want to work anymore. So,
Yeah.
and I'm not, I don't do well with the whole ladies who lunch thing. I'm not, I'm not one to sit around. So I'm like, well, I got to do something. I wonder if this can happen, and it did. And yeah, so that was 2014, and then 2016, I got my first two distributors. So like the bulk of my businesses, I sell to the distributors, and distributors sell to
Yeah.
stores in turn. And then I got one was in the US, one's in Canada. Then I got a distributor in Australia. So as of right now, my products are available in about 400 stores here
Wow.
in Canada, the US, Australia, Hong Kong, Japan, and England.
Wow, wonderful. I'm so glad that that you're doing it, that you're doing what you're doing and that you know
I
how it
love it.
works.
I've never
Yeah.
worked so hard in my entire life. Like, I mean, being on set, it's easy to work like an 18-hour day. Or
Yeah.
when you're doing a photo shoot and you're going to, like the photo shoot is in, the fanciest hotel in whatever city you are. Well, of course, you can't be doing it at 3 in the afternoon and disturbing the guests. So it's 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
You know? So, and I used to do uh, weddings as well, stuff, makeup for wedding parties and whatnot. And that can be tough because a lot of times that's getting up at 5, starting makeup at 6, and a lot of brides will hire you for the entire day. So you get to their place at 6, and it's just touch up makeup throughout the day. You're at the reception. Now, granted, I'm getting free drinks and dinner, and I'm making like $2,500. Um,
Yep.
but still, like, it's still that's an 18-hour day.
Yep.
But it just doesn't compare to how much I work now.
Yeah.
This was gonna be like a hobby labor of love that I kinda,
But you're too
enjoy
good at it.
selling and seeing it out there, and it just exploded. It just
Wow.
exploded. And last year was my best year to
Wow.
date.
Awesome.
Yeah, it
Great.
was super busy,
That's
super
great.
busy. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm happy and proud of myself, and, I've expanded the line, like, I have scented candles now and stick incense and liquid
Yeah.
incense. you know but yeah, it's pretty good, no complaints.
Wonderful. Yeah. I mean, I've been a fan of your Instagram for a long time. As you know, I've sort of even at times I've relentlessly shared your stuff, not just because you're a Canadian, fellow Canadian from Thunder Bay, but just it's great stuff. You present it really well. And I wasn't sure how what your distribution was. I was curious to find out. My brief couple of year stint in the game industry was to deal with distributors. So I'd be flown to the convention. I'd help the booth set
Mhm.
up and all that. But then my job was to then go schmooze the distributors and make deals.
Yeah,
And in board games, speaking German was helpful and stuff. And just learning how that whole world worked, and then advertisers and negotiate how to dominate their ad space and all that
I
stuff.
love it. I love it.
Yeah,
I love marketing,
yeah.
advertising, like even paperwork, spreadsheets.
Oh, you
I
like
love
that?
it.
I'll
Oh, I love it. I
you can do it
love
for
it.
me.
I love it. I like when I was when I'd left doing like the freelance makeup work and I was working for cosmetic companies, um it was just like constant, spreadsheets and data and like, oh, I
Yeah.
love it. I love it.
Yeah.
'Cause you can look at spreadsheets, from a business without knowing what the business is, and, you can look at sales and
Yeah.
whatnot and numbers, and you can figure out what type of business it is just by looking at numbers,
Yes, you
is it
can.
goods? Is it, you know what I mean? I love it.
The
Yeah.
numbers don't lie.
Yeah. Yeah, statistical analysis, data collection, love it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's interesting, like, you can tell what kind of business things are. You can tell how you can do the business better. Like, for example, I started putting up some of my stuff on YouTube recently, just because
Mm,
some people wanted it. A lot of people like YouTube, apparently. Hey, I pay for premium just because I'm done with ads. There was a while where I was fascinated by YouTube ads, especially different varieties of ones, and there was some amazing ad work going on that I really
yeah.
appreciate. But eventually, when you're doing the entrepreneurial thing like we are, you don't have any time left anymore. People don't understand. It's like, if I do have some time where I don't have to do something, I don't want to do something.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Like,
there's a
I
chance.
would love to be I would love to be all over the internet. I would love to have, um, uh, do little YouTube videos, and I used to do a blog last year. I hurt my hand really bad,
Oh no.
and typing, well, making products was tough, but typing was a nightmare. So that was last spring, and it took it took a while. I mean, it healed, but when you're, at the keyboard, it's just started irritating me. So I haven't blogged in a while, but I'd love to do all that sort of stuff. I just don't have the time.
Exactly. That I was curious about that, because I was sort of like, I mean, you are actually a magician, right? You do
Yeah.
practice, yeah. So you're a practitioner who clearly understands how to make nice products and how to run a business. So part of me was always, and actually, you're quite a photogenic guy, if I may say so, sir. I think you're a good-looking person.
Is
Um,
there something wrong with your screen? Is it blurry on your end?
Oh, brother, don't even play that game with me. And they're all seeing this, so it's like, come on. Okay.
No,
Well,
I
my
know I'm
point is,
hot. I mean,
you're
I've
hot.
I've accepted how hot I am.
Oh my God. I've lived most of my life in Vancouver on Davie Street. I don't know if you know Davie Street. Yeah, so
No.
it's like, no, okay, it's rainbows everywhere, and like on
Okay.
the crosswalks are rainbows and everything. And the difference between when I've been thin and wearing skinny jeans versus like more scholarly phases of my life, shall we say?
I like that.
Yeah.
My more scholarly
Well, the
phase.
difference between me, like, gigging 6 nights a week and recording and rehearsing all day versus sitting at a computer all day, writing, reading, and then maybe if you're lucky, getting to go for a walk or something. That's
Yeah.
very different. But the difference between, how people look at you is quite shocking. And it's nice to get a bit of attention. But my point was, I was surprised you weren't doing some little videos with, a little ritual, a snippet of a ritual of candles thing, and maybe an invocation of how you could do that. And the only thing I could come up with why you weren't doing that, um, photogenicity aside, is because you must be busy. You must be very busy. And I wasn't sure if it was because you were doing something else as well, or it's because you were, and I saw the quantity of your products, maybe you were distributing to a large number of people.
Yeah.
And that's the case. You're very, very popular. So that's wonderful.
You know, I would love to just be able to throw up even like a 2-minute video of a part of a ritual up on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Um, I just yeah, you know, I want to be able to kind of commit to it. Like, I don't want to
Yeah.
put up a video and then 2 years later put up another video.
Yeah.
I think this year, as busy as I was last year, and like my sales year to date, I'm
Sure.
already way over what my sales were this time last year to date. So I'm starting out even busier, but I've kind of changed the way I'm working a bit. So I'm finding I'm getting a more free time. So which right now actually isn't really good because you can only read so much. You could only, listen to so many podcasts and whatnot.
Mm,
So, you know, but I think like I'm working out a better system so that even though I'm busier, I'm gonna have a bit more free time. So who knows?
nice.
I mean,
It's also
and
COVID too, so
well, and that's the
yeah.
thing, I mean, right now isn't really the best time for me to free up time because I'm freeing up time to do what?
Yeah.
We came out of lockdown 2 weeks ago, we went into lockdown on Monday,
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even
so
it keeps changing around so much in Canada that it's hard to keep track,
yeah,
and I was just I don't even know
yeah,
what to say.
yeah,
It's like,
so, yeah, and I mean, I'm sitting right now, I have a little this is my ritual room, and I have a little seating area here in my ritual room. I mean, it's a big space. It's like 18-foot square, so I've lots of space. But so I do like all of my rituals down here. I have a group of friends, and we get together for ritual. And if we're doing ritual here at my house, it's in my ritual room. But this is also where I do all of my work, make all of my products.
yeah. Do
Because
you make
I
all
do.
the candles? You do? Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
everything's handmade.
you were about to tell me this.
Everything's
Okay, yeah, I wanna hear.
everything's handmade.
So, like, I come from Waldorf school, so beeswax dipping candles, making them, pure colored or rainbow or whatever. Can
Okay,
you
so
freeze on me?
I don't do dip I
Yeah,
don't
no, I
do
know you don't do
dipped
dipped.
candles.
No, I'm just saying
Um,
I appreciate the art
yeah,
of
the
candle
beeswax
making.
candles. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's great. I love it. But yeah, so everything I make in my ritual room because I always do it within a ritual. You know what I mean? Like it's not
yeah,
me just, getting up in the morning and sitting at my kitchen table in my pajamas, drinking coffee and putting essential oils into a carrier oil. You know what I mean? Um,
so
so
not like how I
yeah,
do a
so
podcast.
it all happens here down.
Yeah, wow,
This
and,
is all
uh,
professional.
damn, it glitched out, so I didn't hear
I'm
that
just
last thing you
teasing
said. I know, I could tell you were teasing me, but it glitched and I didn't hear what you teased me and said. Can you repeat
What
it
did I
for me?
say? I think I said it's all professional here.
Oh, yes, of course.
I th
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure
think
if my
that's pretty good.
internet is just a little sketchy, so I'm just deactivating a couple things. Usually, I don't have a problem, but you never know. Sometimes it's good to deactivate
That's what I
Wi-Fi's
had to
and
do. I had to shut down everything because I mean, this is Thunder Bay.
yeah,
We're
yeah,
not known for good internet, Wi-Fi, cell service,
yeah.
roads. The list goes on. So I had to shut down everything, just
All
so
right,
this wouldn't glitch.
good. Well, it's all right. So you said you mentioned you listen to podcasts. Do you? What do you have time for? What's your favorites? What are you listening?
So yours, I listen to the most.
Really?
Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm honestly shocked.
the quality of your guests just keeps going up and up and up.
As
It's no,
evidenced
it's
right
incredible.
here
It, it's incredible. Well,
today.
up until you post this one, then once you post this one, it's going to be a little bit of a dip, and then you can get Georgina, Dat Darling,
Oh,
to
she
put.
canceled on me within the hour of doing it.
Oh, that really sucks.
Yeah, I think someone probably was like, probably someone was saying something about me or something, or I don't know. Maybe I said something about me. I don't really like. I don't go with the filtered model of podcasting. If you haven't noticed, um,
Yeah, no, I've noticed.
you've noticed. But I think
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not going to make excuses for myself for some of the
Um,
things me and my guests talk about.
yeah, Ashy Chassis, that was a great episode.
Ashy
Uh,
chassis.
I love BT. I missed his esoteric nerd.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
Uh,
You miss
But I
that
mean,
he's
he's
not
in
doing it
India, so
any.
I
Yeah,
get it. You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
that's
yeah. I probably will eventually, like,
yeah.
just escape
His
Canada and live in his garage until I burn it down,
yeah,
like
I
I
don't
did his
blame you.
house in LA. Yeah, there's a fun
You
story on
burnt
here.
down his house?
Yeah, you got to listen to the first podcast I ever did in 3 years ago, 4 years ago, on his Esoteric Nerd, episode 95. We talk about that, and he tells
I
me the full
remember
story. I didn't know the full story. I just remember in '98 not blowing out the candles in the temple and the flames coming out of the top level. But someone else also didn't blow out the candles, so there was a string of people that didn't blow out the candles and admired. One person even took photos of the curtains wafting over the candles because they wanted photos of his temple in Pasadena, which counterpoint to the ISIS temple, and was like, this is great, blah, blah, blah. And next thing you know, we're all down in the car to drive to the other temple in LA. It was 2 hours, right, to inland. And boom, smoke coming out. He's running around naked trying to put out the flames. But the apparently he was 20 when he was 20, and they inherited the house like a year earlier from his mom's tragic death. And we talk about this. Turns out, had that fire not happened, the damage to the foundation of the house that his great grandfather built after coming over the grapevine back in the day, with the march, the wagons west, they would have lost the house apparently had that fire
right.
not happened. So multiple people had to make the stupidest decisions of their
Wow.
lives for that to happen, because that usually doesn't happen. Usually magicians always blow out candles. It's very rare that we don't blow out candles after we're done our
Yeah,
ritual. And for some reason,
yeah.
there was
I don't
something.
remember that story. I
Yeah, and so the
no, go ahead.
insurance money
Sorry.
saved the property, and him and his sister probably he's certain, he told me he's certain they would have lost it. The damage was beyond repair that they could have ever afforded, but the fire on the top floor allowed them to do repairs through insurance to the foundations. And yeah, the cost would have probably cost them the whole property, is what he told me. So
Uh,
amazing, amazing.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I just couldn't believe he let me go 19 years with this pseudo guilt.
yeah, yeah.
I was like, I
I
didn't
don't
know
remember
that.
that story.
I
I
love that you
listened to that
love him.
episode.
I'm glad you
Oh,
like Edward
yeah, no, he's great.
and Joseph Shantz, if you've heard the episodes with Joe Shantz. So yeah, who Joe
Yes.
Shantz's
Yeah,
so Joe was also one of my best friends, and Edward,
yeah,
we were
yeah,
all three were tight as thick as thieves. And Joe was, I think, one of the best human beings that I knew in the order. And though most of the people were great people, they just moved on with their lives and didn't like turn into talking heads or whiners online about, you know, blah, 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 about things
yeah,
that went wrong. They just sort of moved on with their lives. And a lot of them are still doing great things in the world. When Stephen Skinner says initiatory systems or covens or orders don't really produce many holy people or saints, but more like egomaniacal nut jobs. I wonder when he says that if it's just not just us focusing mistakenly on how people behave afterwards, because way more people go through these systems and covens and orders and lodges than you ever hear about. The ones you hear about are a very small minority. Like, I never expected to be doing this stuff
yeah. But I mean,
publicly. I
that's the
was,
case for anything. I mean, it's the loudest voices that get the most attention,
yeah, and so
and
often
it's the
loud
loudest voices that tend to be a little off, you know what I mean?
people,
And whether it's political, magical, anything,
anything.
so, yeah, I mean, not everyone is on the internet doing their 264 character hot takes,
Yeah, amen. I mean,
you know
yeah,
what I mean? So,
the
you know,
majority of good
the
adepts
people
of
that do
any
the best
system. Sorry,
they
there's a
tend to
little
be the
delay here.
quietest.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
exactly. Yeah, I mean, I just know so many people I would have said were remarkable human beings and became great adepts, who I've caught up with them over the years here and there, and they're off just doing awesome things, like whether they're executives of a marketing company or just activists on the street or just whatever. They're not running around like screwing people over.
Yeah.
Um, they're usually the kind of people who keep those virtues and values and like this love of God and thy neighbor, which is what it often comes down to, right? I mean, really,
Yeah.
that's what, if magic is not about those basic things, then I think you're on a strange path. But just
Yeah, for sure.
bringing love into the world, like, it's all about that
Well,
engulfing love. And
yeah, I mean, what else is there but helping people?
exactly.
I mean, what else is the point?
We get sort of off track in occultism sometimes, don't we? with all the shiny
Well,
things on our path and objects and toys and tricks and tools and spells.
yeah, but I mean, those toys like my new Lotus one that's in currently
Oh,
in
yes.
construction.
Yes.
Um, that's, great. That's my shiny new object, but I'd like to think that it's gonna help do some good in the world. You know what I mean? I'm not a horrible person. I may not be the friendliest person, but I'm a fairly nice person. I'm not one to walk into a room of strangers and be like, "Hey," you know. So I'm not the friendliest, but I'd like to consider myself to be a nice person, and so hopefully it's going to do a little bit of good. We can have all the fun tools that we want as long
Yeah.
as we maintain our focus.
Yeah, the
You know,
focus. Yeah. Um,
I just I can't I couldn't imagine myself like what what kind of life I could lead where I'm not doing for others, helping
yeah.
people and whatnot. Like I can't even conceive of a life where that doesn't factor into things. You
Yeah.
know, it's whether like whether it's a magical, spiritual, just volunteer work, fundraising. You know what I mean? That's just that's just what I do.
Yeah. It's in the temptation to sort of solipsism in magic. I don't know if it's more than other spheres of life. I don't think it is. I mean, like especially given, I mean, the other things that we both sort of worlds we've been in, we've both been in like the business distribution, salesy marketing world of spreadsheets and deals, which is all of, as we both know, all about actual relationships. I mean, best way to make a deal at a convention is to
Yeah,
go for dinner with the person or just chill out with them and not talk about business. That's the best way to make a deal.
exactly,
Talk about everything
exactly.
except the deal. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So, me forming this interesting thought. But you also have, of course, experience with the makeup world, which I can only imagine what that's like. It's probably like this film world on crack or something like that, like models and makeup and
It's
photographers compared to
it's not as
film.
shallow as you think it is. You know what I mean? Like it's not just surface. People just have that assumption that it's very shallow, it's very surface, and it isn't. It's art. Like when you're working with a clothing designer or even a stylist, like they're artists and
Yeah.
they love the craft. And there's a certain like when you're doing a photo shoot or a fashion show or whatever, sure the models that you're working with can be like, "Oh, this looks great," but they don't care. Like
Hmm.
it's not transforming their lives. Like when you're doing makeup for a bride, and she wants to start crying because, "Oh my god, I've never been this beautiful." Well, bitch, first of all, don't start crying. Don't wreck my work. And 2, and yeah, it's gonna wash off at the end of the day, but you've you're part of her very big day, you know what I mean? Whereas the model, it's like, "Well, this is my job. I'm getting makeup put on me. I'm getting my hair done." They appreciate it. They're still gonna work hard, but it's a little different, but it's not completely shallow. It's not
Yeah.
as shallow an industry as people like to think it is. I mean, the whole like drugs to stay skinny, and of
Of
course,
course,
and
that's there.
just drugs because party lifestyle. Of course, that exists, but that doesn't make it and then like a shallow um a shallow industry that has no value to the world.
No.
That's just not
Hey,
true.
I mean, especially if you're on a film set, if you're a PA on a film set or special skills person on a film set, and you are there for 6 months, or like in Vancouver here forever, my friends were working on 11-month shoots on Fringe for
Ugh.
years.
Oh,
So
I don't like
yeah, they wouldn't get that 6 months or 3 months off to go to Bali and just like blow 50 grand or 100 grand and still be be liquid, you know. They wouldn't even have that. They have 30 days off to catch their breath. So if you're one of those PAs on those epic shoots and you have a small bladder and you're going to the bathroom a lot, everyone knows what's up, but it's about getting the work done. It's like, this is your whole
Yeah,
life. Don't
yeah,
mess up your work. We don't care how you get your work done, depending on what level, of course, you're at in the project.
yeah,
Um, but just like, yeah, you be there. Like, I was on set with Gary Oldman for Red Riding Hood, and I was having massive back spasms. I was eating so many T3s. I was gonna say it should have been illegal, but it was illegal, of course. You can't. But like, the pain was so overwhelming, but they were paying me so much money for 2 weeks work. I had to stand there when I had to stand
yeah.
there, and the pain. And that was when I discovered marijuana at age 30, and the effects it would have. And so next
Right,
thing you know,
right.
we're getting stoned, behind the makeup tent every break with all the other stoners on set, and they're like no smoking weed on set, of course, because it's an American production in Vancouver, but they don't care, and also they can't tell Amanda Seyfried or Max Irons what to do, or you know
Yeah, exactly.
Shiloh Hernandez or Gary Oldman, right? So if you make sure you stay with the people they can't touch, and you can smoke a bit of weed behind the makeup trailer, and no one cares. But
Yeah.
you don't fuck up your job.
Well, exactly.
That's the
Yeah.
main thing. You get through the
Yeah.
day, and it is fun. You get the fun stories too. You must have some fun stories.
Oh, oh,
Oh,
um, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, there's so many things that I could never say, um, on video. Um, yeah, it's good. It's good, though. It was a good life. Yeah,
I'll
it was good. It
establish
was fun.
Benny Gesserit
Until it
telepathy.
wasn't. I mean, it just like, I loved it. I had passion for it, but in sort of like in the back, not the back of my mind, but even, further than that, that uh, that was it's not that that was never supposed to happen, but that was never going to be, my thing for the rest of my life. Um and I knew that for years, and it's not like I fought against it. I just I've always, I'm uptight in certain ways. I'm not a chill, person,
West Coast dude.
like, oh, whatever. No, 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 no. I'm Toronto and New York. Um,
I appreciate that.
but but with life, it's kind of like, well, you don't know unless you try. So, do you want to move here? Let's find out.
Yeah,
I'll either like it or hate it. You wanna do this, you wanna do that, like career-wise, life-wise, like those big life decisions, like,
yeah,
let's try and find out. You wanna jump out of a plane? I don't know. I don't know until I've jumped out of a plane.
yeah.
So, I might as well jump out of a plane, to find out.
My sister did
So
that, and now she jumps off buildings.
well, there you go.
Yeah,
See, that freaks me out. I can never, like, I'm
yeah.
like, "Are you crazy?
No,
Jump
now
off a
she picks
building?"
locks of
Like,
skyscrapers, climbs up them, and jumps off with just her parachute in her
yeah.
hand.
I'm how ridiculous is that you're gonna jump off a 1,000-foot tall building or a 2,000-foot tall building? Like, to me, that just sounds bizarre, but yet, like, jump out of a plane, like, well, why would you jump out of a plane? Like,
Yeah.
why not? So, it just I kinda have like, well, let's see where life takes me.
What's your sign?
So, Scorpio.
Scorpio. Wow, yeah.
Yeah, so, I just kinda let life lead me, knowing, like I said, kind of in the back of my mind, that wasn't what I was not should be doing, but will be doing,
Hmm,
and, and it'll happen. It'll, everything will come together because it certainly gave me a lot of life lessons as well, and a lot of
yeah.
memories, a lot of experiences. Um, and then which led me to this, to Lailokens Awen, you know what I mean?
Lailokens
And
Awen.
it's full circle to back to when I was 15, and that was my first career
I
choice,
love
and it's
that.
like, "Oh,
I
wait
love
a
that.
minute. Of course this is
What you're meant to be
what
doing.
this was
Yeah.
the first thing I wanted to do," you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
So Yeah,
That's
so
so
no,
awesome.
I don't regret anything.
The
I mean,
serpent
I
swallowed
regret
its
nothing.
tail. I love that.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah. I,
Yeah, so I don't regret it taking so long because, like I said, I was 34 when I moved back, because I moved back in 2012. Yeah, so I was 34, and so I was 36 when I got it going. I don't regret waiting that late, um, because I don't know, like, I wouldn't have had the business sense.
yeah.
You know
Oh,
what I mean? Plus, back in the day, like, if I, like, okay, I'm graduating high school, I graduated high school when I was 17, not 18. So, okay, I'm gonna start my business now. Well, back then, there wasn't, I mean, there was the internet, but not like the way it is now. So, like, where am I gonna sell? Like, how am I gonna get these connections? You know what I mean?
yeah.
So, yeah, no, I just, I just kinda, I let life take me where it wanted to take me, and, had fun along the way, and now I'm here, back
Beautiful.
home and building an empire.
Yeah, I love it. The Empire
Yeah.
of Lailokens Awan. What's the origin of the full name? Because Awan is the Welsh circle of life, right?
Uh, uh, Inspiration means, inspiration, creativity, inspiration.
Is it related to
Laylogan,
Anun, and is it not related to Anafin or Anawin? The other
no,
word? No.
Awen. E
Ah,
No,
okay.
Awen. Um,
But it is
so
Welsh.
but that's, yeah, it's Welsh.
Yeah.
I believe that Awen now doesn't really relate to creativity and inspiration like it did back in the day.
Yes.
I could
So
be mistaken in that. I kind of feel that's correct, but I could be mistaken. So, Awen, and again, I'm a druid. I'm a member of the Order of Bards, Ovates, and Druids, so that
oh yeah.
completely fits.
Let's talk about that
Now,
later.
yeah, for sure. Now,
Yeah.
Layloken is my druidic name,
Okay.
and I got that Layloken comes from Welsh mythology. He's kind of like a proto Merlin, like the crazy guy living in the woods.
Wow.
Merlin aspect of Merlin. Um, uh, and so I took that name as my druidic name. So Lailokens, Alwyn Lailokens inspiration.
So it is also your name. So
It is
yeah.
my name, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe.
Layla is as much my name as
Yeah.
Sean Stewart is. It's so intrinsically me. And like I joined the order in 2006. So it's no, that's as much my name.
Yeah.
And that's more my name than Sean Hebert is to certain people in my circles,
Yeah.
in certain circles. So,
It might even
just
make.
like my drag name Lady Ecstasy is more my name than Sean Hebert is to certain circles,
Lady Ecstasy. Oh my God,
Lady Ecstasy.
we have too much to cover. Oh, that's right. We
Yeah.
do long form podcasts. We'll get there.
Mhm.
Okay, where to start? Yeah, no, I mean, I have a Welsh first name that was a Druidic name as well, and but then I was a child, so my mom was into numerology, and she's like, "Well, let's just try that the numbers on that and see if that's better for your mundane life." And I was depressed goth kid, so I was like, "Whatever works at this point," you know. That's how I got to the
Yeah.
LBRP. I was like, "Oh, archangels, ew, that's Christian shit. I don't want that." But then one day I'm like, you know, I need my life is lacking. I need help. I need help. Try the LBRP, and it's like, oh, this is a powerful ritual. Maybe this
Yeah.
tradition has some juice in it. Because putting
Yeah.
together my own druidic working from the limited resources we had in 92, 93, 94 was overwhelmingly difficult. I mean, other than Douglas Munro and a few other little sources,
Oh,
without the
God.
internet, and especially without the internet, like, you know, if when I wanted to read the Tain Bo Cooley, the Tain, the Irish mythological story, I had to get just a soft cover of it ordered through Cole's Books in Lynn Valley from England. And when it arrived, like the price on it said 49, but they were wanting 120 Canadian dollars. This is like 1995.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that was the only way to get that book. Or I could order a printing of the manuscript with the original text from the Dublin Institute of Advanced Studies, and that would have cost even more just for this photocopy of the original text, which
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been able to read because I don't speak Old Irish. Did you freeze?
It's funny that you mentioned coal. Reason why I started making the rolled beeswax candles, because back in the day, they used to sell sheets of the beeswax. So here I am, 14 years old, rolling these candles
Cool.
because Kohl's bookstore used to sell them.
Oh, wow. Is
Yeah,
that just
so
a
without
Canadian thing?
Kohl's,
We owe a
Kohl's,
lot to Coles.
yeah, well, I think Kohl's is just Canadian.
Yeah.
So without Kohl's, I would be a shell of a man.
As would I. That's where I bought so many, like some central books. That's one day after school in grade 8. I swung by and I was like, "Fuck it!" And I bought Thus Spoke Zarathustra and read my first Nietzsche. I was like, "Holy shit! Humans have written some
Yeah.
amazingly crazy, awesome stuff." And just like, I don't
Well,
even know what
that's
to
all we
do with
had
that.
here in Thunder Bay
That's all we
was
had here. Yeah,
Kohl's,
we did. That's all we had. Long
besides
before
the
Indigo,
libraries.
there was no Indigo or Chapters
Yeah,
back then. So, and certainly none of the
yeah,
stuff Americans are spoiled by. So
yeah.
yeah, we did have an occult bookstore here, the famous Banyan book. So that was lucky. So that was very lucky. But yeah,
They sell my products.
Banyan, great. It's run
Banyan
by
does,
my
yeah.
I yeah. I went to Waldorf with the owner's son. We were best friends growing up
Oh,
for many years. Played
cool.
Dungeons and Dragons, and my mom would spend exorbitant amounts of money at that bookstore, and that's how I
Yeah,
could get a lot of books when I was very young. It's like, could I have an ice cream? No. Could I have like $100 of occult books? Like, how about $200?
yeah, yeah.
And girls
We
have a
had,
collection.
the Black Unicorn when I
Oh,
was a
good name.
teenager.
Good
Yeah,
name.
it was a great store. It was owned my neighbor. Well, she's not my neighbor anymore, but she lived next door. Her parents owned it, and they were, classic hippies. And I mean, that's long gone. There was another one another two that didn't last very long. We have one now, the Mystic Garden, which is amazing. It's actually incidentally where the original Black Unicorn was. It's an old Victorian house and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful
Wow.
occult store, and they sell my products as
And
well.
where's it based?
And
Where's that?
yeah,
That's not in Thunder Bay.
here in Thunder Bay.
A
This is
cult
Thunder
bookstore
Bay,
in
yeah,
Thunder
the
Bay.
Mystic Garden.
Okay, I was just assuming it
Oh, it's
couldn't
amazing.
be
Well,
be in
we,
Thunder
you
Bay.
know,
So you have a
no, well, like Black Unicorn was around for ages. And like I said, there was two that didn't survive very long. And then and I'd lived away from Thunder Bay for so long, like I was gone for 16 years. So I
yeah.
don't think there was really anything in between, but I could be mistaken. But then Donna from the Mystic Garden, well, she started the Mystic Garden 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 12 years ago, something like that. And it's amazing. It's one of the biggest ones I've ever been in.
Mm. Wow.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's
Wow.
so beautiful. It's such a great store.
I'll have to next time I go to Banyan, bring my GoPro and film all your stuff on the shelves for you and send it to you so you have I don't know,
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
do a
I
little
don't
fun
know,
video.
I don't know, like some stores sell a couple of items, some stores have
Yeah,
almost everything, you know
almost
what I mean?
everything.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what their selection is of my products. I really couldn't say because once I started with the distributors, like one of the conditions was like I would stop looking for wholesale accounts. I could keep my wholesale accounts previous, but I can't go out and approach stores and sell directly to
Right.
stores. Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Why would I undercut my distributors? Um, and while I would be selling directly to stores, I couldn't uh, I couldn't access the amount of stores that
No.
have my products,
No.
without the distributors. And I'd rather do like pack up these one big order and ship it out instead of, all of these smaller orders. So yeah, so I mean, like Banyan, I've never dealt with directly. So I mean, most of these stores, I couldn't say what they have.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, but
Cool. That'll
I
be
know
fun
they
to
have some
go hunt down
stuff.
some of your stuff there. That'll be a fun little trip out of the
Yeah,
house.
I do get people that follow me on Twitter and Instagram. They'll occasionally send me photos. They're like, "Oh, I just walked into X store," and it's a store I've never heard of, and here's they sell your stuff, and it's always it doesn't get old. It doesn't get old.
I know. Yeah. Oh, I
And
bet.
it never will. I can
Yeah.
do this for the next 30 years. It'll never get old seeing my products in,
Yeah.
uh, in
Is
stores.
a childhood dream or calling very much, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I remember making my first incenses as a kid, and grade 9 chemistry, our teacher taught us to distill ethanol from old
Mm,
potato soup he had let sit over the summer, and then he taught us
yeah.
how to make salves and ointments and tinctures and all that stuff. And so after class, he let me bring my mom get me a huge handle of vodka, and he let me distill it all for myself, so I could then have a bunch of ethanol. That my friends at D&D would always try and drink. I'm like, no, it's for frankincense and myrrh, and like, but teenagers sometimes, the drinker
Yeah.
teenagers,
They just
they'll
think
take in.
they hear alcohol, they're like, "Oh, that's drinkable."
Yeah, yeah. I'd be like, dip your finger, and this is 97.3%. Any higher, to get higher than that, you have to put chemicals in that make it toxic. So you put your finger and you put it on your tongue, it just burns your tongue right away. You're just like
Yeah.
caught, not painful, but yeah. But tinctures are fun. I like tinctures and ointments and salves and oh my.
I love making tinctures. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
I just I love it all. I love it all, mixing and making and straining, and I love it. Yeah, I love it. It just
Wonderful.
feels so magical. I mean, at a certain point, I was literally, like, I was probably sitting here making something, and the thought crossed my mind. I'm like, um, "What do I put on my resume?" Like, okay, technically business owner or entrepreneur, but I'm like magician. Like that's my job. I'm a magician. I make magical products. I do tarot readings. I do rituals. Like I'm a professional magician.
It's a thing now.
And stupidly, like I this literally occurred to me last year when I was 41, 28 when I was 28 because I'm only 29, of course. Um,
Yes. I
I
just
was
turned 40, but next year I turn 35.
yeah,
As
yeah,
Oscar
uh,
Wilde would say, like most fashionable women.
yeah. I was yeah. I was, rereading some Dragonlance books, and I'm laying here and I'm reading, and I'm like, "I wish I can walk into a maid shop that sells spell books and magical
Yeah.
jewelry and wands and spell components," and all of a sudden, I was like, "Ding, ding, ding," like, "How many occult shops have you been into in your life?" And then ding, ding, ding. Oh my God, I'm a professional magician that shops at occult shops. I'm a D&D mage. Like I'm a Dungeons and Dragons character.
Join the club,
I,
brother. What level
I'm
are
a
you at?
Dungeons and Dragons. That's what I do
Yeah.
for a living.
Well, I
I
love that you mentioned Dragonlance, of course, because that was my first love. First book I ever read in my life. Because in Waldorf, I couldn't really read till I was 10, couldn't read well until I was 11. Of course, we graduate with a higher level of literacy, just for all you Waldorf detractors out there, including the National Post, who smeared me more than once. Err.
well,
Um,
it's the National Post. I mean,
dude, it's like 11 paragraphs of just ripping me apart. I thought it was going to be a positive piece. First lesson
mm,
in media for me, and like never given an interview to mainstream media ever again. Like
no,
they just like, and
no. That's
they would lie about the weirdest stuff. It's like, why would you change that thing I said to this thing? It's
yeah,
not even true. Like saying I graduated with only six other people in my class versus like graduated with the class maximum that Waldorf allows, which is like
yeah,
20. Why would you change that just to diminish it and stuff? It's like so petty. And that woman now, the writer, she runs like a major corporation now. And I'm like, how do these people like do this and get more successful? It's insane. I feel like if I behaved that
but
way,
that's
I'd be crushed.
but I mean that's
I'm
the
talking to someone
corporate
who
world.
knows the game.
All
Yeah.
yeah, that's the corporate that's politics, you know what I mean? You don't you don't Bill Gates isn't a nice guy. Mark
But he wears a
Zuckerberg isn't a
sweater.
nice guy.
He looks like Mr. Rogers.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not like, "Oh, all rich people are evil," but all rich people are evil. I mean, you don't become a billionaire by being nice.
Right.
You know what I mean? I that's not how it
Yeah.
works.
No. No.
You know, I didn't get to where I got by being nice.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm
because
sure.
as amazing as I am, amazing, or even more amazing, but I want that job, I want that booking,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And you don't do it by being I mean, you schmooze and you're nice, to clients and, in that sense, but you're not, "Oh, no, you deserve your turn. Good luck." No,
Yeah.
that's not how it works, you know?
No, life may not be a zero-sum game, but some games are zero-sum games.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole Waldorf school, that's not normal, you know what I mean? So you don't, do, and again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not, "Oh, mainstream media is fill in the blank, whatever." But mainstream media doesn't cover, um, what's not normal, objectively. Waldorf school isn't normal. They're
Right.
not gonna write a glowing piece about it. That's not why they were like, "Oh, we need to do something on Waldorf schools."
Yeah.
Not to not to puff it up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No.
especially as you get to be an adult, you start thinking about things like how private schools are taking money away from the budgets of public schools and the teachers unions, and you don't think about that when you're young, but that's a huge
Yeah,
problem going on in the States right now, right? Because they're starting
yeah.
to consider giving the families the choice of where some of the money goes for their kid, like rather than just give it to these unions and stuff, which it makes sense. That makes sort of a bit of sense. And
Ye I mean, I'm so pro union. I mean, up here in you have a lot of American viewers, um, listeners. So up here, like I don't belong to any voted NDP. I don't
yeah,
consider myself I don't consider myself like a radical leftist socialist because uh pro-union, universal healthcare, like, these things are just so normal to us Canadians,
yeah,
Whereas, like, I guess technically, although I'm not a big fan of Bernie Sanders, I guess technically if we try to do a political equivalent, I would be voting for Bernie Sanders. So, down there, like, that's extreme left socialist, like, "Oh, scary," and I'm like, "Well, no." I mean, pharmacare, universal healthcare, like, this is normal,
yeah, yeah.
you
We
know?
we have a very different metric up here and perspective
Yeah.
of
Yeah,
those
yeah,
things.
yeah.
Because, like, of course, like, it's not probably no surprise to hear that I generally vote NDP, right? You surprised?
Yeah,
Probably not.
yeah.
I did vote for Trudeau that first time, but
I
well,
heard that, and I can't
I
remember
did.
which
Well, I was
it
so
was a
moved
recent
by his.
podcast.
I
I heard you say that, I'm like, "How
I didn't do
could"
my research. I didn't do my research on the guy,
oh,
and all you know what moved me to vote
hmm,
for Stephen Trudeau, whatever, blackface Trudeau. Hey, he
yeah,
doesn't know how many times he's done it. It is so much fun. Why not? I do it for fun. It is fun times.
yeah,
The blackface. Oh my god! But like, I voted for him because of out of emotions because I watched the live stream of who doing his last concert, Gord Downie, that last concert that was live streamed that everyone in Canada watched and just like the whole country shut down to watch that more or less.
yeah.
And I
Oh,
was
yeah, of
so touched
course.
by Gord's talking to Trudeau and the audience and the promises to like do right by the First Nation. He's like, we've talked. He like Trudeau promised Gord Downie. Of course, when a politician makes a promise to a frontman of a rock group, he's going to keep it. You just know that he's going to keep it. So he promised to rectify everything with the First Nations and do
Yeah,
right by our northern brothers and sisters in the north of Canada. Because to think that a lot of people would say, oh, Thunder Bay, that's quite north in Canada. But of course, Canadians are like, yeah, that's not north at all, given what we actually have. Like,
yeah,
I have a friend who's a
yeah,
librarian in Nunavut. We went to seminary together, and now he's a librarian in Nunavut. He gets paid really well, but he does live in Nunavut, which is
yeah,
basically the North Pole.
yeah,
So I was moved by Gord Downie's appeal and fronting for Trump. Like if Gord Downie's rolling over his grave by what Trudeau. I said Trump, but I meant Trudeau.
yeah. Well,
he's
no,
our
I shouldn't
he's our
say,
better
I
looking
shouldn't say,
Trump.
"Oh, wow."
Yeah.
Listen, so okay, so for the American listeners,
Yes.
Trudeau is, well, I mean, he's pulled the Liberals quite left because he needed to, um, back in 2015 because liberals typically are more like moderate center left, NDP being more leftish,
Yeah, they're like,
and then conservatives, very right. So, Trudeau. See, I consider myself more of a moderate
yeah,
because I
we don't
don't
have a
believe.
moderate party.
Yeah, well, not anymore, but I consider myself a moderate because, again, uh, universal pharmacare, universal health care, guaranteed income, these things aren't radical
No,
to me 'cause I'm Canadian.
yeah,
Um, so like I'm gonna say this.
go for it.
I don't care what anyone says.
It's fears,
I
not tears.
Yeah, I love Hillary Clinton. Love Hillary Clinton. If I was an American, I would have voted for Hillary Clinton. But the thing is that I should be voting for Bernie Sanders.
Right.
You know what I mean? But no, I love Hillary Clinton so much. I love her almost, and I'm gonna say this,
Go for it.
I love her almost as much as I love the Queen.
Oh wow. Well, so you have a thing for reptilians who
I was just
rule
gonna say, and I know you,
beneath the
and I
earth.
know you like to call her a reptilian.
Oh no, I just did that the one time because I it's just fun. It's just fun.
I love the Queen. The only my biggest thing in life that I hate the most is knowing that I'll never meet the Queen.
Oh,
I have
I'm
no
sure we
reason
can
to.
make it happen.
I
Six
have no
degrees of
like.
separation.
Yeah.
You know,
Although I met Prince Charles and I met um Prince Philip, um, but I've never met the Queen, and I love
there
the
must
Queen
be a
so
way
much.
for us to get you to meet the queen. I'm
I
sure.
love
I'm
the
sure
Queen
we'll
so much.
think about it. We'll think
Well,
about it.
she listens to your podcast, I'm told.
Yeah.
So,
Can you
so Your
imagine?
Majesty, I really want to meet. I love you. I love you.
Oh
I love the Queen and I love Hillary Clinton.
my God. I think
And
this
I
is
love
the
Bill Clinton and
do
yeah.
you? This I think this might be some of the favorite stuff a guest has ever said on my podcast.
Oh, I love
Um,
Hillary Clinton. I can't get enough of Hillary Clinton. I think she's the greatest. Yeah, I
oh my
love her.
God.
I love her.
Yeah. Oh man.
I mean,
Like,
she painted herself like, she danced with the devil as a politician does. But her work on women's rights and um uh uh kids, like this is back in the day,
I
like
think
this
she's
is
done some great work with
yeah,
kids. Yeah,
yeah.
definitely a lot of
But
work with kids.
yeah,
So is
yeah,
Bill. Bill likes
but
kids.
she's a typical politician. She's danced with the devil. I think she's danced with the devil more than a lot of politicians need to, but I think she tried to overcompensate for her womanhood. Like, I need to be wearing pants and I need to be 10 times as dirty as men to get the job done. You know what I mean? Which
Yeah,
maybe she needed to at the time.
yeah,
Maybe she didn't. I don't know. But my only criticism of her is when she stood up for President Clinton when he denied the affairs, and she was like, "Yeah, no, these women are all liars." That's my only criticism of her. I have a love hate relationship with politics. Like, I mean, who
yeah,
loves politics without hating politics? But I love like enough where I really keep a really good focus on politics and what's going on and the nuances and whatnot. Um, but I don't love politicians.
yeah.
Like the way Americans idolize and deify politicians makes no sense to me.
Yeah,
But I will say I
I
love
think
Hillary
that's where
Clinton.
you and I actually would be quite similar in if you could call it like our Canadian approach. Like even while we might sort of we might have a party or vote for someone or have opinions on American politicians. If you were asking me like, did I like I might have an opinion on Hillary or Bernie or Trump or there's other politicians in America. I don't know who they are, but I'm sure they have more than three. There's not just
Yeah,
those three. Um,
yeah.
but like if I was asked, like, what I think of them, when I hear what I think of them, I do, as a Canadian, think of policies, and I think of policies as how it affects my friends in America, and I think of their policies as how it affects us and people in other countries,
Yeah.
like Syria, and um, but I'm not thinking of what do I think of them as a person or as
Who cares?
yeah, but in the States there's very much the sense of like, what do you think of this, like with the Trump syndrome thing that went on, people, like saying, everything he did was evil and wrong. It's like, well, that's just irrational. I mean, like, anyone going through life is going to at least accidentally do some good things. So they have this it's a
Yeah,
moralistic question for them, and that's where we detach, I think, as Canadians, because we don't have
yeah.
those high expectations ever of our
I
politicians.
I
We
I
generally,
don't
I see
care.
them mostly as sort of, most politicians are sort of scummy, and the more I know about each of them, the
But
less I
but
like them.
that
But that's not the
but that
question.
Yeah, but that's politics. I mean, you have to get dirty. Like any doctor or pastor, whatever that gets into politics, you're no longer a doctor and you're no longer a pastor because you're going to end up having to say something that goes against your Hippocratic oath or your religious beliefs or
Yeah,
whatnot. So you're a politician. I'm a doctor. No, you're a politician.
right.
You're no doctor.
Which
I'm a
is,
pastor. I'm a reverend. No, you're
that
not.
actually explains why clergymen and clergywomen aren't, clergy in Canada aren't allowed to use their platform to talk
Yeah,
politics. I'm not
yeah.
technically allowed. Like, I'm sure there's nothing wrong with me saying who I voted for, something like that, but I sure certainly wouldn't say it after, during a homily or a sermon.
Exactly.
And I
Yeah.
wouldn't do it because, you're only going to alienate some of your congregation, and you're meant to be there to focus everyone on love and treating each other well. So that makes
But that
sense.
that love of politicians. Oh, I love X. I love Y. Oh, what?
Yeah.
Who cares? Like, I mean, oh, I wouldn't vote for X. I, I, I don't. I agree with the policies, but I don't really care for them. You're never going to meet them. Who cares?
Yeah.
Like, in 2015, I voted for. Well, I mean, we don't vote for,
Yeah.
you know,
People,
but
we
you
don't
know what
vote.
I mean.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
I
yeah.
voted NDP because I always do, and so it was
Well, it's always fun when they raise our taxes and misspend the money and get voted
yeah.
out as punishment.
What was his name? It was Justin Trudeau, Stephen Harper, NDP. What was his
Yeah,
name? Uh,
I don't know, because that's the year I voted for Trudeau.
yeah, and and he's just so smarmy and like, um, no one like I don't like him. No one likes him, but I'm still gonna vote NDP because he's gonna do what I want him to do. I don't need to like him because I don't know him and
Yeah,
I'm not gonna meet him. Do your
I
job.
really believed he
You
was
know.
gonna do right by the First Nations at long last, and
Oh, okay. So white, straight, Christian, rich kid is gonna do right. Like he
oh
is the epitome of white privilege. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
he taught
and
over
not
here in Point Grey, right near
yeah, and
Red Beach.
not just white privilege, but also that silver spoon privilege. Like he's the
Yeah.
poster boy. Oh, great, he has dimples. Yes, he has a nice ass. Yes, we all like looking at his abs. But so you know what? Like take your clothes off, but don't run my country. I mean, like
You would have
you
voted him
know,
for you would have voted for him to get an OnlyFans account, but not
I
run
would
the
have voted
country.
for him to get an OnlyFans account, not as prime minister, because I knew exactly what's going to happen, and it's exactly happened. The first time he's confronted by two indigenous young women, he laughs at them, kicks them out, and insults them. And
Oh
you know
man.
what I mean? Like, like
Yeah.
nothing he's done.
Yeah, that would
SC
just you just
Loveland,
want to bitch slap
um,
that behavior.
yeah, SC Lavalin, We Charity, nothing he's
The Lavalin,
done,
yeah,
nothing he's
yeah.
done is a
Pipelines.
surprise,
Yeah.
you
Well, we
know?
had that huge standoff with the First Nations, and they're like, killing First Nations who are trying to protect their little bit of their remaining land. I was
Mm.
joking. It's sort of like, the government with First Nations land is always a little bit like, oh, we want to do this thing. Like, it's our land. It's like, oh, did we give you that too? Our mistake. We'll just take
Our
that back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly,
Get back
exactly.
near the trash heap under the bridge, which is where most of
Yeah.
their land is.
So, no, he's done the job that I expected him to do, which
Mm.
was the adequate with a lot of problematic, white privilege, incidents and silver spoon privilege incidents. But plus two, like liberals also have that, and again, this is more for like your
And
American
and
listeners.
and yeah, for
Liberals,
yeah, Canadian liberals are not what you're thinking. Just remember that, listeners.
yeah, they're again, they're center, they're more moderate, but liberals have this sort of this idea like this God-given destiny to rule type of concept, which again, Justin Trudeau's the poster boy of that. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
he's just he's the poster boy of
Yeah,
so many
he's the
not great things.
yeah, and the son of a famous Canadian leader who was also an actual intellectual. Like the man had a real brain.
Yeah,
Like him or hate him, he was not a stupid man.
yeah,
Justin did not inherit those qualities at all. He's
no,
not an
no,
intellectual thinker. He's great at memorizing things by rote and spouting them off in
yeah,
a charming way, charismatic.
yeah.
He's good at
Now,
falling downstairs intentionally.
don't get me wrong, if it was between him and Stephen Harper, of course, Justin Trudeau.
Yeah,
Him and Andrew Scheer, of course, it's Justin Trudeau. You know, like
yeah,
I'm not going to not. I mean, I wouldn't abandon the NDP, but if it was down to like if it was more American politics where it was like a two-party system,
yeah. Thank God
of
it's
course
not.
I would be voting for Justin Trudeau over Andrew Scheer or now Aaron the Tool. Oops, I mean Aaron O'Toole. Um,
I like that.
but yeah, but, Justin Trudeau, if we had a two-party system and it was Justin Trudeau versus Aaron O'Toole, Justin Trudeau would be very much like a Biden, like, we
Yeah,
don't really want him, but he's better than the conservative,
yeah.
you know? So, I'm just gonna, like, check Justin Trudeau, you know?
Oh my
But
God.
thank God we have the NDP.
It's such a difference. I hope some people appreciate this Canadian podcast edition, special edition, because it is interesting. I think for some people to see two Canadians talk about this stuff, hopefully intelligently or
Mhm.
whatever. But like one of the differences is like neither of us are getting mad at each other.
Yeah,
like I liked some things that Stephen Harper did. He was in power for 10 years because we have no term limits, of course, and
yeah,
he did a lot of horrible
11 years.
stuff. 11 years,
11,
right?
yeah,
A good
yeah,
clipothic number for a guy who looked just like Emperor Palpatine.
yeah,
Had a band that,
yeah,
well, you just got to Google that. That's just a special thing. Just a special thing. Like, light one up. Google Stephen Harper's band named after the address of the home. It's just a beautiful thing. Just like Googling Justin Trudeau intentionally falling downstairs. It's his party trick. Awesome, hilarious, amazing.
yeah.
But the interesting thing is, neither of us, you and I, aren't getting upset at each other about anything and stuff. I'm like, oh, I like what Stephen Harper, like Stephen Harper, for example, he raised the age of consent in Canada. When I was growing up, age of consent was 14. Well, same as you when you were growing up. When we were
Yeah,
growing up, age of consent was 14. People don't realize that at 14, you were legally able to consent to sex with anyone of any age,
yeah,
any age. So
yeah,
Harper, the conservative, raised it to 16. I think
yeah.
that was a smart idea, especially as someone who worked with kids and was a teacher. That's a smart idea. Yeah,
Yeah,
go
now
for
here's
it.
the thing,
I knew you were going to have a
okay,
response to that.
well, no, American's gonna be like, 16? Like,
Six.
that's too young, and we're like, 16's too old, or a good or
Yeah, that's
either
like
it's
the
too
rest of
old
the world.
or it's a good, age, but a 14-year-old and a 12-year-old technically can still have sex,
Because
and it's
he
legal.
also brought in some Romeo Juliet
But the
laws.
12-year-olds couldn't have sex with a 15-year-old, for example.
Yeah,
So it's not like 16 and up and it's very set in stone, like there's some nuances there. But yeah,
that's the Romeo and Juliet clauses, sort of,
yeah,
sort of.
you can be as young as 12 and legally have sex with a 14-year-old, for example. Yeah,
Yes,
so
yes.
it's a little complicated. We okay, this is oh, I shouldn't
But
say
like when I
this.
was young, I knew girls who, and probably there was guys too, but they didn't talk about it, I knew girls who were 13, 14 in my class or school or in my, in my the area I grew up, who they would sleep with 20-year-olds all the time. Yeah, well, it's again, it wasn't something, it was a complete non-issue,
Yeah,
entirely,
yeah, yeah,
entirely. And I don't, yeah, I'm like I said, I'm glad that we tweaked our age laws a little bit. But actually, the professor who was responsible for those laws, the philosophy, the professor of philosophy, who was the consultant for the Supreme Court of Canada on that, taught me critical thinking at Capilano College, or now Cap
yeah,
University. So I was in. So
yeah.
I actually got to hear all the stuff around all of those things. It was fascinating. It's tough stuff. Critical thinking is not easy for even the smartest of us, and it shouldn't be, because it's, you got to put aside a lot of stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's why you don't get a lot of critical
Oh
thinking,
no,
in
he.
in politics,
Yes,
in
yes.
media, or on social media.
Actually, I
I
take
mean,
that
it's
back. He had
not thing.
nothing to do with the age of consent, my professor. He had everything to do with abortion on demand. Even more controversial. Yeah, and we know the famous
Okay, so
cases.
Americans, we have no, abortion laws here in Canada
Yes.
at all,
So
and
the abortion on
it's
demand.
also not an issue here in Canada at all,
Yeah. Well,
FYI.
so the deciding course, this is going to be like, so, skip ahead a few minutes if this is too intense a subject for you folks. Just skip ahead. It will take me 15 seconds to sort of tell you the deciding case that was the precedent. There
Mm,
was a exotic dancer, I believe it was in Toronto or somewhere in Ontario. Obviously, it was in Ontario.
yeah,
Ontario. But
yeah,
she was in the middle of delivery, and it turned out they couldn't finish the delivery and had to do a C-section. She didn't want to lose her income. She asked the doctors to the abort. They asked the doctors to abort. I'm gonna be careful there.
mm,
And the doctors were so horrified, they ran across the street to the Supreme Court, tried to get an injunction to make her have the baby, to deliver the baby, because it was C-section was the only way to do it, to save
mm,
her and the baby's life. Otherwise, she probably would have died if they had tried to continue a natural delivery. The courts did not do that. So that set the precedent of abortion on demand, even if you're halfway through childbirth process, like half the body
yeah,
is out of the mother.
yeah.
That is the case. I'm not going to comment on it, because I don't think, I think it's tough to handle with. It's tough to think about, no matter what your actual views are. It's still it's a
I'm
challenging case.
I'm a guy, and I live in a free and democratic society, so I have a right to my opinion. However, I'm a guy. My opinion is irrelevant. Um, I
Yeah.
sup I support all women. That's
Yeah.
as far as I'm gonna go on that specific case.
Yeah.
Um, I'm not a woman. I don't get an opinion.
That's always been the stance that I heard growing up from every guy I knew. Like that
Yeah.
was just, yeah, every guy. I've never heard a guy, except for maybe a couple conservative friends, but usually they don't even want to talk about this. It's just like, why can't we let women decide this? Can't this just be an
I've
exclusively
never
women decision? I don't understand why it can't be.
I've never met, a male, a guy, um, who's like, "Yeah, I have an opinion on this, and my opinion has to be heard."
Yeah, we don't roll that way with this. I've never heard it either in Canada. Outside of
Yeah.
in the States, yeah.
Well, remember, I lived in Texas,
You did
so,
live. Oh
uh
wow, even there you didn't hear a guy who's like, "This is how it should be," or something. Yeah,
no.
I
No, but
it's
I had a place in Houston and a place in Austin. Um, I'm sure if I wanted to spend a weekend in Waco for whatever reason, I'd get an opinion from a guy.
Yeah, just
But
had the anniversary of Waco, eh?
yeah, Texas isn't as red as people believe it is.
Shh, don't say that, otherwise all the liberals will go there.
Uh, all
They're
the
trying they're
liberals
trying
are
to
going
keep it
there. I mean,
fun.
Austin is called Silicon Hills for a reason, you know? Um, although I will honest, as beautiful as Austin is, I lived in the hills, like Northwest Austin, and it's beautiful. It
Yeah,
is so incredible.
yeah.
But I preferred living in Houston. I lived in a neighborhood called River Oaks, which is inside the loop, and people in Houston will know what that means. Because I don't know if other cities call their highways that circle their city's loops. I don't know, but anyone in Houston knows is going to know what I mean when I say I live inside the loop, in a neighborhood called River Oaks. So it was only like 10 miles west of Midtown,
Nice.
um, and the museum district, and I lived near the Galleria. The Galleria is like west of like River Oaks, like that's all like the high end shopping and whatnot. Um, and Houston's a big city. Traffic is a nightmare, but because I lived where I lived, like I can get to Midtown really quickly, no traffic. Like for a big city, it felt very small town to me
Yeah.
because I'm used to New York, Toronto,
Yeah.
Chicago, everything's all
That
compact.
lifestyle.
Um, so living in a big city like Houston, like I had everything I wanted, just like around me without it feeling crowded and congested. And
Yeah.
oh, it was great. I used to live in Ottawa as well, and up until moving to Houston, because I've moved so much for work that I just got used to
Moving.
moving.
Yeah.
So I don't put down roots and I don't fall in love with a place because within a year I could be gone. So Ottawa I love, and up until moving to Houston, I thought if I had to move to a city that I lived in previously, it would be Ottawa. But
Yeah.
then I moved to Houston and I'm
Mm.
like, no, I would move back to Houston in a
Yeah.
heartbeat. Oh, I loved it.
Yeah,
I
all
love
my friends in Texas who I met in the Golden Dawn in '97 in LA, they were all, ever since I met them, they were spouting all these things about how great Texas was, that the Queen's an alien, and all these other things that just fascinated me and made me think, well, maybe I should try that out one day. And these days, of course, it's like very clear that I should spend, like, it would be great to spend some spend extended period of times. I have friends from Waldorf School here who live in Austin, or PhDs,
yeah.
and then I have magical friends all over there, martial arts friends all over there.
Oh, it's so
Sounds like it
great.
would be a fun place, and like I like chill environments. I like small towns though as well. I loved living in Galway, Ireland, because every day just going about my business in town, I'd see
Yeah,
people I know. You see people you
yeah.
know so often that often you won't even walk up and say hi because you'll just be like, yep, because you know you'll see them walking back or you'll see them later at D&D that night.
Yeah, exactly.
Taylor,
Exactly. Texas was great because it's so populated that there's little towns all over the place, and you can just go and drive, and it's not you can drive 2 hours and you're in this amazing little town or whatever. And it's such and Texas is different because A, they're Americans, B, they're Texans. Like it's a completely different world down there.
yeah, yeah. I love
Um,
cultural differences and
yeah.
changes. It's fun. I do fall
Yeah.
in love with those things. It's hard to imagine spending my whole life in just one of those little places because there's so many different places I love. You
Yeah, yeah,
know,
yeah.
there's so many different places I love. Like I
But
could
no,
easily go
Texas is
back and
great. Get rid of your governor, but Texas is great. Texas is made. Oh, and get rid of Cruz. I mean, fuck Cruz.
isn't he their governor?
No, he's a senator.
Oh well, fuck him. Fuck all the
Yeah,
cruises, and fuck
yeah.
cruises.
Yeah. But no, Texas is amazing. And don't secede. You guys were your own country before. You were so fucking bankrupt. That's why you joined the States to pay off your debts. It's not gonna work. Don't be stupid. Connect to the national grid. Stay American. Like,
And
fuck.
yeah,
Seriously.
and
Come
if
on,
you're not, if
Texas.
you weren't sure of this before, you should take this bit of Canadian advice, because let's
I
face
mean,
it,
I'm never
we
wrai.
know what's up. We're never wrong. Canada,
I'm
see,
always right.
yeah, well, we're Canadian,
I'm
so
always right.
we don't
I'm never
care.
wrong.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
don't
yeah,
care if you know that we're right because we know we're right. And this is a
yeah,
glimpse for people into the Canadian mentality we don't talk about much. Like in Vancouver, I was
yeah,
thinking about this today, walking around, like, so we're behaving so well in this pandemic, so well in this pandemic, and the cops are giving everyone a real break, sort of, to like everyone's still fucking on Tinder like nonstop
yeah,
here on the film scene, of course. But most of us are just locked in, being very careful because we don't want to get
yeah,
punished like Quebec. But also it's because we know if we do well, it will feed that little beautiful superiority complex we have of us being better than the states. and that is a thing.
Oh,
That's we love that. So people need to know
we
that.
love it.
For everyone who
Yeah,
thinks that
yeah.
Canada's doing really badly right now and not doing much worse than America in the pandemic, that's not true. I mean, yes, our mothers shutting their little kids in rooms to quarantine them because some idiotic teachers are telling them to. I'm sure, but there's idiots everywhere and there's suckers born every day. But mostly Canada's doing quite well. We're not evicting people. Everyone who needs it's getting $2,000 a month except me. That's okay. I can handle it. I'm a tough cookie. And Canada's doing quite well, like a lot of places. America seems to actually be doing the worst off. So, and I don't know why Americans can't get their government to give them $2,000 a month each. Like, stop
Um,
fussing over this
did you
1,400.
did you just actually say that like with a straight face?
I mean, I
Like,
sort of get it. Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. Let me double down. Yeah, it makes no sense. Come on, guys. You guys got guns. Get your government to give you all $2,000 a month each, or else. That's
yeah.
I'll play pro.
I love
I'll do
how
pro.
all
You do
these
con.
Americans are like, I need my guns to protect myself against criminals and the government. And yet the government isn't giving you what you need. Why aren't you? Oh, I shouldn't. No, you guys tried that already. Never mind, it didn't work.
What?
Happy January.
Oh, right.
Oh, and today's the second, so in 2 days, it's the second inauguration day. In
Oh,
2 days.
The Kraken thing
Uh,
unleashed, and they're gonna get Hillary and all of
I love my
all the
American
other
friends. I
adrenochrome
love my
healing.
American friends. I would move back to Houston in a heartbeat. I love you all.
Yeah.
Um, but you guys are fucked up. Like you guys are fucked up. I don't get it.
Um.
I think this is the problem of having a two-party system. If you're
Oh yeah.
either A or B, black or white, you know what I mean? Good
Well,
or bad.
isn't it by
I don't
design to hoodwink the citizenship into fighting each
of
other than
course,
rather? Yeah, yeah.
of
Like,
course.
yeah, you get people to fight each other so they don't know what you're doing,
Yeah.
what you're
Yeah.
up to, right?
Yeah.
It's like basic sort of stuff, and so
I
I
don't get it.
I hope
I
it's
don't
interesting
get it.
for people to hear two Canadians just sort of talk openly
Yeah.
about this stuff in a Canadian way. I think it should be entertaining for most people,
I
especially
hope
since
so because I
I'm
mean
trying to.
we're certainly not. I mean I'm not um uh dissing on Americans. I mean
No,
they
that's the
have their
thing. You
way.
and
I
I have
mean do
both
your
lived there and
thing.
love it.
Do your thing. I
Yeah,
mean whatever. It's just I don't get I don't you see, but the thing is I'm not an extremist. Like I don't get, the extremist right versus the
yeah.
extremist left, and they're the only ones that you're hearing because the extremists are the loud ones. Um, cut them off.
Mm,
The majority of Americans, just like the majority of anyone else, are quiet, moderate people that just want to live their lives. Cut these bitches off on either
amen.
side. You can
Amen.
do both.
They
You
are
know
a
what I
very
mean?
small minority, in fact.
They are.
Very
Cut them
small,
off.
very vocal, have
Off.
nothing to do, just sit at home on Twitter or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. Cut 'em off. Live your life. Um, I never felt safer as a gay person that I did in Texas because real Republicans, real conservatives don't give a shit about me.
Amazing.
I- if there's
This
a
is something I've
hard
only learned recently, actually, from
okay,
so many people saying
so
what you're
a
saying.
hardcore conservative Republican that believes in guns and God and liberty doesn't give a shit about me because first of all, we're strangers. We don't know each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's that. That's
So
the thing. The politeness, the
so
distance
he doesn't want to get involved in my life. He
with your
doesn't want me
liberty.
involved in his life. He doesn't give a shit what I do
Yeah.
because it can affect him.
Yeah.
That's real conservatism down there. That's what real Republicans are like. They're like, I'm gonna live my life. You're gonna live your life. We're not gonna connect. We're not gonna interact because I don't agree with your lifestyle. And I don't ca I'm not gonna I'm not gonna get on Twitter, "Oh my god, this person doesn't agree with my life." No, of course they don't. There's a lot of people that don't. I'm not who cares? But they're leaving me alone, like, they're not even acknowledging
Yeah.
me. I mean,
Yeah.
like, the conservative straight guys that make sure they get your attention by calling out faggot, guess what you're doing?
Oh yeah.
You're letting me know, and you're letting everyone else know that you're in the closet, but
Yeah.
you're also giving me what I want. I want attention. You're giving me attention, so your insult is a compliment.
Yeah.
But that's not real republicanism. That's not real
No, it
conservatism.
isn't. No. Yeah. That's
Um,
something
the
again, I
real,
only learned recently.
yeah, the
Yeah.
real ones
It's the
don't give a
liberty.
shit.
Yeah.
And we can be sitting table like um down there. There's these. They're called ice houses. It's not like a bar where you go in and drink. It's literally a shack with
Oh, I love it.
cooler. Oh, no. Okay. I'm a pretty gay and I like my fancy, but let me tell you, like down there, um, I mean, it's not like they're like down and dirty, it's you don't want I don't want to give s- so many people, especially here in Canada, have such a wrong impression of what Texans are like. They're not all dirty fingernail, like, uneducated people living next to a cactus.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah. Well,
what I
they're,
mean?
yeah, no, of course they're portrayed
They're
as
human
rednecks up in
beings.
Canada.
Yeah, they're
Texans are
human
portrayed
beings.
as stupid rednecks up in
Yeah.
Canada. That is
So,
definitely the stereotype that
I'm
everyone's
I'm
fed.
all about dressing to the nines and going to the nicest bars.
Yeah.
That's all great, but my favorite places to go are ice houses. So it's literally like a shack with coolers for the alcohol, and it's like picnic tables.
I love it.
And that and
Yeah.
that's like the neighborhood bar.
Uh,
And so, we go there and especially with like my straight friends where like I'm the only gay one, I'm like 3 steps away from being in drag, dressed pretty and nice and whatnot.
nice.
And everyone else is in like tank tops and jeans and dirty boots and they're a little rough around the edges. They're not giving me a hard time.
Yeah.
They don't care because they don't know me.
Yeah.
They're at the table next to me, but they're with their friends. They don't know me. We don't affect each other's life. They don't care.
Yeah.
They leave me alone. I leave them alone. Um, that's real Republicans, real
Yeah.
conservatives.
See,
The ones
I couldn't say
the
that to
ones
my family or the people around me in Vancouver. They'd be like, "You're just wrong." They'd say this all the time. I'd be like, I like because I'm learning about this as I go all the time because I haven't spent as much time as you in the States, but I've spent a lot there.
yeah.
Someone pointed out to me recently when I was there, it's like because I was in this, ISIS Oasis hippie church
Yeah, oh
10-acre
god,
property, and
yeah.
I have stories. It was, heaven and hell as most places
Yeah,
are with most people.
yeah,
I noticed that also on the Aran Islands. It's a mixture of heaven and fucking hell.
yeah,
Um, uh, but what someone pointed out to me is like, it's these traditionally Republican values of liberty and privacy and freedom that allows those places to live. So if you want to be the kind of person to have your own little commune where you can do whatever you want, that's actually not an American liberal perspective. That's an American Republican perspective. And they
yeah,
don't get credit for that because of course
yeah.
the
But the loudest voices are the crazy ones that are just they're just Looney Tunes, and real Republicans, real conservatives down there, um, they're just not like that.
yeah,
Like, I felt safer with these being surrounded by these hardcore Republicans than I did that anywhere else, because number 1, they're gonna leave me alone because we have nothing to do with each other,
yeah,
and they wanna keep it that way, but number 2, if you run into problems, they come running to help.
yeah. Well, they
You
respect
know,
your
like
liberty. The whole defend
they
your not agree with what you say, but defend your right to say it kind of mentality.
yeah,
Like we
yeah,
don't have that up here. If you're on those fringes, if you're on a radical fringe in Canada, people not only will ignore you, but everyone in the middle will mock you mercilessly.
Yeah.
Like, you're lucky if the majority just ignores you if you're a fringe extremist here. Most of
Yeah.
the sometimes they won't ignore you. They'll just mock you and make fun of you and belittle
Yeah.
you because you're
Yeah.
not going along with the main flow of the
Yeah.
river.
Yeah.
And that's a
Yeah.
very Canadian thing. Like, we love our
Yeah.
rivers to flow unobstructed without
Yeah.
being sold to Nestle.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Like,
so
don't fuck with
people
our
like,
water.
yeah, so all of
We have to
these
sell it.
Republicans, especially all these Republican politicians that are just so loudmouth and obnoxious and offensive,
Yeah.
they need to go. I mean, you may be
Amen.
changing the Republican Party, like the Republican Party may be going in that direction, but I, but they're not actually representing the actual people.
Yeah.
And the problem with
Yeah, they
having
don't
like
at all, right?
no, and the thing with the problem with the two-party system is
Yeah.
if someone has always voted Republican, they may not like Crazy Town, Marjorie Taylor Greene, or Lauren Hubert, or whatever, like these crazy people,
Yeah.
but they also don't want to vote Democrat
So
because
do you
they've
think
always voted
yeah, it
Republican.
seems like a third party, a strong third party is the logical, perhaps, first step to changing things, but
Yeah.
they're fighting against a system that doesn't want it, and also how feasible is it to make it happen? But if parties like the Republican Party, from what I hear, is abandoning its actual voters, then those voters may very well naturally devise a third party.
Well,
I love the
they're
fact that it's two Canadians talk commenting on American
yeah,
politics. That's hilarious. We should do a
they're
political show, brother. Just
I
like
know.
because
They're,
you're pro Texas, pro Hillary.
yeah, and
People don't know what
and
to make of that, I'm
technically,
sure.
okay, I'm pro Texas, I'm pro Hillary, and technically, if we're keeping it within the bounds of American politics, pro Bernie Sanders,
Yeah.
policy.
Yeah,
Um,
right. Because of course.
yeah, yeah. But that's why I've always considered myself moderate because, like I said, like these extreme leftist views are so normal to us Canadians. So when I moved down to Texas, and I'm like, well, universal health care isn't a crazy idea. Everyone does it except for you guys. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
down there
Yeah.
in the States is just such a crazy leftist idea. And for me, and especially to like, okay, let's get completely cold and no compassion, no love for people as a person in a that's always been in some sort of managerial position as opposed to like I've always been um tell you what to do, not following orders
Yeah.
in a corporate hierarchy. Um my employees are healthier, they work better, they make me more money.
Yeah.
Like how is that a hard concept to
Yeah.
grasp?
Yeah, I don't
You
know
know?
why. Well, I think a lot of the Western world doesn't know why that's still the case in the States,
Mhm.
and why the health, like the healthcare thing, is just crazy.
It's
Like, it's
bizarre.
like not
It's
even
so
not even their liberal Democrats want them to actually have health. So
yeah,
both Republicans and conservative, or both Republicans and Democrats in the States, people want healthcare now, but neither party wants them to have it. And now, and also now, no one wants them to be going to war with anyone anymore or bombing anyone, but both parties want that. So really what you have in America is a entire political egregore that doesn't really, on the most fundamental things, represent any of its constituency at all,
correct,
and
correct.
therefore it's a illusion, it's a facade, it's an
Yeah.
oligarchy, and now we're
But you
back
can
to
do that when you have a
reptilians.
two-party system.
Yeah, yeah,
It's easy to do when you have a two-party system
yeah.
because when you have a
You
two-party
just trade
system, it's
power,
so
power, power.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
It's so easy to become a really a one-party power for a country when you have a two-party system because it's either or,
yeah,
you know? S-
yeah.
What can,
You see that in magic with the illusion of white and black magic, Yakin and Bo as good and evil, that confuses many new magicians. You like how I'm bringing this back to magic by chance? It
Fine,
confuses
fine.
many
I'm like,
new magicians.
yeah, we got to stop with the politics. It's
Well,
9:30. We've
sort
been
of.
talking about enough.
As you know, politics is a very druidic thing to be concerned with, actually, whether people like that or not. And
Yeah.
as druid priests, we care about the world we live in, and we're not going to completely abandon it for the sake of transcendentalizing beyond it. Um,
Not my
yeah,
style.
no, it's like, well, it's hard to. It affects you. It affects your
Yeah.
life. I mean, like, do you want to end up like in Germany? It's technically, I think, illegal to have an order like Thelema or something like that, or OTO orders or Golden Dawn. There's a way you could actually not, that you could try and structure your magical group in a way that would actually be against the law. So they do have laws preventing certain kinds of magical groups from springing up just due to their rules on groups, because they've
Yeah.
had problems with groups and Gesellschafts in the past. Ja,
Yeah.
manchmal die Gesellschaften ist schlecht. And so,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, you're an exceptional case.
they are.
I would with Germany, I wouldn't be like, oh, rights, freedoms, liberty, because
No, they're not. Yeah,
we saw where that went.
like
You know what I mean?
yeah,
So they need a buffer zone, and because memories are short, but generations aren't.
yeah,
Um, it it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while.
yeah,
They need those harsher. Oh, I shouldn't say harsher. They need those laws um to heal,
yeah,
so they're, I mean, if the US or Canada created those kind of laws, be like, come on, man, like
yeah.
liberty, really. But Germany, like, this is an exceptional
It's an
situation.
yeah.
uh
Yeah.
yeah, plus I also like Angela Merkel,
You do?
for all. Oh, of
You
course I
you
do.
like?
I love her. Oh my God, I love her so much. I was so upset when she's like, I'm not gonna run anymore." Even with her whole, like, her party's like the Christian something.
Oh
And I
my
she
God.
was like,
I
"Fuck
love that
you."
we probably disagree on each of all the we radically disagree on which politicians we quote unquote like, if like is the word to use, which it isn't the word to use in our
It
perspective.
it isn't
But
really the right word to use, but
okay, but in broad strokes, you and I like totally different politicians, but agree almost completely on politics. How is
yeah.
that possible? That's the
Um,
weirdest thing.
because we weren't raised in a two-party system where
Yeah.
it's black or white, right or wrong.
Once I
There's
characterized it,
nuance.
yeah. Once I
There's nuance to life.
yeah. Well, like
Also, I
the
like
new
strong
magician.
women. I love Angela Merkel. She's a strong woman, and she's one of the most important voices in geopolitics.
Mm,
And she's a woman. But Germany Germany is a big player in geopolitics, and it doesn't have to be, but
nope.
she made it that way, and for the good. But I mean, Margaret Thatcher, I mean, who no one liked her. I wouldn't have, I mean, I was a kid, but I
Yeah.
mean, if I was an adult with a Margaret Thatcher, I'd be like, "Fuck you, bitch,"
Yeah.
you know, like you're Boris Johnson with teased hair.
Mm,
I
yeah.
I don't care about you. Um,
He could get
but
some
no,
hair tips from her.
yeah, yeah. But I love Hillary Clinton.
Oh my
Oh, I
God.
love Clinton so
Well,
much.
there is something
I love her.
fascinating about reptilians and clones. Woo!
You know,
I do like Hillary a lot more since she got cloned. If we were going with that conspiracy narrative, which I think is hilarious and delightful and
yeah.
terrifying, because maybe it's, if it's not true now, we're definitely going in a place where cloning is going to be a bigger issue.
Okay, so
But that's
I'm gonna make a little bit of confession about why I love Hillary and the Queen, clones of reptilians.
okay.
Number
Yeah,
one,
I bet everyone in
rep,
Texas is on the edge of their seats. Seriously.
reptile skin makes great boots, and you should see my boot collection. And clones are like, you know what? Let's clone you, but make you not so intelligent, so that all you do is clean my house. So there you go. I love Hillary and I love the Queen.
Well,
I didn't mean that, Your Majesty. I love you so much, and you're human, and I love you.
you don't wanna clone the queen so you can skin her and make boots? That's not what you're saying? That's not the
No.
point of it? Oh, wow, we have gone into some fun stuff, haven't we? So, yeah, like I was saying with the magic thing, right? People get brought in, you can tell a new magician because they're talking about white and black magic. You
Yeah,
can tell an experienced magician because they never say those things. And they
yeah.
don't talk about they don't talk about ascending the 2 pillars. They talk about ascending between the 2 pillars, the straight and narrow way, or winding up the pathway in between. The it's that place of tension. Magic exists in a place of tension between opposing forces, and that is the real sweet spot of where initiation, I think, occurs and transforms you, when you can hold 2
Mhm.
things in that oppositional place and use them to transform your understanding to an even higher form of understanding, which is why Canadians have this higher enlightened form of perspective on America that feeds our superiority complex, because we can see what they can't. We can rise beyond them and physically above them,
That's
and
right.
that's why Jesus Christ granted us with a larger landmass and
It
more
exactly.
everything,
Yeah.
and yeah, and and soon
M
it'll all belong
More
to
snow
China.
brings more wisdom.
Yeah,
More snow
yeah.
brings more wisdom.
Yes, the tagline for this episode will be candles and Canadian superiority.
That's right. That's right.
But it does so yeah, gosh, it does sound like something. Oh my god, I don't even know where to go with this at this point. We've touched on so many things. Druidry, Druidry
Yeah,
magic. What do you want to talk? What are you more interested in talking about? Your life as an Obod Druid. How is the system of Obod? I've brought it up a few times with people. It's interested me here and there. Like I've dabbled in things, but I do my own thing. The Obod system. How good do you think it really is? How much would you recommend that to someone as a system of Druidry versus
okay.
all the other Druid material that's out there now, which I'm sure you're aware of? You and me
Yes,
grew up on Douglas Monroe and like Matthews, and that was it. I think that's all we had.
pretty much. At the time, yeah.
And
Uh,
Excalibur,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
Oh, and
so
just before you could say that I want to say that first book I ever read ever in my life was Time of the Twins,
okay, mine was
and I fell in love with reading and Dragonlance and Raceland and all of that.
okay, okay, I've been drinking a little bit of
That
wine.
yeah. Well, I'm
Um,
I'm on the Moscow
so
Mule.
the first Legends book
That's
is
yeah. The first of the legends that's
is
what I'm
that
talking.
Time of the Twins?
I hope so.
Okay, so my first Dragonlance book was the first book from
The
Legend,
trilogy.
the trilogy. I
Yeah,
didn't, I mean,
before Chronicles. Yes, you started with Legends like me
I
is
started
before
with
Tron
Legends. I
and
mean, I
yeah.
was 12. I
For
was
me, it
at
was
an
because of the
airport.
cover. That great
It was
piece of
because of the
art.
cover.
Yeah,
Yes,
that oh
yeah,
yeah, I saw that cover and
yes.
I think I hit puberty as soon as I saw
Raceland
that
with
cover.
Cristania.
Yeah,
He's holding his staff and he has his hand around Cristania's waist. And it was because of that cover that I
yeah.
bought that. So
I want
I
that on my
read,
wall.
yeah.
And somehow
So I read
my
Legends.
my life in game distribution and design got me to the point where I was at conventions getting to hang out with Margaret Wise and get drunk with Larry Elmore night
Mm,
after night after the amount of
mm,
times me and Larry
mm.
Elmore have gotten drunk over Liar's Dice, and I've been playing him songs on my lute, which I
Oh,
wanted to play since I saw the cover he did of Gold Moon's lute, which
yeah,
he did it more like a Mando, and he had never heard a lute until I played him my lute just in 2007.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Larry
His
Elmore,
gold moon, his gold moon on that one cover is
amazing.
mm, mm.
Yeah,
So
we could.
I credit Dungeons and Dragons for making me a pagan, and I'm going to tell you why. Because when I was in grade school, once a week we had library day where we got to go to the school's library and pick out a book that we got to sign out and read for the week. And I can't remember the name of the book, but I picked a book. It was about a young boy in ancient Egypt and whatever his adventures, blah 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 blah. But I fell in love with ancient Egypt, and my parents really fed that passion, and they started buying me books on ancient Egyptian mythology and this and that and whatever they can get their hands on. I mean, I was 8 years old. They were just buying me all these books on ancient Egypt. So I knew about Egyptian gods, and I was raised Roman Catholic. I remember going to church, but it wasn't a serious thing. You know, my
Yeah.
parents weren't, like
Sunday morning.
really devout and whatnot. I didn't learn this until I was a teenager, but they had agreed that they would raise my brother and I. We were baptized, but they would let us make our own decisions when it came to religion and whatnot. But we were baptized, so they kind of, I guess, that was a little bit of a, I don't know. They just wanted to make sure we would be okay on the next life, just in case.
Tradition.
I guess.
Tradition.
So I knew about uh these Egyptian gods, and I just kind of like, I'm Roman Catholic. I have this one god. Ancient Egyptians had their own gods. They all exist, but they're separate from me because I have this god. And when I was 12, I discovered Dungeons and Dragons because of the Dragonlance books. And I remember reading the books. I remember feeling
So that
jealous that
that was 1989, if my math is correct.
no, oh, okay, so I was 12. So, okay, so I started high school. I was 1992, 1990. Let's say
So
1990-ish,
that's
around.
basically the same year I got put into D&D through my dad. So because I was
Okay,
9 in
okay.
89, 90. So that you and I started playing and reading
Same time.
Dragonlance the exact same year, probably.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, that makes sense. That explains everything.
Yeah. So I remember feeling jealous. And I remember this feeling as if it happened yesterday, being jealous of these characters interacting with their gods in these books.
Mm,
Not only interacting with their god, but with gods. And I remember um I remember this feeling of jealousy, like I only have one god and I don't get to interact with him. But they get to, just like the ancient Egyptians did.
yeah.
So 2 years later, I was 14. I have a really stupid story about one of my cousins, uh, a Ouija board session, swords flying across, like bullshit, bullshit. But it was the trigger, this story, this bullshit Ouija board, swords flying across the room story.
So they made up
Um,
a story about
yeah,
some supernatural event.
but it was a story that took me to Kohl's to discover my first book on Wicca.
Was it Scott Cunningham?
No, it was Robin Skelton, The Practice of Witchcraft.
Oh, yeah, Skeleton. I know that. Yeah, I knew that book.
So
Yeah,
Skelton, he's English,
yeah.
moved to Canada. This was the first book I read on witchcraft, which is like Wiccan witchcraft. But it really resonated with me because it was like, oh, ancient Egyptians had all these gods. My favorite D&D characters had all their gods. I could have gods too, not
Yeah,
just this one god.
yeah,
And so D&D in a way kind of was my introduction to be like, to become pagan.
yeah.
And so buying my books at Kohl's, going to the library, blah 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 blah, witchcraft, Wicca, blah 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 blah, kind of putting things together, eclectic, blah 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 blah. So I joined a gardening coven. Now, like fully lineaged, I'm
Lineaged.
starting to slur.
That's all right. I got your back.
Lineage.
I got your back.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Um, Coven.
Go Canada.
And yay!
Yay!
Um, so I joined this gardening coven, and I started training with them, and it it turned out it really wasn't my thing. I found it was too ceremonial, which is kind of funny under the circumstances, like what happens, with me in the future.
Mm,
I was looking for more like rolling in the dirt kind of paganism.
yeah, yeah.
But also at the same time, like, I had ended up moving to Ottawa. So, me leaving this gardeneering coven, after, like, my first year of training, was fine anyways because I it just didn't f I just didn't connect with it. It just felt too formal and ceremonial. So I moved and whatever. So long story short, I ended up meeting a, priestess, through the Fellowship of Isis.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, who was also so I joined the Fellowship of Isis, and there was a local priestess who I'm now in Toronto. Like I'd moved to Ottawa, then I moved back to Toronto. Like I was Thunder Bay, Toronto, Thunder Bay, Ottawa, Toronto. So I'm now back in Toronto, joined the Fellowship of Isis, and I'm training with a priestess who's also a member of OBOD, who I'd come across their website. I was like, I think this is me, this
Mm,
OBOD thing, but I don't know. And their course is like $400. Oh, I don't know.
yeah, yeah.
So so this uh priestess in the Fellowship of Isis, she was like, "Oh, I'm also a druid in Obod, blah 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 blah." I'm like, "Oh my god!" And they have in Obod you have a seed group or a grove. Now anyone can start a seed group, but to be a grove, you have to have at least two druids.
Yes. Like in a Golden Dawn temple, you need at least two adepts. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's to partly
So
to make sure one doesn't become a, egomaniacal and
yeah, so they had a grove because they had two druids. And so I'm like, oh my god, I've had my eye on Obod, blah blah blah. She's like, oh, you should totally do it. So I paid the $400 or whatever it was and started the course.
yeah.
And so we had two grove members that lived outside of Guelph. They have well, they had originally bought a house on 8 acres. Then they bought the property next to them, which was, 92 acres. So now they have 100 acres.
Wonderful.
And then they decided to sell that second property, but they wanted to split the property 50 acres, 50 acres. They couldn't because their plot of land is designated an area of scientific and natural curiosity or something like that.
Mm,
So they had to split it like 80 acres, 20 acres. But if you look at it on Google Maps, it's all agriculture, it's all farmland except for this 100 acres.
wow.
And there's ponds and this ravine and for
Wow.
it's amazing. It
Heaven.
is amazing.
Yeah.
Your property is amazing. Behind the house, there's a pond to the side of the house, behind the house, and then beyond that pond, we called it the Buddha Bowl, but it's this round, sort of
Yeah.
indentated, and then there's this little like tor that they put up a stone circle,
Wow.
and then forest behind. Oh god, it's so amazing. It is
Yeah.
such an amazing piece of property.
You want
So,
that. I
oh,
mean, I my first Wicca training was formally with Pat Hogan in the reclaiming tradition, but they would meet every week at like a rented gym room or donated gym room from some place in downtown, and I
mm,
would have to come all the way to downtown, Scuzzy East Van, from where I lived by the mountains in like nature, right near like Frater Achad's grave on the North Shore in this small
right.
school thing. So eventually, me and my coven mates, this is like early '90s when I was hardcore Wicca druid. We were just like,
Yeah,
why are we going downtown? Let's just go straight into the bushes and create
yeah.
our fairy spells there. And that was, yeah, down and
It
dirty, like you said, environment.
yeah, no, it was amazing. It was exactly what I needed. Like, it didn't have that ceremonial feel. I mean, it was very, like, nature and just those were the best years of my life.
That's wonderful.
Um, yeah, and, so They have this, you get your weekly lessons,
Yeah.
and about halfway through the bardic grade, so there's the bardic grade, the Ova grade, and the druid grade.
Yep.
Halfway through the bardic grade, there's some like inner work, shadow work that needs to be done. And while I was doing this, I had decided to go back to school. There's this school in Toronto called the Transformational Arts College, and I took a holistic healthcare practitioner certification course. Like there's aromatherapy, there's
Yeah.
herbalism, shiatsu, all sorts of energy work, um, Reiki. It was amazing, and so I'm going through this holistic course, and I'm doing this bardic training and this shadow work and this inner work. And the Grove does my dedication ceremony into the bardic grade. And then I have my Reiki level 1 initiation. And I'm doing the shadow work. And I'll remember this to the day that I die. I remember the day where I was, everything. True initiation, like you can do an initiation ritual, a true initiation ritual. Um, that's just the beginning of your initiation. That's not the end.
Yeah.
Um,
It literally
a
means
really good,
beginning.
what's that?
Initiation literally means beginning.
Yeah. But people see it as an end of, oh, I've done my year in a day. Here's my initiation.
Got my merit
And
badge.
you see some initiations like they're more of like a, yay, look, you're so great. Look what you did. That's not true initiation ritual. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. I
Well,
mean,
we talk about it
if
a lot in the Hermetic world, the difference between external initiation and spiritual
and
initiation,
yeah,
ceremonial initiation, and yeah, you where the two don't always line up. They're always slightly askew with each other,
exactly.
and that's why you have to do both
Yeah.
eventually.
Yeah, exactly. So I had what I know, and anyone can fight me on this. I'll fight them to the death on this. Uh my first true initiation. Yeah. My first true initiation. I literally, and it wasn't so traumatic that I was a mess for weeks or months, but it was like I just shattered into thousands of pieces. And this inner work, shadow work aspect of this bardic grade, I just kept repeating over and over and over for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And I
You invoked
remember that
often.
moment when my personality just shattered, and I can't describe it. I don't think I'll ever be able to put it into words.
Hmm.
I don't think you could. Um But I was pieces on the ground, and for weeks afterwards, I was picking up each piece. I like this piece of me, I'm gonna keep it. I don't like this piece, I'm throwing it away. So, I wasn't a particularly nice person previous to this. I was a snob,
Yep.
um, and on most measures of the Western world, I had a reason to be a snob, like, it was justified,
Yeah.
um, because I was up here and everyone knew I was up here. You know
Yeah.
what I like that whole Western definition of, well, how much money do you make? Who do you know? You know what I mean? So, I'm holding that piece
Plus, you had
that
secret pain to justify the superiority and
yeah,
ascendancy.
that's
Yeah.
not me, it's gone. Um Picking up compassion, picking up, doing for others, but also picking up like, "Oh, you wanna fuck with me? I'll slit your throat." Like, don't fuck with me. Like, "Oh, I like that piece. that piece was in me, but it was a piece I was never able to access. Like, I kinda like that.
Yeah.
I and I kept that piece. I didn't throw that away. And it was like, "Oh, I'm no longer a doormat." And
Yeah.
long story short, the Sean prior to that process and the Sean afterwards are 2 completely different people.
Yeah.
Completely they're unrecognizable. Prior to that moment, I don't mean moment like second, but like that moment in my life, which took a few months. I was a doormat. I didn't stand up for myself. You know what I mean? Um, I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't a particularly nice person. Like volunteer work, I would back then considered a waste of time.
Yep.
I would determine whether I spoke with you based on your income level,
Sure.
based on your education level.
Intelligence, appearance, all those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all of that I threw away. And it was such a profound experience. And this happened, I was literally on Yonge Street in Toronto
Been there.
when it didn't start, but when the shattering um event occurred.
Okay.
And I'm just saying shattering because I remember
It's a great
just
word for it.
yeah, because I just remember these pieces like shards of glass just falling off me into this pile on the dirty sidewalk covered in gum, and me having to pick up these pieces, and I did that for months. And fuck. I would hate myself. Oh my god, I would hate myself if that never happened. Knowing the person I would have developed into, oh my god,
Yeah.
I would have hated myself. That ugh, I reflecting on that moment, it would have happened. There was never anything in my life that would have not let that moment happen. Um, but I would have hated
Yeah.
to live my life being that person, dying, being in the halls of judgment, however you view that, and having to account for myself, knowing what I could have been otherwise,
Yeah.
um, you know, and that happened again in a smaller, less dramatic way when I started doing, my Golden Dawn well, I shouldn't call it Golden Dawn training. Um, uh, the Ciceros, they have
Yeah.
their initiation through the Golden Dawn
Yeah.
book.
Yeah. Yeah.
Working through that, which is why, when I was talking earlier about saying, like, it's kind of funny when I found the Gardnerian Wiccan to be too ceremonial. I'm looking for, like, rolling
So
in the
then you
dirt.
grab Cicero's self-initiation of the Golden Dawn, which is like actually it's more complicated than the actual Golden Dawn system of initiation, if anyone can believe
Mm.
that. That's the
Well,
thing I keep
well,
telling my people who I work with. And like,
we can definitely talk about that, especially for listeners who, because I have good and bad things to say about that book.
yeah, okay.
Um,
I'd love to hear them, man.
oh, can we take a bathroom break?
Let's do it. All right.
Okay.
And
Do you
pausing in. Hit record. Yeah. So the hearing the descriptions of these experiences of initiation, and especially like the idea of multiple initiations and just the transformation of the self across traditions, but also just I think it's really interesting that like you're talking about multiple traditions feeding into
Mhm.
your transformation. I think that's one of the important things for people to realize. Your life is long in some ways, and you're going
Yeah.
to have the chance to go through many different things, from Fellowship of Vices to Order of Bards of Hades and Druids to doing some Golden Dawn stuff, to whatever it is. That's what keep coming back to trying to tell people is like, just remember it's your journey, it's your magic, right? None of these groups can
Yeah.
give it to you and take it away. It's
Yeah.
it's yours at the end of the day. And if there's anything that separates an uninitiated from initiated, it's really this process, it seems, of transformation that is not just one that happens spontaneously as some kind of mitzvah or Christian wonder working, but it's an alchemical process that you could describe it that way. You could describe it kabbalistically, but ultimately it's about learning the stages, whether it's through the 7 GD initiations or any tradition whatsoever, learning the stages that you get to have, that being initiated into that experience, and mastering the components that led you there so that you can put yourself through it again and not just transform yourself once but throughout your lifetime. That seems to be the common thread that is probably the most important one for people to realize, rather than looking for the right system for them, or the best system, or what's going to really get the best holy guardian angel of all the holy guardian angels, or the truest
Yeah.
of the true selves, or the highest of the higher self. It's like, stop thinking like that. Think of making yourself a better person,
Yeah.
and learning a system or a way of working that magic so that you can repeat the process. The operational experimental nature of magic is very valuable here, because we learn how to do it, but then we can keep learning how to do it better.
Exactly. Exactly. And you know, it's a journey. Like it doesn't end. I mean,
No.
I've done my Wicca and my Druidry, and I love practicing my witchcraft. Like
Yeah,
I love my witchcraft. But also I love my, you know, Golden Dawn style ritual magic, and those things
amazing.
are just so different, you know, but you can do both, and you can derive benefit from both at the same time, or in different times of your life. It, it's a journey, like, it doesn't end. You don't get to a point where you're like, "Well, I'm done," you know? Like, that just doesn't really make sense. Like, you know, I spoke about this whole initiation process that I experienced that was so dramatic, that the person I was and the person that I am are 2 completely different people. But I experienced something similar, not as dramatic, but something similar when I started the Cicero's self-initiation into the Golden Dawn, which is a book.
Yes.
Because you know, like I read and I read and I read, and you know, that's how I came across the Order of Bards, Obates, and Druids. Was it was referenced in a book, and the same thing with the Golden Dawn. And as a teenager, I'm like, oh, this Golden Dawn sounds important. Let me buy some books. And you know, like Israel Gardy's The Golden Dawn. You know, I'm 16 years old and I'm like, well, I need to buy this book. Well, it was like it was written in a different language.
Yeah.
What is this? This doesn't make any sense. At 777 and all this. I have an edition from, it's a 1984 edition, the complete Golden Dawn System of Magic from
Yeah.
Israel Regardie.
Yep.
It's this huge,
The big red
huge
doorstop, the red
hard.
brick,
What's that?
the red brick with the yellow dust jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I missed my copy.
Um,
Oh,
yeah, and I'm like, I don't know what language this is. It
yeah.
looks like English, but I don't understand anything. But years later, you know, okay, so the Golden Dawn kind of always intrigued me, but again, like I said, I was looking for rolling in the dirt kind of
Yeah.
paganism, and I found it through Obod. And and eventually this whole Golden Dawn thing was like really pulling at me.
That's
And
fascinating. Really, it
yeah,
is.
so I bought oh god, what's his name? I'm the worst with names. Names, song titles, book titles. Craig.
Yeah.
Donald Craig?
Craig. Yeah. Don
Yeah,
Craig.
his modern magic
Yeah.
book.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of working through that, so then I go back. So I kind of work through that a bit, and I go back to my Golden Dawn books, and it was like, oh, now I now know the language. I
Yeah.
now understand the language. So I ended up getting Cicero's Initiation into the Golden Dawn, and I worked through that, and that takes you through like the outer order, to Portal. And you work through that book, and it's not just like you get to the point where it's like, okay, well, now what? Because you don't buy that book and work through that book without knowing anything about magic. Like that's not your beginner's book. That's not your first book.
No. Well,
So if you have that
but
book,
it's
chances
sold
are,
as if it should be.
yeah, but
That's the
chances
problem.
are, but okay, so if you bought that book without knowing anything, you
You're
probably
fucked.
most likely didn't work through the entire book. You probably
Yeah.
put it aside, bought other books, learned more, you know, finding out info on social media, whatever. So at a certain point, you're going to learn that there's the outer order and the inner order and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So working through that book to Portal, and it's not just like, oh, okay, now what? Because there's an inner order that you have no access to. It was like slamming into a brick wall.
Oh, wow.
Not in a bad way necessarily, because like when I experienced this initiatory process while I was working through the OBOD course and my holistic course at this transformational arts college, when I was talking about like shattering into 1,000 pieces and having to rebuild myself, it was like that, not as dramatic, but I was 34, living in another country, working my dream job, and my dream job disappeared. And because I was on a work visa with my dream job in the United States disappearing, I now no longer have a work visa, which means I have 14 days to leave the country, or else technically I'm an illegal alien. And I have no career, no home, no direction. And I don't want to put people off. I don't want to make it sound like it's a horrible experience, but it was another initiation because I slammed into a brick wall where it's like, what is my life? I have no marketable skills besides this. I have to leave my home. I have 14 days. Not like ICE was going to be banging on my door on day 15, but still, you know what I mean? Like technically after 14 days, I would have been an illegal alien.
Plus,
But
you're also a white Canadian, so they don't really care.
exactly. But it led to this. This is what it led to. Like I slammed head first into this brick wall where my life had no meaning and I had nothing
Yeah.
and life was nothing.
That's the spiritual experience.
Exactly. So it worked. It did what technically the outer order process was supposed to do,
Yep.
because I had to rebuild myself. It was an easier process because I've been through this process before.
Yeah.
But like I said, it led to this. It led to me being like, oh, remember the first career you wanted? Well, now it's time to do it. And you got the money to do it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I didn't have to work a day in my life. 34 years old, and I can like I retire. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh, so it led to Lailokens Awen.
Wow.
Um, so I give the book credit for that. I have some problems with that book. I have some issues with that book. Um, I think it would have been more problematic if I hadn't experienced what I had experienced beforehand.
Yeah.
Because and this is no criticism on the Cicero's part,
Yeah.
but that book gives you the outer order training without the supports.
Yeah.
Um, and that can be really problematic.
Yeah.
I like I said, I was lucky because I've experienced that dark night of the soul previous to this. That that first experience wasn't in a way wasn't as dramatic because like I said, I my entire life collapsed. Career was gone, had to leave the country, felt like I had no direction, my life had no meaning. Um, eh, God, it was something else. It was
Yeah.
something else, and it
You're
would have
meant
been
to feel that. Like even when I was in
no,
Portal,
you're
like
you're meant to
yeah, yeah,
feel
yeah.
that, but the
And
thing
that's
is
the
that
problem when you're in a solo system. I've talked to several people who work different variations of solo systems now and
Mhm,
self-initiatory systems, and I've tried to reach out and help some of them. Some of them are more or less open to it, but they all hit this thing, and it's just so common across the board, especially in the GD because it's so identifiable when you get to that point.
yeah,
Systematically, it's so structured. But in other
yeah,
systems, like there's this stage, it's this spirit stage, and it really it's like you are meant to be sort of cast adrift. Like I went through the outer order
yeah,
grades so quickly, even though we had way more material than Crowley had in his day, for example.
yeah,
Like I was slogging through tons of material, and you still have to have 9 months minimum in Portal. But
yeah,
then they knew that I knew that. They knew that
yeah,
I knew I could breeze through a 9 month period in Portal. So you know what they had to do for me, and I'm sure they were aware of this because I went into Portal Easter vacation of grade 12 and
mm,
flew down to LA, had the whole initiation, had a great experience with Edward. He went through it with me along with his
right,
girlfriend, and we all had this amazing experience together. And after 9 months, but you don't get guaranteed access to the inner order. You don't get guaranteed initiation. It's the one stage in which you're meant to be cast adrift, and they just sort of observe you and see what you do when you don't know what's going to happen with your life. It's like you could just be
yeah,
left there forever. Many are, but they knew that I knew that, so they held me in Portal for a year and a half. To the
mm,
like, I went through many stages thinking, "Oh my God, I'm just not going to get invited into this inner circle,"
yeah,
and that was crucial because there was eventually at some point I did just break apart. I
yeah,
broke apart, and I had to find my holy guardian angel. I had to get that inner order motto direct from God,
yeah,
into my brain, and that caused me to reform myself in a way that I then started acting and behaving as an adept should, just because that's what I had come to and found that this was how I was going to relate to the world from now on. So that inner
yeah,
transformation is essential if people aren't lost and don't hit that wall of which is the veil of spirit, right?
yeah,
You learn how to part it. You learn that grade sign, the portal grade sign, but you have to have that, and then you have to break apart and put yourself back together in a way that is shows that you have created that pure and solid alembic that is then capable of holding that light of the sun. And it's this
yeah,
it's the same in any tradition, I think, on a matrixy spiritual quasi-dimensional level, and it's so essential. It's very hard to
mhm,
convey, but there's systems that do it. I think all of our systems, I think every spiritual system in the world is basically garbage compared to what's actually going on. They're
yeah,
all half measures. They're all preliminary or what's the word? Um,
preparatory?
preparatory. I always forget it when I need to say it, and then the rest of my days I've filled up with me thinking about this word. Um,
Mm,
when something's good enough to get you to where you're going, but it's not the end all be all. I always forget it when I meant to. Damn. Anyway, it's yeah, there heuristics another word for it. It's anyway, it's yeah. I think I have figured out, and I'm working on it. And with the Hermetic Mystery School, the website I'm doing, which is basically a multimedia form of Don Craig's book and
right,
Cicero's self-initiation. But because the Cicero self-initiation thing doesn't make much sense, in my opinion, to an adept who's gone through the Hierophant process as well, which is another initiation. Once you're an
yeah,
adept, the initiations never stop. The cycle of the elements never stops. It's Ouroboros all the way, baby, until the great initiation that we all have, which is death. and that's
Yeah.
the true great
Now
initiation.
the problem that I have with the Cicero's, self-initiation book, I think the self-initiation book is a good idea because,
Mhm.
like, I don't have, you know this, but, not all your listeners will know this. I don't have there's no Golden Dawn temple of any tradition,
No,
order, whatever, here in Thunder Bay.
no,
So if you want that Golden Dawn flavor, you have to do it yourself.
yeah. Well, it's most
The problem
places.
I Yeah, the problem I have with that book is it's almost as if they took the outer order training and added a little bit of direction, but not really. A good example is, so for each grade, like you're working the elements,
Yeah,
and they're like, okay, this planet, this symbol, blah 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 blah, this color. So do these symbols on this card and this color and this background, blah 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 blah. Then meditate on this card. That's all well and good. But they'll say, okay, so for this meditation ritual, they'll they list what you need, and black robe and black and white striped nemes and your red slippers. Okay, well, why a robe? Why does it have to be black? Why a nemes? Why does the nemes have to be black and white? Why do you have to wear red slippers? The LBRP, um that's in there. They don't explain what it's for.
yeah,
There's no, like, explana explanation about the ritual and why you're doing the ritual before they teach you the ritual. I and the thing is that, like, you look at, Regardi's stuff, it's not in there either, there's no explanation.
yeah.
It's like, "Here's the grade material, we're just putting it into a book and publishing it as a book, um, do it." Okay, great. I'll do it, but I'd like to know why.
Yeah.
Now, for me, spending years, a lot of the answers I know. And like I said, I'm sure 99.9% of the people that work through that book, that's not their first or one of their first books. If
Yeah,
it is one of their first books, they're going to end up putting it aside and coming back to it years later.
yeah,
But what if there's someone so determined to work through that book and it's one of their first books on magic? You're not explaining the LBRP why they're doing it,
yeah,
or the hectogram rituals,
yeah.
or I, why is it red slippers? I don't even I've worked
You
through the
still don't know?
entire. No,
Oh, oh,
no,
okay. It
because
it's
I
there's
because I'm not a part of an order,
Yeah, 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 exactly. Well, yeah.
you know?
So it's interesting. Because this is something I'm glad you're willing to talk about this so much because I've been talking about this ever since my Chris Winters interview. And Chris Winters, I am this occult life on Instagram.
Mhm.
Wonderful guy, and he abandoned the self initiation by Cicero's for Boda and found his home in the Boda correspondence course, which is great. I
Yeah,
think that makes sense. But yeah, they don't explain necessarily the initiatory teachings of it. There's a couple symbolisms for the red socks. I mean, there's several symbolisms that make sense. I mean, it reflects the tetrahedrons at the top of the pyramids, which represent the fires of test and trial.
right,
It also can represent the mud, the clay mud on the feet of the candidate when he enters the holy place. There's a series of other symbolisms, some of which are more or less important. But what's interesting to me about what you said about giving all these instructions of getting all these things, doing all these rituals without really initiating the person in the mysteries of them or explaining the mysteries or even showing them a clear path on how to find meanings from them through the work. That's something that I've been exploring, and I think I've had a few breakthroughs on how
mhm,
to do a self-initiatory or a solo initiatory system that makes more sense and is based on more ritual work. What I'm doing, I think, the fruits of my labor aren't going to be really recognized. I think for a few years yet until I've finished this cycle of things I'm doing. But
yeah,
it's amazing the things I am discovering working with some people, and I hope more people explore it. with me. And when it's all done, hopefully there will be a whole multimedia site that people can then do it with so much content, like Don Craig plus the self-initiation books, plus that, plus so many perspectives and varieties and input from other adepts of different orders, that hopefully there'll be a site at least that someone alone in the woods can go to, or some kid like you and I were playing D&D who's like, I really want to learn this and get a lot of full perspective. Like I go into a lot of details on stuff from my years learning it and teaching, and hopefully it'll just grow and become better, not to turn people into Golden Dawn magicians, but to help people find spiritual transformation and have
Yeah,
life and life more abundant. And
yeah. Now, I'm not criticizing the Ciceros with their book because it's
I'm
almost
yeah,
to crit to
you could,
criticize.
but
No, you can, but
yeah,
to criticize that book would almost be like criticizing,
Chick wouldn't mind.
no,
I know because I
but
talked to him about it.
yeah, but to criticize that book would almost be like criticizing computer companies for coming out with a 64K 30 years ago when they should have come out with um oh I don't know. I That's a bad example because I can't even talk about computers
Hey, I
technically.
loved my
That
486
complicated.
and Leisure Suit Larry.
But they put out the first Golden Dawn self-initiatory book to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I believe it was Llewellyn's idea actually that it wasn't something they wanted to write, which I think
That
maybe
doesn't
comes through a bit. That doesn't
Yeah,
surprise
that
you?
does
Yeah,
no. So someone will come along like a Golden Dawn adept and do a better one. You know what I mean? Like it's just like you can't expect a 2021 type computer 30 years ago.
yeah,
You build this seems like a good idea at the time, so we're going to put out this book.
yeah,
And now we can put out a better one, more refined, blah 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 blah.
yeah.
I
There's
will
a
say that the Donald Craig book, the one now it helped me understand the Golden Dawn tradition more so that I was able to work through the
yeah,
self-initiated book.
between the two.
So so that's great. What I found lacking about the Donald Craig book was I found it very cold. It didn't have the warmth of the it didn't have the warmth, I don't wanna say of the Golden Dawn tradition, but and maybe it's because I feel about the Golden Dawn tradition the same way I felt about the Obod about Obod when I first discovered Obod, like, I felt a warmth, like, I knew I was supposed to be a part of Obod.
Mm,
So, working through Donald Craig's book, there was um, a sort of sterility there because it was almost like bare bones ceremonial magic, like, it wasn't tied to anything.
mm,
I flipped through, the Cicero's, self-initiation book, and I feel warmth and a feeling of home and of a belonging. And after working through the book, I still have that inner need, like, I need to belong to a Golden Dawn order. So I know the belonging, the being part of an order is still an important part of my process. The problem is again, there's no temple in my city. So I can do a correspondence course, but how different is this correspondence course to the book? Is there additional I'm sure there is additional benefits. I mean, technically, you can initiate into the inner order if you're doing a correspondence course with an order,
yeah, well,
but
you'd still be flying to temples for initiations and all of
which
that
I
stuff, right?
yeah,
There's no way to get
which
around that.
no, which would be fine.
Yeah,
I mean, it would still be a little lacking because I don't get to go to temple
yeah,
X month. times a month or whatnot. So I don't know. I would be willing to join an order and to start from neophyte.
Yeah, you get through this, you
And,
get through them
and
into
you
the
know, the thing is
classes.
with me, with my personality, if I'm into something, I'm all in.
Yeah,
So you want to give me the neophyte material and you want me to feel excited about learning the Hebrew letters and the zodiac. I'll jump up and down
yeah.
and like, oh my God, these are arcane secrets. Like if like I'm all in.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
See that, but and you know what? Though that's because you have the mind of an adept, and the mind of an adept, as I keep telling people, is not these people, is not one of someone who's holier than thou and knows better and says they can do all the things that no one else can. The mind of the adept is the hierophant's mind, and the lesson of the hierophant is someone who sits there and recognizes that they're initiating not someone into neophyte, they're initiating themselves into neophyte
Yeah.
again. And you
Yeah.
have to, it's the neophyte mind that is the true adept mind. It's the mind
Yeah.
of the child. And even Jesus talked about that because he knew one or two things, right?
Yeah. Anytime I go into something, I go into it as even if it's something that I know, I go into it as a student newbie. I know nothing about this. Teach me what you're what you have to teach me because there's going to be something you can offer me that I don't know.
Yeah.
So like I said, like when I'm into something, I'm all in. I'm gonna be like, yay, Hebrew characters,
Yay.
yay, the zodiac, because I've never heard of the zodiac before. This is amazing. If you want me to have that level of excitement, I'm all in. I'm gonna do it. Um, I want to be part of like an actual Golden Dawn order. Like I know that has to be part of my process.
Oh, wow. So you really do
And
do
and I
want to do that.
say
I wasn't
and
sure if
I
that's what you
say
were saying.
and I say has to be because I know it has to be. Because
Interesting.
after working through modern magic, after working through self-initiation, that feeling of has to belong should be gone if I didn't need that that association and that belonging. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's amazing. Well, I had a beautiful experience, which is one of the reasons I talk the way I do about it, right?
Mm.
It's one of the reasons I have my perspective
Well, and
is
you
so
you
rational.
talk about like the intensity of how much time you spent in temple and whatnot.
Yeah, a lot of
Now,
time.
as an adult, I probably couldn't dedicate that amount of time.
I was in
But
high
again,
school. I had time.
yeah, but I'm all in. Like,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh yeah, 2 hour long, 3 hour long ritual. I'm like, well, but that's normal.
Yeah, no,
That doesn't,
that wasn't long. That's not long. The long was 5
yeah,
to 6 to 12 to 24. And we
yeah.
did that a lot.
Um,
Everyone
s-
does that a lot, I think.
yeah. So I'm all in.
Yeah.
I
Well,
I'm all in.
well, you're
But
going to
the
be
thing,
getting calls from, and you're going to get harassed by all the orders now after this podcast.
yeah,
It's saying that you're basically,
yeah.
when you came on my podcast, you're like, I want to join an order, please. So David Griffin's going to be like,
Oh, oh, Jesus.
so
He is okay. We'll make fun of him in a minute, but here's my thing
we don't have
about
to.
these correspondence courses, and I'm
Yeah,
not
there's a
poop.
couple orders with correspondence courses, the
Yeah,
Fellowship of the
and
Golden Dawn, the Zoom
and
classes.
I don't mean I'm not poo pooing the correspondence courses.
Well, it's the same material. You just don't have the local events, the classes, but you still have to fly for
Exactly.
initiation. It's
And I'll fly to initiation like Cicero's HOGD.
yeah,
I'm saying Cicero's because there's
yeah,
HOGD and there's
yeah.
crazy towns and Cicero's. Like they have a temple in Toronto. They're yeah, I mean they're not open like other orders, but let's. I'll fly to Toronto or I'll fly. I came across. Well, you would know them. I came across their website and I'm trying to think.
In Toronto,
No, in Vancouver,
yeah.
and I think
Well,
they
that's
have a
where
place
I
in
am.
California. Oh, I'm trying to think of the name of it. I came across the website and I was kind of like,
That
oh,
probably
should I
would have been
call
us, right?
us?
That probably would have
I
been
thought you
the
didn't,
temple. Hmm?
I thought you didn't belong to an order anymore.
No, well, no, of course I completed, but I mean, if you're talking about back in the day, Vancouver and LA
No, no,
were
no.
like,
I mean, just recently,
oh yeah,
not too long ago, I came because I was like, I was like, should I look into doing a course with an actual order?
yeah,
And I came across, I'm trying to think of the name. And again, I'm so horrible. People's names, song
that's all right.
names,
So you don't
book
remember,
titles,
so they what
the Golden Dawn, no, Universum,
Golden Dawn
ISIS,
Universum, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's Fellowship of the Golden Dawn, also known as the Order of Golden Dawn Universum. So that's one of the
that,
two main groups. I don't think they have a, maybe they do have an established group in Vancouver to some extent. Though if they like, there's Frater Yeshi who has a BC activity and then international activity. Then there's Fellowship of the Golden Dawn, which is also Order of Golden Dawn Universum. The Fellowship, I think, was the English side, and actually my luggage is still at their Isis Urania temple in London. I had to abandon some of my luggage there, so I'm
good.
friendly with a lot of. Actually, just before our podcast, 5 minutes before, I got a message from a senior adept of one of the largest Golden Dawn orders saying, "Can I call you tonight?" Which is, that's my life. I'm sort of like the idea of a bit of more unity and collaboration between the orders, and I
Yeah,
can sort of do that. They can all talk to me without me having an agenda, really. And
yeah,
one of the reasons I hope that my activity online and helping independent people, maybe at worst, encourages them all to support their members more, because a lot of my friends, a lot of people I know, some even locally I've done work with, didn't get enough support, didn't get the commitments weren't followed through on. And orders, if they want to succeed, they just need to do a little, do more if they can. If they can do Zoom classes,
yeah,
that's great.
exactly.
um
So,
so
I'm
they're
looking at
they're run by the
so I'm
guy who
looking at their
trained me.
website and they do the correspondence. And I'm like, okay, that's great,
Yeah,
but is it, I mean, I would be I think if now I don't want Golden Dawn to be popular.
yeah, none of us do.
Don't get, yeah, because if Golden Dawn is the in thing,
It's not the
then
in
it
thing,
becomes
thank
then
God.
it becomes watered down,
Yeah,
and you know what I mean. So I don't want Golden Dawn to be popular, but if there was an order that they had online classes,
yeah,
not just like videotape a lecture and put it on a website that only students have access to.
which they
I
have, but they also have, yeah, so the one you're talking about does have stuff is building out their video classes on their website. That's the ogdu.org and fellowship. They're
mm,
also doing Zoom class. So they're the only one, as far as I know, and I added this to my hermeticmysteryschool.com website because I recommend
wait, are they doing like Zoom
they
classes,
are
like
doing
live
that group is
classes?
doing live Zoom classes, and I have friends, or I have people I know who I sent like 20 people to join their order last year, but I recommend them people to multiple orders, and I say pick the one that makes the most sense, and I just tell people my honest experience with different order
Yeah,
heads, because I only recommend people I've had good experiences with, or
yeah.
ones I've trained with or worked with. But they are doing Zoom classes, and I believe they're still doing them. I
Okay.
can ask a few people later, but like the student, that's great. I think especially in this new normal, let's hope not,
Yeah.
but we'll see. That
Yeah.
is, you got to be doing that, and I think Golden Dawn orders, whether you think they got lineage or that matters or not, or whatever they're doing, if they're providing the services to do the work better and doing actual Zoom classes, that's going to appeal to people, and that's going to serve people better. So I think they should all be doing Zoom classes. If you're running a magical order or a temple or a system right now and not doing Zoom classes, I don't know what you're expecting,
Yeah.
because this is the new noosphere, cyber magical world, and we better get with the program. Otherwise, we're going to just sort of vanish.
But they're okay. So I found them via a website. S- uh, Pan Sophia? Is that the name of
Pan
it?
Sofers. Yeah, so that's Sam
Pan Sophia.
Robinson. Pan Sofers.
Okay.
Robinson
And
was,
there was a Vancouver, it had like a Vancouver address, and I went to the website. So they're not actually in Vancouver? I know
Fellowship of
there's
the Gold Pansofers did a review of all these Golden Dawn orders, which I found hysterical. And Sam Robinson is an interesting guy. He initiated my mom into Portal with Martin, who runs Zaleski's order in Montreal now, but they had a huge,
right.
famous falling out due to many things I won't mention.
Mm,
And so Sam Robinson has rated Golden Dawn orders. There's the Sidalitas Rosea Crucis, which is a Golden Dawn order based out of Europe, has a good reputation. All the ones I recommend on my website have their strengths and weaknesses for sure. The big strength of Fellowship of the Golden Dawn slash Order of the Golden Dawn Universum, which is run by, which now has got reunited with the Fellowship people in England. So they've got the stuff going in England and then other places around the world. They're big. The real thing that they're doing that's so great right now is doing Zoom classes in addition to all the other material they're doing, and they're
but
run by a guy who I would recommend above all adepts in the world. So that's the other thing. They are
okay,
run
but
by
I
a great guy.
so on Pen Sofer, it's like Vancouver,
Yeah, I
but
don't.
you're saying you're not in Vancouver.
Oh, they might have a group of people in Vancouver right now because I'm not willing to rejoin any inner order that to run
Yeah.
an outer order. They don't tell me everything, and they can't. I was
Okay.
actually invited for a minute to that group's international event in California because I was going to be there, but then I had to get uninvited because they were trying to reconnect with England, and having someone who's literally not a member anymore would be weird, even though I'm in a weird category because I didn't never quit, I never resigned, and I was never expelled. There was a
Yeah.
schism, and I was a part of the fallout, and I
Yeah.
been the
Yeah.
chief adept in Canada, so no one knew what to do with me. That also meant I was no longer under the sword of the vows because of my status within the inner
Yeah.
order. I
Yeah.
sort of became a representative of the tradition, and I've tried to do that to the best of my ability. And we take a vow to keep teaching Golden Dawn system to initiates, and that's
Uh-huh.
what I've kept doing, and I will do that until I create successors or a successor, and then I can die happy.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll contact them and see because if they're doing Zoom classes,
I mean, that's the
because
advantage, and I don't mind talking about it because if that makes other orders who I'm friends with, like the Ciceros or Sidalitas or Yeshi's group, if that encourages, or Nick Farrell's, if that encourages them to do Zoom classes, that's my hope. It's like
yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
saying join this one because they have Zoom classes and the others don't. I'm
yeah,
saying to the other ones, do Zoom classes.
do Zoom
Like,
classes. Yeah,
I who
yeah.
wouldn't love to join Nick Farrell's order and get Zoom classes with Nick
Yeah.
Farrell? That would be not only
I,
wonderful, but like probably hilarious and awesome because he's such a interesting guy.
yeah,
And same with
yeah.
all of those groups.
I
And
do like I do like Nick
I
Farrell.
like Nick. I love
He
Nick.
he's a bit of he's a little
Yeah,
crazy,
he's a
and I
character.
like it. I
Yeah,
like it.
he's
I
a
mean, and that thing, like, I mean, I think COVID aside, and I get how Golden Dawn in particular can stay very quiet and in the shadows. I don't see the value to it though.
some of the groups like there's groups that no one talks about,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
and
yeah,
they're really good groups, and they really don't need more members. Even Frater Yeshi's group, Thubin Temple, and they have members like Darcy Kuntz and uh, uh, Chris Zaleski in
mm,
their stratosphere. And they do think they're not they're more worried about good temples and good orders are more worried about serving their members than attracting new blood.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
none of the good groups run ads, for example.
No, no, that's yeah.
That's only if a Golden
I
Dawn
mean,
group is running a paid ad, that is your sign to not go with them.
let's talk about some Golden Dawn paid ads because
Yeah,
that's fun.
so I have a great segue into that. I once in a while I dabble in truly dark magic, known as commenting on a Facebook group.
Yeah.
Those darkest of dark arts, and
Mhm.
someone said what's the difference on this Golden Dawn forum? They said what's the difference between Golden Dawn and Thelema, and someone responded, uh, Thelema is exactly as the same as the Golden Dawn, except more transcendental and superior, basically. And I was like,
Yeah.
and I
Uh,
quickly wrote, how about religion based on a incomplete understanding of the system by Crowley, who didn't finish his training, that went religious and tried to figure things out that he never learned. He couldn't figure out Enochian, for example, because he never went into the inner order and got trained in it. I mean,
yeah.
he sort of got sceptered into 5-6 by Mathers in Paris, probably while they were
Yeah.
drunk. Who
Yeah.
knows? I mean, whatever.
And sleeping
Um,
together.
Like, am I crazy to say that Mathers was gay?
Okay, Mathers was gay.
He was totally gay,
Now,
and
there's
they were probably
nothing
both gay. Oh my god.
okay, there's nothing in Mathers' bio to say that he was gay,
Nothing. That's the problem. That's the biggest
except
indicator.
except
Sexless marriage?
well, but the thing is that there's nothing in his bio about him having a sexless marriage, really.
Yeah,
But,
that's true. That was always Zink's
but,
point.
yeah. Um, no, I'm sorry. Drag is not just about dresses and makeup and wigs. It's about dressing up as a Highland lord and walking around Paris
Biking
as a
around
Highland
Paris in a
lord.
kilt,
Yeah,
even
with
better.
a with a drag name. I mean,
Now,
bitch was
so
homo.
you're saying he wasn't just gay, he was proto drag.
Bitch was homo. I
Yeah.
mean, like
Oh, I think I was.
straight guys like no, you don't do that. Like it just no, you don't run around like that's the Edwardian version of I want to wear a dress out in public without getting arrested. Oh, I'm in a kilt. I'm gonna have a drag name, and my wife, who I mean, she was too bohemian to be straight.
Yeah,
She was too bohemian to be straight.
they were both, as we would say in Vancouver, queer, which just means not completely straight.
Yeah,
I don't I know the word queer's become other things in other parts of the world, but
yeah,
sorry, folks, in Canada, queer is still the main word we use. Like even my friends, I'm a theater kid, right? Even
yeah,
my friends here, none of them would describe me as like straight. Like they'd be like, if you're a theater person, you kissed guys, made out with guys, like you're queer but not gay. Maybe they'll say that,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
This is a little glimpse into our culture, people. Thanks for
yeah,
listening. We're a little more chill than maybe even you all expect
yeah, yeah. So no, yeah, no, you don't do that in like
in that
that
time.
was no, that was his way of wearing a dress out
Yeah,
in public without getting arrested.
and
So
having the marriage and the beard and all of that sort of
yeah,
situation. And if
yeah.
Moina was also queer, it would have made perfect sense for them to team up and be safe against from the law.
I just think she was too bohemian.
Yeah,
She was too bohemian to be a straight woman. And she was all about business. Like you can criticize her for selling titles, and quite rightly, especially to Americans, and quite rightly you can criticize her for selling GD titles, but she was business. Like after Samuel died, she was all about business,
oh really?
and she was bohemian, and I'm so no, she was just too strong of a woman to be straight. I don't buy it. I
Yeah,
don't buy it.
I really want to have this conversation eventually when I talk to my dear friend Mary Greer on the
Mm,
podcast, because she and I had a great time hanging out. She came to my lecture at PantheaCon. It was it was a huge turnout. It was packed.
okay.
I didn't realize,
So
and that was I said Mathers was gay into a microphone full of like
yeah,
every kind of magician from across states you can imagine. I think that was the first time someone ever said that publicly.
yeah,
And then I
yeah,
explained it, and people are just in shock, but also, applauding. And Mary Greer was there. So I think there is something to it, though I hadn't thought through it that much at that point. And since then, this was last February, I've thought
yeah.
through it a lot more. And it just seems to be like it makes a lot of sense.
It
Does it
no,
matter?
it makes
No.
total sense. The only thing I don't like about you is that you know everybody. Like everyone that I want to know and meet, you're like, "Oh, yeah, well, no, the Ciceros, yeah, no, they used to be my
Please don't
maid
a
and
strip
cook.
club.
Mary Greer, yeah, no, that was my ragbone woman. Like,
Oh,
you know
nonsense. I've just
everybody,
met
and
people.
you're so amazing, and your
Oh,
life is so amazing, and I think most of us, because your journey, as twisted has it as it's been throughout your life, which is great, your life, like, I think so many of your viewers and listeners, envy you your path, um, because you've been able to experience so much, meet so many people and whatnot. And but you're also so intelligent and academic that um I was a little nervous doing your podcast because since the pandemic, I've only done one workshop online, of course. And now this, and I feel I was like, because I'm such a again, drag queen. I love public speaking. The more people in the audience, the better.
Yeah.
Because the more people in the
Oh, yeah.
audience means the less people on stage type thing.
Oh, yeah.
Uh, I love public speaking. I love being the center of attention. Um, but I was a little like, oh, because you're so intelligent and you're so experienced. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I should do this. I don't know if I should do
Well,
this
I'm glad you
podcast.
did. I'm glad you did. Thank you for
No,
doing
I'm totally glad I
it. Yeah.
did.
I try to
But
be chill, like, I like you said it, you mentioned, it's interesting. When I was younger, I very much, especially in high school when I was sort of an outcast goth kid, but I developed my mind. I definitely like used it as a weapon against other kids. I could definitely be
you
pompous and
have to.
petty and all those things. I did what I could with what I had and all these things.
Yeah.
And thank God for the spiritual path that transforms us and purifies out the dross of our being.
Yeah.
And makes us realize what the greater mysteries are, which is like, like learning to love God and love each other. And of course also just yeah, the journey, the spiritual journey, whether it's Golden Dawn or Maharishi or Waldorf or seminary, just
Mm.
it all reinforced because I think I had the right approach to it, which is a magical approach. And it's
Yeah.
approach where it's like it's always ultimately looking back on myself and being self-critical. Like I'm still self-critical. Like I can't listen to episodes of my own podcast because I can't stand
Yeah. Yeah.
hearing any of it. But I think that's also if I presented it in a way, if I dealt with things on this podcast in a way that I would want to listen back to it, then I think it wouldn't be as good
Yeah.
because it would be more of a show. And sure, this is a persona of me. This is not the whole me. This is various masks of me, not the whole
Yeah.
me. And I try and be actually as ridiculous and goofy as I can. If you all haven't noticed, like
Well,
I
here's
got
the thing. I'm going to interrupt you for a second because I've been listening to your podcast since you first started it.
amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, and um, you haven't grown as a person because of the podcast, but you've grown into your podcast persona where you're like, oh no, I, I I'm good. I'm just going to be me. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. It's
And
it's forced me to do that. Be more accepting of myself. Yeah.
well, you have to if you're gonna do as many podcast episodes, you're gonna end up just becoming you.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But to
Its own
see
initiation.
yeah, but to see that process, and it also coincides with the quality of your guests.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
The more comfortable you are and the more you're just presenting yourself as you in your podcast, the better your guests have become. Your podcast is so good, you don't
What?
understand.
I don't. I
And
really.
you know what
I can't
sucks?
think of. I can't.
Yeah, and but you know what sucks about that is you put out such a quality product that you will never be able to appreciate because it's yours. Because you can never look at it from the outside as much as we can.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
And
know
I'm.
what I mean?
Yeah. I'm
And
also. If I was just a little less authentic, I would probably be able to digest it and enjoy it myself.
mhm,
If I gave a little less of me,
yeah,
like I would at an academic talk or in a classroom or at a concert, like people
yeah,
who come see me perform Celtic ballads and Celtic music, they think they're meeting me. Oh, you're not meeting me. If I'm on
yeah,
stage or anywhere near a stage, you are meeting like no one in my whole musical life knows anything about the magic stuff. They don't know about this or Frat or
yeah,
RC. Like one or
yeah,
two of them does, but they don't. Like they would probably have their brain would malfunction if they knew that they think all that is what all I am is music, but they don't see that it's just the tip of this
Hi,
iceberg.
drag queen.
Yeah, drag
Hello.
queen. Hello.
You
You
you think
understand. That's why I can say
yeah,
this to you, brother.
do you think my fans that follow my drag persona would be listen to this and see
I wanna
any
come to a
connection?
show. I wanna
Know what I
come
mean?
to a show.
Like,
Yeah, no, of course not.
it's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's
And I started doing drag when I was a teenager. And I did it for years and I stopped because life. Like I was never like, I'm gonna be a drag queen for a living. It was just fun as a young homo.
how about now? We back?
Yep.
Are we back? We're back.
Yep.
You went for a second. I came back and the Zoom screen was gone. It looked like it had crashed, and if it had fully crashed and not saved, I would have been heartbroken because this has been amazing so far. I'm having such a great time
Oh, good.
hanging out
Yeah.
and talking
Yeah.
with you. We don't get to go out much anymore, so that's another reason my podcasts have gotten increasingly, occasionally, I interviewed Rufus Opus at 3 a.m. while I
Yeah.
was blacked out because I just finished the 3-hour interview with Jeff Contreras in Austin, which he's like, Trump supporter, QAnon guy, but also a wonderful human being and had a top guy in a GD order. Um, lost third, I lost a third of my viewership after that interview.
Really?
QAnon with my buddy Jeff Contreras, who's an amazing guy. Like but I've said this from the beginning. I warned people actually for a few weeks in advance. I was going to be talking to some right wing people and radical
Yeah.
left wing people, and I've always said that because I think you got to say that from the outset. Like, look, like if there's someone in the occult community that's like gets fucked and wants to come and tell their story, this is the place to do it. There has to be a place to tell those stories, that talk about any idea at all, reptilians, clones, aliens, DMT, or
But
even
I listened to that episode.
no, he's not. Yeah, exactly. It's
He
on
wasn't
principle.
crazy
It
town.
shows some people will just leave on principle. They're like, oh, he
Yeah.
supports Trump, he's QAnon, I'm gone. And I was like, that's fine, because it's like another thing with the profanity, right? If you can't, if listeners can't handle profanity, they probably can't handle much else that you're probably going
Yeah.
to say.
Yeah.
Um, so it makes my podcast not so academic, but I'm glad you like it so much. Like, honestly, I was shocked when you said that this is the podcast you listen to the most. I was
Oh,
just
I'll
stunned.
go. So
Stunned.
what I'll do, like say okay, so when I make my products, I do it well. Neo-pagans will recognize this when I say like in circle. But
Yeah.
so basically what I'll do my LBRP, um uh my banishing hexagrams, and depending on the day, um I'll okay, so let's say I'm doing my love candles. Okay, so that's Venus. So that's Friday. So, a lot of people be like, okay, well, love is emotions and that's water, but Venus is earth. Friday, Venus, earth. So I'm gonna invoke earth. I'm gonna make my love beeswax candles. I'm gonna do my, you know, um Venus hexagrams, blah 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 blah. So, it's a whole ritual process. Like when I mean, I spend all day doing magic, making magic. Like I'm in circle or I'm in temple, however you want to define it. I'm in that ritual space making magic. And I'm just produce, 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 produce. But when I'm, putting the labels on things, that's not magic. That's just putting labels on things. But I still want to feel a little magical. So that's when I'm listening to my podcasts. And that's where your podcasts are great because each individual episode is so long that I can just put it on and listen and label stuff. You know what I mean? But the thing is that lately, like I said, the quality of your guests are just getting better and better and better and better. That you just have to stop and just listen and focus and
Wow.
um your um your episode with I'm just gonna say Ashy
Ashy
Chassis
Chassis.
because it's
Ashen
Ashen
Shasan. Ashen
yeah,
Hassan.
I'm just gonna say Ashy Chassis.
If it becomes a
That
thing,
was yeah, that was incredible.
I'm sorry, Brian, if I started something that gets out of beyond our control.
Yeah,
I love you, Brian.
um, I he could have laughed a little bit more, like, take yourself
Well,
a
I think he
little
was
left
in
here,
shock,
but,
you
he no,
know.
he was great. He's
He was
amazing.
awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'd
Oh,
love to meet him.
I think he's
What's
way
his
cooler than John D. I'd rather hang out with Ashen Shasan than John D or
Oh my
Matthew.
god, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Like
his name?
Yates would be fun. I would hang out with Yates and
Yeah,
Ashen Shasan at the same time, and maybe there's Scryer too. That would be a party. That'd be a good
uh,
pint of Guinness.
Ashy Chassis, BT,
Edward, yeah. Shout out to Esoteric Nerd
Edward, that's
podcast.
it, that's Edward, I
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
forgetting his name, Edward. Mage Tower,
He's great. I'm so glad he reached out to me. He heard me say the
oh,
word
I'm
simony.
so
Yeah,
glad.
he heard
I'm
me
so
say
glad you
simony
did
with
that.
David
It was
Heimsmith, and he's like, "Yo, bro, we got to
yeah,
talk." And I was like,
yeah,
I think he wasn't sure what I'd say, but I was like, "Yeah, like
yeah.
obviously I want to talk to you because I don't really."
That was so great. I
Yeah, he
really
knows a lot of cool shit and does a really
yeah,
amazing work.
no, those 3, oh god, Edward, uh,
Edward, hey
get
Edward.
Esoteric Nerd,
Yeah,
make that happen again.
yeah, Fred BT.
Um,
I've
although
got outstanding messages to answer from him, so
yeah,
I'll tell him.
although
He's
I
just
mean,
happy. He's living. He's married, and
no, I know, and I'm everything he says is great,
he's the
and
reason I started this podcast. Eh? He asked me to come into he like asked to pass me the baton in the occult world and
yeah,
force me out of hiding. This is all
yeah,
his fault, and I told him this, Edward. This is all your fault, man.
yeah, and I'm
But it's
glad
a
that happened.
responsibility. We took vows on this shit.
Yeah, and
It's funny to some people, but it's
Edward
not funny if you've taken them. You know what I mean? Like when you, I'm
yeah,
sure you have that your own relationship with your vows. That's the powerful thing about vows. It's not on anybody but you, and only you know what your relationship is to them and your own higher
and
self.
that's the thing about, initiations and dedications and whatnot. You you read books, like the, 80s, 90s Wicca is whatever you want it to be, 101 books. You come across blogs and these initiations, um, like I said, like they're like, rah rah, look at you, congratulations, look what you did. Um, I don't want to poo-poo anyone's process, but vows are a big deal, and you don't realize it until you're in a real initiatory process where and I don't th- I you're going to be taking a vow, and I don't think you realize how serious that vow is until you're really speaking those words and you're like, "Oh, this is the shit. This is the real deal."
Yeah.
Like vows mean something. I don't like to lie. Um I don't even like to um skirt around the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've been
So
accused of being. I could. I probably could have been less blunt at certain points in my life. Less
but
honest. You know,
but
would have
but to
helped.
what end? But to what end? You know that friend's like, does this outfit make me look fat? No, it's your body that makes you look fat. It's not the clothes. Um,
Classic. I'm glad you
not
went there.
but but that's the truth. And I'm not fat shaming, because this whole like ideal body image is bullshit. But no, it's if you're a size 14, it's not the clothes that are making you look like a size 14. It's your size 14 body that's making you look like a size 14. So if you're asking me a question, I'm going to answer it truthfully. Um uh, so
Oh,
don't
you're
ask me.
awesome. That's awesome.
But don't, if you don't want the truth, then don't ask me, because I'm not going to lie and I'm not going to disseminate.
Yeah.
I mean, uh, I think
So so
disseminating is worse than lying.
so if David Griffin came to you and said, "Do I look like a twat in this Nazi uniform with my Thule Society armband? Do I look like a cunt? Do
If
I, David Lift Griffin, look like a cunt?"
if David Griffin came to me in a $5,000 tuxedo and asked me if he looked like a cunt, I'd be like, yes,
Ah,
because I know you and you're a cunt
yes.
in the British sense of the word.
So back to my segue quickly. The guy who said Delima is a transcendental form of Golden Dawn, blah, blah. It's like just wrong on so many technical levels. I don't know why we talk to these people. Aaron Leach doesn't even go on Facebook anymore, so he says, but whatever. I wrote someone else, then I noticed because I wrote that in a heat. Like, come on, like just be at least technically accurate. That's all I'm asking. Just be
Yeah,
technically accurate. Like otherwise we don't have dialogue. Um, and I noticed that someone else had already said basically the same thing longer and even more well thought out, and it's great. But then someone wrote to me, and I went on and just saw this just before today, and they were like, the problem with the GD is that it's all fundamentalist Christians, and the entire point of it is to make you become like some Church of Jesus sort of thing. And I was like, okay. I said, and I did reply, that's not accurate. And that
yeah,
was it. That's all I wrote, just so that the voice is out there, so people who might read it might not just believe it on face value, because it's not accurate.
yeah,
Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about Osiris, and we wouldn't be talking about being druids, you know, in the Golden Dawn stream of spiritual practice, which we are. I mean, that's if you do the rituals that I do, where it doesn't matter what your religious tradition are. These are, it's like we both went to Hogwarts a bit or studied the curriculum. That's really how I like to think of it these days. It's convenient. It's a
yeah,
convenient way to think of it, because that is the best school we've sort of had in this main tradition. There's some other offshoots, the Lima, Martinism, and a bunch of other, forms of lodge stuff, but very few magical practical groups. And it's the only one that's like non-religious entirely, and it's just like, here's a realistic curriculum of over 7 initiations traditionally. Learn it, and then let's go from there in whatever form we want or whatever sphere group we want. Like, and so I encourage people to get that under their belt. Don't suck up any of David Griffin's Christian spunk in the
oh,
process,
he,
but
you
that's on
know,
you. If you're the kind of idiot to get sucked in, sometimes I think you deserve it. But
well, but
then I
that's
think
the
be
thing, like,
nice, be nice.
if you're listening to David Griffin and you're like, that's what I want, then that's what you deserve.
And I've met those people. Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So you remember
but
his
the
lawyer, Jorge Hevia, who died a while back?
did he die in a car crash caused by
Cancer. He was a
Satan?
he was
Oh,
a chimney. He was a chimney.
caused by
Yeah.
Satan?
He was a student of mine when he was like Zelator Theoricus in like the 90s. in- so like he was stealing documents from like my friends, sending
Yeah.
Photoshop pictures of my friends' heads on porn bodies, faxing them to their bosses at work.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
and they're
Yeah,
they're
no,
ill.
David Griffin, well, David Griffin needs to die. But he's not Golden Dawn. Like, there's nothing about
He
him
started a
that's like,
church, a Golden Dawn church. In case the world isn't fully aware of this, David Griffin has started his own Golden Dawn church, as well as bought the trademark for the name in Canada and in other parts of
yeah,
the world.
yeah. Well, but Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn trademark. But he doesn't own the Golden Dawn. He's not the Golden
No,
Dawn. Um, uh, anyone that doesn't know East versus West,
That was awesome. Wasn't that awesome? Well,
I
I heard his rationale that the temple was actually
it's
pointing the other way. It's like, no, sorry. Even if your banner of the east isn't technically in the east, you're declaring it east within that
yeah,
astral space. You don't then
but
reverse rituals.
yeah, I know.
But he's part
I
of this whole Widershin's current. He's warping the rituals in ways designed to like probably talk to the Vril.
well, see,
That
yeah,
because that's what
you
he's
see,
actually believes in is like Thule society, Vril, alien contact,
yeah.
white supremacy. That is his actual belief.
Well, see, that's the problem. We like to make fun of him
Plus
because
money.
he's an idiot, but you, I mean,
Yeah.
you're,
He'd be
I mean,
scarier if he was smart. Oh my god. He would be terrifying.
oh,
If he
yeah, no, if he was intelligent, we would be in trouble. We would be in trouble. But here's my thing: is he connected with the Golden Dawn current?
what I think from the KKK masks they all wear in their temple, it's clear that he's doing something else and certainly
No,
not
he's
part
doing
of
something else, but
yeah.
at a certain point in the past, and like at what point at what point does he get cut off from that? You know what I mean? Like, does he still have access to it? Is he warping it eh, to the detriment of the rest of us? That's my because I mean it's so
I,
fun to make fun of him.
yeah, it is. It is fun. Like
And I mean
the memes people
we could
send me are great. Please send more.
we could spend 4 hours making fun of him, but is his I I
He's the
don't
one we
know, is
he's called Gargamel people, by the way, in a
Gargamel.
lot of
Yeah,
podcasts. He's called
um,
Gargamel.
yeah, but is he tainting the current? Or has he been cut off at this point? Like,
Yeah,
is
I
he
don't
so
know if I know people who have I know of course I have friends who worked closely with him for a time, like Eric, as he said it
Mhm.
on Esoteric Nerd. He went from the order I was trained in to David Griffin's and rose up all the way to Cancellarius before he realized how shady shenanigans were there.
How do you go from Zinc to
Yeah,
Griffin?
yeah. Okay, wait, it gets better. And then he said, and then and he's also like super worshipful master mason of all these different orders and other things. Like he's an amazing, amazing guy and really nice guy.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome dude. And I've known him forever. And he then went to Cicero's order and is like, you know, an adept in Cicero's order now. And Aaron Leach, he told me that Aaron Leach talked to him one day and said, wait, so you went through Zink's order, then went through Griffin, and now and after surviving all that, now you're an adept and went through all the grades again in Cicero with us. And Eric's like, yeah, yeah, man. And he's like, and Aaron Leach was like, I don't know, dude, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you? How on earth is that possible? Like, hey, do you really like? I don't know. You have to listen to Esoteric Nerd podcast or wherever it was that Eric V. Cisco said this. It's hilarious. But he loves the gold. That's a guy. Eric V. Cisco is a guy in touch with the Golden Dawn current, clearly, because he rolled it all through the outer order 3 times in 3 of the major orders. That's someone in touch with the current, and that's the kind of adept you can trust.
Yeah.
That's the kind of person you want
Yeah,
in
yeah,
your
yeah.
life.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful soul.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's easy to mock
Um,
someone who goes through all those
I don't
experiences or be amazed or shocked, but also it's like, did you
I
not
mean,
get
you
the
want
note
you
on
wanna
perseverance?
how 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 do you go how do you deal with Zinc, then Griffin, but and then go to the Ciceros? But if you dealt with Zinc and Griffin and you still have your sanity, then you're probably someone worth listening to.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But
So, and he went through his
here,
five,
okay,
six
so
with
here's
Griffin in Paris, of all places. They have a vault in Paris.
oh,
And it's these older Golden
ugh,
Dawn. So Griffin actually does know some old school people in Paris that might have
yeah,
grown out in the 60s or 70s or be connected to Mather's Alpha and Omega there. That is a fact that
yeah,
is
yeah,
actually true. But it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
necessarily true. Well, except it is. There is the vault in Paris. Eric went through his five,
Well,
six.
I mean, you know what? I'll give Griffin credit, like, to have those connections. That's great. Good for you. That doesn't give you any validity. Like, that doesn't like, the bullshit that you pull and your
Dude,
Nazi
he loves
truly,
Hitler.
like,
He really loves
you
Hitler.
know, I mean, eh, you're irrelevant. Well, that's the problem, you're not irrelevant until you're dead.
Well, that's the scary thing.
Um,
Like he broke up a neophyte initiation at our temple, like breaking through the front door.
yeah.
Like, and
Now see, I
our
remember
soror could have
when
impaled
you
him,
were
man.
talking about that. Yeah, and I had just assumed because you were living when I first discovered you, you were living in, ISIS Oasis.
Okay.
So I just assumed occurred when you were in the
No,
US.
that
So
happened
I'm
in
like,
Vancouver
well,
20 years ago.
yeah, but so I assumed you were in the US when this happened. So I'm like, well, why did the bitch just stab him? Because
Exactly.
that's what Americans do.
You
I mean,
know,
if you're white, you get to kill people and
can you
not go to
imagine
jail.
like yeah,
And
in America the breaking through the door and push would and assault would justify an attack. But in Canada, you got
yeah,
a dead guy
exactly.
in street clothes and then a bunch of people in nemesis with swords and insignias, including a Filfo cross. Oh baby, that would have not been fun.
Yeah.
But also,
Oh
he
yeah,
didn't deserve to
exactly. With the
die.
filthy
Yeah,
cross.
he didn't deserve.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which is
yeah, yeah,
ironic
yeah.
since he's the one who would just turn it the other way and on its side. But yeah, but you couldn't get away
Yeah.
with that. And also, he
Yeah.
didn't deserve to die. The dude just.
Uh, yeah.
I just hope
I
he's
mean,
not doing too much damage that we
I'm
hear
not
about.
saying
I
like
hope
he
there's
should
not
have
like.
been
I just hope
I'm
there's
not
not
saying he
multiple
should have been
tell-all
run.
books from his members 10, 20 years from now about like horrific abuses. That's why I'm
Yeah,
hoping. I'm
yeah,
hoping
yeah,
not just like like a trail of tears that is coming from
yeah,
his
yeah,
influence. I hope
yeah,
not.
yeah.
Like,
But
I don't.
okay, so the thing is that again for some listeners, we talk about the Golden Dawn current and that's a little amorphous when you don't really explain what the Golden Dawn current is. And for me, like I said, like working through modern magic and then self-initiation, blah, 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 and still feeling the need, like I know I need to join a Golden Dawn order. I know that needs to be part of my process. Um, the Golden Dawn current, like that's an actual thing. It's a big deal. And it shapes like that it shapes orders and the process and the training and it's because the 80s and the 90s did us a favor in a way with like paganism. Wicca's whatever you want it to be, like just do your thing.
I loved it.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. That it benefited us from, numbers in
Yeah.
a number of sense.
Plus
Um,
that kind of magic, like if people think like Golden Dawn magicians are just doing like LBRPs and then there's Wiccans who do whatever they want. If you think that cut and dry, you're very wrong.
yeah,
It's like Aaron Leach says, shamanic, but also just like we don't like ignore stuff. I do tons of chaos magic, Wicca, Druidry. Like again, it's your magic. You're a full human being. Bring in
yeah,
whatever things that sort of speak to you. I think that's something people need to remember. They're just learning different sort of systems of martial arts, but ultimately they're all still fighting on their own 2 feet,
yeah,
however they feel is best. If
yeah,
you look at it as a spiritual
but the
warfare
Golden
of a
Dawn
Ashesis.
current but the Golden Dawn current is a thing, and it's a
Yes.
powerful thing, and it means something, and I don't think people adepts that are visible and public, like you, for example, talk about what that means, like that Golden Dawn current, and why that's a thing, and why that's important for Golden Dawn members, and because that's part, like
Yeah.
you do this, like if you do Donald Craig's Modern Magic, you don't tap into the Golden Dawn current. If you do, now Jason Newcomb.
Yeah. Yeah, we're friends.
I did his 60-day adepthood. Um, now I'll preface this by saying if you are into ceremonial magic or you think you're into ceremonial magic and you want to that he doesn't say like, okay, in 60 days you're going to be an adept. It's and I
No.
don't know if he still does this
Yes,
course,
he actually
but
told me to check it out, so I could recommend it. Because if I've done a
oh,
course, then I'll recommend it. I don't recommend things all
okay.
the time.
So
Yeah.
I did
I
his
do what I have
6
time for.
yeah, I did his 60-day adept course and he's like, You're not going to be an adept in 60 days, but it's 60 days of lessons, of video lessons."
Yeah.
And, so, I mean, it was like $50. I'm like, "Well, I'm just gonna check it out, see what
Yeah.
it's like." If anyone can self-initiate, it's through his course.
I had a
It
feeling that that might be the case.
it's if okay, anyone that's listening to me that's into ceremonial magic, thinks they're into ceremonial magic, curious about ceremonial magic, um I don't know Jason Newcomb personally beyond, um, the interaction with this course.
He puts a lot of work into those courses.
Oh, he puts a lot of work into those
Yeah.
courses. I took
He's
his Goetia.
I love that he's
I
such a
think
playful, silly guy because it's a
but
nice contrast to how he could be if he was that
he
intense in everyday interactions. I think some of
he
us have to
I
balance our intenseness.
yeah, I think someone like him, it's almost like he probably was at a crossroads where he can be silly and fun,
Oh, he's a
but
musician too, right?
effective
Yeah.
and completely egotistical. I'm a guru god. You know what I mean? Anyways, anyone that's into ceremonial magic, thinks they're into ceremonial magic, um,
Do
take
the 60-day
look into
adepthood
that course.
challenge.
Oh my god, incredible, incredible. Now, the thing is that I wanted to feel like I was part of the whole Golden Dawn system. So, Craig's modern magic felt a little cold and, uh, devoid of I
It
don't know
wasn't
how to
yeah, it
word
wasn't very
it
gee,
it was missing something, to me, it was missing something because
it could
I
have been
think
it needed a little Scott Cunningham here and there.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think because it was meant to be generic, a lot of the whole spiritual aspect was taken out of it.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, if I'm explaining it
So,
right.
yeah, so what would have helped me is if he had been able to quickly as I could explain to you the theological and historical and cultural movement that went from earliest human writing to why a Wiccan druid like me should be vibrating archangel names, that would have been nice. You could have done that in a
Yeah,
few paragraphs, but he did not have that aptitude. Had he had that aptitude and flushed it out like that, yeah, I think again the academics hadn't come along yet and started influencing magicians
yeah,
to study it in a scholastic scholarly manner. And
yeah,
I think if he had gotten to live through the influence of what's happened the last 20 years, yeah.
yeah,
Anyway, I just
yeah,
ran off. When you went outside for your when we had our pee break and you had a smoke, I smoked half a joint.
yeah, yeah.
So I'm stoned now.
Um, well, I kinda I was like, at some point, you gotta smoke up.
With you after how much fun we're having, how could I not?
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
like the most human contact I've had in
yeah,
ages.
yeah. So, modern magic, I f I felt a little devoid of, of a
The
spiritual
juice.
component.
Yeah.
Then I tried the, self-initiation, and it's lacking in direction. Um, so then, um so then you go to Jason Newcomb's, 60-day adepthood or adapt 60-day adept, whatever it's called.
Mhm.
And it's like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, this is good." So,
So he flushes a lot out.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, for anyone that, wants ceremonial magic without the the whole GD temple order aspect, but want something really complete, really easy to understand. Um, because I don't think even someone that is as serious like that takes magic really seriously, I don't think can go through the Cicero self-initiation book and get to Portal and experience that initiation. I don't think, and I'm not saying that to make myself feel better because I went through that process and slammed into that brick wall and ended up no job, no work visa, no direction in my life, shattered, pick up the pieces, figure I'm not like, oh,
So
because I'm better than everyone else, because I experienced the drama. I don't I just don't think enough people would I would rather more people experience the, trauma that I did than not. And if you're gonna experience trauma at that initiatory level, do it through Jason's course
yeah,
than the book.
yeah. Well, good shout out for that. It's you did it, so you can recommend it, and I'll post
Oh
a
my
link
god,
below.
no, Jason Newcomb, if you're listening, like, kudos to you because it was incredible. The thing for me personally that was lacking was the GD connection. Like, I'm
You want
still
That's why you're
I
still hungry for Golden Dawn.
I
It's funny how
I
that
want
works.
I
It's a
want that
current.
or
It is a current.
I want that
Um,
order, I want that connection, I
yeah,
want that fellowship. And after working through modern magic, self-initiation, and Jason Newcomb's 60-day adepthood, to still want that GD experience, I know I have to experience it somehow. And like I
yeah.
was saying to you, like I would consider joining an order and doing this correspondence course if they had Zoom classes and you're like, "Oh, yeah,
One of them
blah,
was,
blah,
yeah,
blah,
yeah.
Zoom
Fellowship of the
classes."
Golden Dawn, Order of Golden Dawn
Yeah,
Universum
so
Zoom
now I'm gonna look
classes,
into that,
and I
and
hope
I'm
the
gonna
others start Zoom classes as well. More the
yeah,
better. Like serve your
yeah,
members.
so now I'm gonna look into that, and if they have the regular Zoom classes and I can be like, "Hey, I have a question," and,
Yeah.
like, it maybe I'll join,
Some of
and
the Zoom classes on Fellowship of the Golden Dawn and Order of Golden Dawn Universum are like taught by awesome adepts who I've known,
yeah,
who I like help, who I was teaching when they were in the other
okay,
order. Like,
yeah,
and so some of those people I know really well.
mm,
And during my day, during the Canadian U.S. schism with Tahuti and them,
yeah,
there were, many things.
yeah,
That part of before that was like half the inner order leaving. And
mm,
really zinc just needed to be thrown out is what needed to
yeah,
happen. Canada did what Canada did, and I was sort of in charge of that, but also I had hundreds of members I had, was responsible for. So it was a
yeah,
tough time, let's say. Um, but half of the good adepts, like 10 of them left within such a short period of time because things were just starting to go downhill. Then
yeah,
and then things went off the rockers apparently for like 10
yeah,
years. And that's what Edward talks about on
yeah,
Esoteric podcast. He talks about those times like, yeah, that's sort of sad. But finally they did get rid of him, and then they broke apart, and now is that there's Collegium Golden Dawn Spiritus Sancti. Like I've talked to Augustine Reyes. He's great. I love talking to that guy. Oh my God, we already have a third one planned because I just love
good,
talking technical Golden Dawn ritual and practice. And like I know, like I what I wish is actually I wish we could talk about some inner order techniques that like even only our order did because but we'll have to do that off the record because otherwise
yeah,
what's the point in having secret techniques if you talk about them that you need to keep silent.
yeah,
That's the power of them. But
yeah,
it's like so great that so many people are out there initiated into this common practice,
yeah,
and that's just such a powerful thing. I really hope that um the five reputable Golden Dawn orders that I list, there's probably more, but I just can't vouch for them because I don't know them.
yeah,
There's definitely more. And yeah, some of them don't want to be vouched for.
which is understandable. I
Yeah,
mean,
like they're busy doing their
when
thing.
when you consider that, advertising nowadays is a 264 character hot take,
Oh
um,
God. Yeah.
no, don't vouch for me. Like I'd rather be unknown. I'd rather have a temple of 5 people
Yeah.
than 500, you
Well,
know?
ultimately, this is sort of what these magical traditions and the way we've been talking about the spiritual journey of magicians as individuals is about getting to this better point of where we can all work together. And I
Mm,
want to have more people I can do retreats and workshops and conferences and rituals with and do initiations with, create special sphere systems that just go once through, like the Yates system that, I'm excited. That's going to be the next
I'm
five,
excited
five.
about that.
That's going to be 5 the next, as soon as we can travel and everything's safe, that'll be
Yeah,
5 years straight. But, then once I've made it happen, my plan is to then go through it all as a candidate,
yeah,
even
yeah,
though all the magicians, and I have magicians from across, like, a mixture of every kind of magician you could want, from, like, plant medicine people to, you know, former 7 equals 4 adepts of some orders and who are into Druidry, and, like, there's a lot of
yeah,
people,
yeah,
and even
yeah,
though we have to put each other through it,
yeah,
in the rehearsal process, the idea is to go through it yourself. That's what you want
yeah.
to do. I mean, Mathers and Westcott and Woodman probably never went through the 0 0 and all the
They
initiations.
they
Right. Yeah,
never
we know they
bothered.
didn't. Well,
Of course
they
not.
might have done some stuff. They probably experimented a bit, but, like, I mean, if you've been in groups, you know how this sort of stuff goes, right? And there's still Golden Dawns today that are like, I think the Ciceros talked about how they didn't go through all the initiations, or certainly it was Farrell or Zaleski, or a bunch of those people went through certain initiations, but were also shown the parts you weren't see, keeping the tradition alive. This is what it's about.
Yeah,
But so if you have the luxury to go through these grades fully performed of any system, it's such a treat. I mean, there's no dollar value on that. Someone was asking me, why do you have what's the point of these orders and these big groups and stuff? I said, you want to know what maybe the best answer to that is? We could put on week-long 100, 200 person events internationally that all you'd have to do is travel to, accommodations are covered, and no, like, maybe pay $100.
yeah,
We could do that every 6 months because of the
yeah,
size of the order supporting it. Plus, and an initiation every night. And classes, like, we got 15 minutes to 3 hours of sleep a night for a week.
yeah,
And the
yeah,
adepts are there a week earlier setting up, and then a week after doing adept week or whatever.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
that's a you can't do that in normal life. You can't just do it. You have to have, or people have to get together and make sort of accommodations and deals to and that's what we call an order. People
yeah.
working together to
And
have
and,
bigger
you know,
matches. And what
yeah,
I hope is that the Golden Dawn orders, the 5 reputable ones I mentioned on my site and whatever else, just start building some more bridges between each other. How cool it would be if you didn't have to decide which of those 5 orders you joined or which had Zoom classes, because there was at least enough interconnectivity that there was some interaction, which there's none at present, really.
exactly.
I think
Yeah,
I'm talking to more different groups than anyone else alive, and
yeah.
that's why I'm staying independent, so I have the freedom to maybe help build bridges before my time has come on this earth, which, let's face it, you know, I just turned 40.
I mean, we have a I mean, you're 40, I'm 42. We have a long way to go, but you never know. You never know. So you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it.
Yeah,
And the thing that a lot of people don't understand, and you see this a lot on social media, I'm like, oh, I'm solo, I'm independent because I like doing my own thing. And that's great. But the thing is, when you're part of an order or tradition, you still get to do your own thing.
in some
But
groups, yeah.
you but you get access to so much more.
Yeah, well, that's
And
why I think that's the best way to go.
yeah,
Right, yeah.
and like I said, like with me, like when I'm into something, I'm all in. So you wanna, oh, we're gonna do a 6-hour ritual or a 12-hour ritual, 24-hour ritual. Eh, Yeah,
Hopefully
like
invoking the king of the fairies around a bonfire with live music and 5 grams of mushrooms.
yeah. Then yeah, I'm gonna do it. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? I'm all in. Um, oh, we're gonna do this. Yep. We're gonna do this. Yep. Like I'm not a no person unless I've done it already and I'm not into it. Um, but this is what we're gonna do. Yep, great. Let's roll. Let's roll. Anytime I can be in robes doing magic, I'm
yeah.
all in. I'm all in. Give me my robes, give me my wand. I'm all in. I'm all in. I like you have a servant because I'm not gonna say no. Like this is magic. This is life. This is what we do.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people talk a good game. Um, but when it comes to doing real magic in the field, like not like you got to drop and do your shit. I think a lot of people just fall by the wayside, you know? And because they don't have anyone to mentor them, but at the same time, they poo-poo traditions and orders and
Yeah.
lodges, and that's not my thing. But these same people that are like, "That's not my thing. I'm not into that. I'm into doing my own thing," are the ones that are like they're messes on Twitter. They're like, "Oh, my life sucks. This is bad. This has happened. Da 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 da." But they don't want a mentor.
Yeah.
They don't want to do, a ritual that's gonna empower them. That okay, fine. It's gonna take 6 hours. Oh no, that's not
Yeah.
my. That's not my thing. Okay, well, you know what my thing is? Success.
Yeah. People are very critical of the extreme degrees we went through
Yeah.
in our initiations.
Yeah.
I don't know what you've heard. I don't know what I've said when I shouldn't have been talking.
You've
So,
said you've said enough about like time and dedication and whatnot. Nothing oath breaking that
well,
I recall in any of your podcasts, but you've made it really clear about the dedication.
yeah. Well,
You
it's that, and well, yeah. I'm sure if I think you want intensity, and I think
Yeah.
initiation, like,
I want everyone who's into magic, and I don't care if you're into witchcraft or any sort of reconstruction. I don't care. Like I'm just gonna umbrella everybody under occult, and we're all the same for a second, even
mhm,
though we're really not. But okay, we're all occult, we're all the same. I want everyone to experience, the pentagram rituals, the hexagram rituals, the opening by watchtower, which is my favorite ritual to do.
I like literally almost did a class on that on Sunday, but then I decided,
It's so
yeah,
beautiful. It's so elegant.
brother, that's like, yeah, I'm gonna drop a full video of me doing that
Oh, like, okay,
because
but okay, well, here's the
it
thing,
should
like
be appreciated the way we appreciate it.
yeah, but okay, so regarding, his book, Ceremonial Magic, blah, 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 blah. I can't remember what it's called. Something, Ceremonial Magic something. He has 3 versions of Opening by Watchtower. It's like a shorter one, then the second one he builds on the first one, and then the third one he builds on the first 2,
Yeah,
and it has um the elemental prayers and all that. Like
yeah,
it's just like the full, like, is that the one that you're
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
okay, like the
yeah,
like full,
yeah.
because the
I
the
do that.
first
That's one of the main rituals I work with. I do it before I do every like weekly Eucharist.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
well, to be
The only
honest,
time sometimes you might not do it is if you don't have a tablet of union.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't do opening the watchtower as much as I think I shouldn't say as much as I think I should. I should do it more than I do.
For a lot
For
of adept work, it's just considered the basic opening. Like
well,
eventually, yeah.
well, see, that's the thing is that it's a basic opening, but for a pagan, it's pretty complex.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but it's so elegant and so beautiful.
It's elegant.
You
Yeah.
should you should just do opening by watchtower just for the sake of doing it. Not because it's a basic opening,
Yeah, no, we do it as a full ritual as well.
because it's a full ritual.
Yeah, yeah,
Just do it, and if it means just meditating for 5 minutes, okay, fine, meditate for 5 minutes, and then you're done. Like,
yeah.
just do it. If you're a ceremonial magician and you have the tools and you have do it. Just
It
do it.
it integrates
Just
really well with the supreme pentagram
just do it.
rituals, for
It
sure.
does. And for a pagan, because the pentagram and the hexagram rituals don't really equate to what a pagan knows about casting the circle and then
Yeah.
summoning the quarters. Um,
Don't forget I started out that way with all of those techniques and
yeah,
still use them
yeah.
to this day.
Oh no,
Yeah,
absolutely. But
yeah, but
but
I
if
I like
you
how you're breaking down the thought processes.
if you're speaking to like a pagan, like a
Yeah,
neo-pagan, that's accustomed to, casting the circle and then calling the quarters, if you want to kind of give them an equivalent, it would be opening by watchtower that they would kind of they would grasp the
yeah.
concept of.
Well, yeah, so when we would allow outer people to come to our Eucharist at Temple Tahuti, that
Right,
was basically all they saw was the opening by Watchtower, the Eucharist, the Osirian Eucharist, and then we would do and Ruach healing sessions for whoever wanted it, and then have a
right.
little, samosas in the back. And we did that
That
every Sunday as a which you could invite people to. So sometimes there'd be even like 60, 70 people there, even at 10 a.m. on a Sunday.
yeah.
The
Okay, so
morning after an initiation, of
but
course.
you're saying the only thing they would see, like, what weren't they
We would
seeing?
take out the
Because
Enochian. We would take out the Enochian, and we would change EIO to Conxome Pax. So because IAO is not in the outer order, none
oh,
of the
yeah, yeah,
spirit work is. That's inner order. So most
yeah,
of the time there'd be two versions of rituals that we would do. We would do versions of rituals without Enochian that the outer order would see, unless it's an initiation. You actually need the Enochian. You can
yeah,
Hebraize a lot of stuff and strip it out, which we did. When I was in the inner order, adepts weren't allowed to be seen in white robes. We had to wear black robes in front of the outer order. We were never to distinguish ourselves. So I was an
oh,
adept for actually for in the inner order for years before anyone knew it. They didn't Adepts weren't revealed until they took the throne of the Hierophant. So you'd think someone's in portal for like 2.5 years, and then you walk into the Equinox new cast of officers chamber after the intermission, and there's like your classmate, new
okay.
Hierophant, and they might have
So
been in the inner order going to Corpus Christi events and working in the vault for a year or two. You wouldn't know.
I took it
And that's still
from
the way today for a lot of orders.
right, so I took it that once you were inner order, you just wore white robes.
Never. Very rarely on special occasions. You would wear portal attire, just the two sashes and the black nemes.
Wait, no, no, no. Okay, so for example, so now you're doing a neophyte initiation.
That's different, right? Because you have the adepts on you have the thrones. You have the four thrones and those officers.
But if you have more adepts
The
than the
guys.
thrones.
Oh, where do they sit? They have a special place to sit.
No, but no, I know they have a special place to sit, but what are they wearing, black or white?
Orders go through different phases.
Okay, okay, okay,
Yeah, different orders go through different phases. There's different traditions from Alpha to Omega and Stella Matutina, and
okay.
there's writings like, in the outer order, an adept should always dress in the mode of the outer order, and that's because you're doing work in the outer order temple, and so those are the colors that are harmonious to that in a
Yeah,
lot of ways. That makes sense. You're matching the black and
I
white
just
thing.
okay, I just thought, like, adepts wearing the white robes meant they always wore the white. Okay, now, like, they're not on the thrones where, you have um, the different, like, the flashy colors and whatnot, like, I'm not talking about that,
Yeah, no,
like,
those are the officers. Yeah, those are fun
yeah,
officers too.
I'm an adept, but I'm not an officer. but I'm still attending a neophyte ritual, I'm gonna be wearing white. You know what I mean?
They would probably be wearing they'd probably dress like portals and go sit with portals, unless they didn't want to. In some
Uh,
places, they have that option. Yeah.
so if they okay, so
A
they
lot of the, especially during initiations, a lot of so one of the reasons you wouldn't have adepts in white sitting on the floor in a Nephi initiation is a lot of the colors, a lot of the reason we dress the way we do is because we're trying to activate very specific astral energies. And
okay,
the bold shapes and bold colors and the like we want as few distractions as possible. So it
yeah.
makes more sense for them not to have a bunch of white bodies sticking out, even though it's a colorful initiation. We
Okay,
want
maybe
the
that was a bad
attention
okay,
be
so
focused
maybe
on certain
using
energy.
the neophyte ritual is a bad example.
Well, no, it
Um,
makes sense. It's a good example because through it's the same one through all the initiations, and those are the most common things that happen multiple times
yeah,
a
no,
month.
that's
They
true,
happen
that's true.
multiple times a month.
So I
There's
just
months we would
assumed
do 5, 6 neophyte initiations.
once you hit, second order, you're in white robes,
No,
and
no,
unless
though
you're an
I'm sure some
officer.
orders do that.
Okay, okay,
But generally, because
okay,
the second order, that's part of the commonly mistaken thinking that the 2 orders are the same order. They're distinct
yeah,
orders, and the
yeah,
inner order can actually even initiate people straight into it without having them even be in the Golden Dawn if it wants.
yeah,
But that's
yeah,
only happened once or twice that I know of, and it would be under extreme circumstances like death or sickness and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so
Hmm,
they're 2 different orders. When you go through Portal, you graduate the Golden Dawn system, and they tell you that in the initiation more or less.
yeah,
And then you're in between. You're in this place of discovering your adepthood, and very much that's the idea of like you're not really an adept till you gain knowledge and conversation with your holy guardian angel. So the idea in the Golden Dawn uses the HGA term, it even though it might be a term that should be exclusive to the Abramelin ritual as a grimoire angel,
mhm,
it got conflated in the Golden Dawn with higher self and this idea of your true will, and so
yeah,
that's what it's called.
yeah,
We're not saying it's the grimoire angel, it's that, but
yeah,
that is a name we use for our higher self and true will, just de
yeah,
facto. That's like that's just
yeah.
what happened. So you can't say it's wrong. They just appropriated that term just like everyone else appropriates egregore.
Which is
You
fine. It's just words, it's just definitions. I get how it can confuse a lay person
Yeah.
or a novice, neophyte, whatever,
Well, it's not
but
very relevant to most people, right? It's only relevant
y
just so that you know how to behave. Like
yeah,
there's a lot of rules on behavior towards outer order members and
yeah,
relationships and stuff like that, like to avoid transferences and all these other things. There's a,
yeah,
they don't put as much care into it as the mainstream churches do. That's one thing I learned in seminary. I was like, whoa, if adepts in magical orders were trained like a seminarian in a mainstream church, you can poo-poo the church all you want, but they've been fucking up for a while. So they're
yeah,
actually pretty good at what they do compared
yeah.
to how bad they could be. And us magical world, we're like just flailing like the early church, you know?
Well, but that's the thing, I mean, we don't have the infrastructure of a
Exactly.
2,000-year-old church or a 1,000-year-old church, so we don't have that infrastructure. Um
But we can learn from it. And we can,
We can
yeah,
certainly learn from it. I mean, we can learn the positives and the negatives. I mean, we all know what the negatives are about the church
yeah,
and, little boys and whatnot. But
so real.
that's not the entirety of the church. There's a lot that we can and me talking, like, as a pagan, talking about, like, yes, there's good things we can learn from the church. It doesn't hurt to have that experience, to take that experience.
I
Um,
learned a lot from it. Hey, even Ashy Chassis is actually in seminary. I didn't know this about
yeah,
him. He's in a
yeah.
7-year program.
I wanted to, go to seminary when I was a teenager, and, there's so much that just you look back at your life and you're like, everything just makes sense.
Mm,
Everything, like, there's nothing that's out of place,
yeah.
and, I wanted to go to seminary when I was, early teens, and I became pagan instead, but, um, that, that level of commitment and training and dedication, that you associate with seminary that you don't associate with paganism,
Yeah.
never left me,
Yeah. Well,
and
no,
that's
it's fucking
probably
insane. It's 3 years. It's 100 plus credits of graduate school. It's like
yeah,
there's 3 masters. Like you can get
yeah,
I could have got 3 masters in theology instead of masters in divinity. I could have got
yeah,
a master's in theology, a master's in biblical study, and a master's in pastoral care, or in psychology, or philosophy, or literature. But all three of that, all it took that many credits and more to get the Masters of Divinity.
yeah,
Plus,
yeah.
then there's preaching in the church every Sunday and pastoral care, like being 20, 21, 22, 23, and being sent to old women's homes who's like, my husband's in the home and I only see him once a week and he doesn't know who I am. And I'm like, let's read a passage from the Bible. And she'd be like, well done, son. Like she knows she feels sorry for me because I don't know what to say to this lady, right? But you have to have
Yeah,
those experiences, like
yeah,
learning how to hear murder confessions.
yeah, well, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
But
I don't
magical orders can get that good. We can easily get that good. Like
oh,
there's
absolutely.
Golden Dawn. Like I know, like the order we're talking about that you were thinking of. Like I know they have designs on more of a school system
Ooh.
expansion sort of thing. Um, Fellowship. Like
Oh,
I know
okay,
that's
okay,
something that their leadership is interested in is creating more of a college, a magical college
okay,
ultimately. Yeah. Like
yeah,
the reason I recommend that group is because like the main guy who trained all of us was Ramses and he still trains everyone there. It's his thing. And
okay,
he should have taken over for Zinc in the late 90s.
mm.
Unfortunately they just had to go through a lot of stuff before it happened. But he didn't want to turn on his mentor, right? You know,
It's
he's only
hard though, isn't it? Like, I mean, even when you see your mentor being a dick, it's hard
it's a
to
nice word for what it was.
yeah, well, no,
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah, yeah, I know you
but
know.
it it it's still your mentor, you know? And
Yeah.
it's not that you're brainwashed, it's not that you're, um, uh, hypnotically controlled by the guru. It's nothing, it's just human nature. It's someone that you've looked up to, that you love, and has been left wanting, and you don't know what to do. Why would you know what to do?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's a difficult situation. You know, it's and you especially when you dedicate your whole self to something and you don't want it to feel like a lie, because it seems like it's built on one person. You don't want to be like, well, everything I was taught, everything I've gone through is a lie.
Yeah. That's
You know,
interesting. It
it's just
brings me no, go ahead.
no, 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 you go ahead.
It brings me back to that question about actually how could like Eric Sisko go from uh Golden Dawn International Homesy to Griffin to Cicero. And here's actually, did actually have an answer for that. Because this is something I did talk to Eric about once, and this is something I just knew. So here's the thing people don't realize. Everyone from the outside hears about an order, then hears what their members say, and then knows the guy at the top. That's what you
Mm,
know. But that's
yeah,
not what you know when you're inside. So like Eric didn't really know Zinc at all.
yeah,
He didn't really know Griffin for what, 4, 5, 6 years, maybe. Like
yeah,
you're busy in the school. It's like just because you go to Hogwarts doesn't mean you're getting drunk with Snape.
yeah, yeah,
That's the thing
exactly.
people got to realize. There's a whole lot of other people involved, and 99% of them are great people.
Yep,
There's, maybe a little less. There's always some weirdos in the spiritual world, but they're
but
people. They're human beings.
yeah,
Come on,
yeah,
you've been outside, right? Not in a while, but
yeah.
you know what it's like. You remember, or you're in Florida or Texas and having a great
We
time.
love the
Fuck you. We
weirdos.
love it. Yeah. So, yeah, like mostly you're just busy going through the grades. No one in our temple like had, you might have met some of the top people or somewhere else. You just don't meet them that often. You're busy with the local people,
But
going to class, all
you're
that
you're
stuff.
busy with your local people and you're busy learning. Like
Yeah,
you have stuff to learn.
I never looked at any of my teachers like they were gurus or gods. They were always very good at being very human. But
Mm,
like when like anyone who knows something well, when they're telling you good advice on how to do a thing better or teaching you something, you listen because they know it well. And
Yeah,
like it's a different way of a mode of being because you're just sharing information, especially if it's perspectives of many, many people. That's the great thing about being a temple. Like grade material, like we were printing out rituals just as beautiful as the watchtower all the time in the inner order that we'd written, and
mm,
we're just passing them around like flying rules. Here,
yeah,
check this one out, or here, check this one out. The for what? Oh my god. And you go do it, you're like, what the fuck just happened to me? And like some of those, I don't even have copies of. Well, I got robbed, but whatever. Like
yeah,
there's just
mm,
great stuff, and then there's the techniques you pass mouth to ear after doing a lot of work, and that's the kind of thing you're talking about that is really special. And we
yeah.
need these sort of order structures to maintain them. And I don't know, is this just the rise of the rise of the mystery schools, the re-rise? Is this Atlantis
Well,
returning in the Aquarian age and mystery schools taking over and being as good as colleges, God forbid, accrediting each other or working together, having
we've
conferences
we've
and,
gone a couple
you
of
know?
decades we've gone a couple of decades of do whatever you want, and it's great, and especially with the rise of social media, um, whatever opinion you have is valid, and you can't, criticize it because when I was growing up, I got a trophy for losing the hockey game because
Yeah.
losers are winners. Everything is valid, everything is valid, everything is valid. And I think we've had enough of everything is valid. And, like when
Well,
your
even
shit is,
paganism got a little bit more serious with the British trad witchcraft coming
yeah,
back and funking Wicca on the head, and they're like, "Okay, bitches, it's time to get serious." And that's part of the
yeah,
same sort of movement you're talking about, an exhaustion with the frou-frou New Ageism.
yeah. And now I never mean to insult anybody, but there's the unverified personal gnosis that this works for me. I have this personal relationship with this god or this spirit or whatever, and this works for me. And that's gone from this works for me to everything is valid. Um y- um my plastic glitter wand is a holy sacred relic because I decide it is, and you can't tell me any different. No, I can't tell you any different, but you also can't present it as a holier than thou thing. You know what I mean? Like you're at the same time you're saying this is my personal thing, but you have to accept this and adopt it. Um so I think that there's a little bit I think there's a little bit of return to not tradition necessarily, but to more training, um,
Yeah.
less magic is whatever I want it to be. We go through cycles, ups and downs, and it's been a long time since we've taken traditions and formal trainings seriously. And it feels like that is coming back. Even though on social media it still seems we're in the pit of I this is what I believe, you have to accept it, everything is valid. As long as I believe it, it's valid. I think we're still in the pit of that. But I feel like there's hints of returning to serious tradition and training and whatnot. But it's hard to say. Like I'm thinking like this is something that's gonna fully manifest itself in another decade or two. So I could be completely wrong. I it
Yeah,
just has that feeling of a turning tide, you know?
it does. I think that part of it's people pretend things work, can only pretend some things work for so long.
Yeah.
That's how it was for me in my journey, in my lived experience, my friend.
Yeah.
It's like I think there's more is possible, and you want to expand what that is. And we
Yeah,
see
but
some of that with the grimoire puritanism coming back, and like the grimoire expertise, like people wanting
yeah,
more physical manifestations and stuff like that. Like, even someone, when Rufus Opus did his interview with Newcomb, someone asked him what was the most supernatural thing you'd see, and he described what he saw over the altar. And I was like, yeah, like that's what's seen.
mm,
And it's like, especially outside of in a Golden Dawn temple, that's expected, because you
yeah,
have the same controlled environment every time. It's very hospitable, designed that way, and it's very easy to get those sort of things. But that's not what the work is. The work isn't seeing manifestations and creating wonders. Like, that's not
yeah,
what it's about. Like, it's about, we're moving between the forms of occult tradition and the force of the magic that
yeah,
that that fuels it, and we are activating the two in our own consciousness by being that middle pillar, and
yeah.
drawing on all that light to ascend beyond it. And that's what, that tension is really what makes magic work, in my experience.
No, absolutely. And but here's the thing, like I've experienced some shit, some good shit,
Yeah,
uh,
tell me.
uh, throughout my life, um, in different traditions and in different styles of magic. But and I don't want this to be a commentary on, you know, witchcraft, Wicca, paganism, Golden Dawn, whatever. But you piece even someone that hasn't done Cicero, who doesn't have access to a temple and who hasn't done Cicero's self-initiation book, but can piece together, the pentagram rituals, the hexagram rituals, opening by watchtower, um, the rose cross ritual, which do you find any what's the value of the cross ritual? I've never felt the need, I need to do that. I need to incorporate this ritual.
Right.
Um, it's one of those rituals that I'm just kind of like, eh.
Yeah. So the reason that a reason why that could be, and this is what I found, the two times I did that ritual, the two periods, are
Mm,
when I was doing Don Craig's book, and then never again till 5 = 6.
right.
And the idea of the ritual is that it has a certain effect and reaction on the results of that initiation in 5-6. It's designed to impact the results of the initiation in 5-6. So if someone's like, oh, it doesn't do any, I don't notice it doing anything else, and it's like, yeah, well, because it's only designed to do this, as far as I know. It's also like the proper place to do the analysis of the keyword. Why Don put it in Modern Magic for the BRH is beyond me.
But
And the reason adepts used to do it in the BRH in the good old days was because the BRH wasn't being given in the outer order. But you would never
right,
do
yeah, yeah, yeah,
you'd never do the 5 = 6 grade signs prior to the 5 = 6
yeah,
initiation,
yeah.
because you're trying to create a magical trigger, right?
So
You're using a symbol to trigger an experience. If you use that symbol prior to the experience, that symbol is very
irrelevant.
weakened.
Yeah,
You've weakened it because you've associated it with all these other things, with everything else other than the experience it is meant to trigger.
yeah.
I don't think I've
So,
ever thought about it that clearly before. Breakthrough.
yeah, there you go. You're welcome.
Like,
But
you could talk
I
about
so
protection, energy, containment, making the aura invisible, blah blah blah. That's what a lot of people say, but no, it's what I said. It's to trigger the results of the
Okay, because
6
that's what I
initiation.
was just gonna say. I'm like, but I thought from what I read about making the or invisible, blah 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 blah. Um,
Contains, protects it, like keeps back the some of the shininess, so that you
yeah,
don't stand out, because you don't
yeah,
want to stand out.
which is fine. I still found it irrelevant. Like even thinking that was its only purpose, I still kind of
Yeah,
found it
it did
irrelevant.
nothing for me at all. It was the only ritual in Don Craig's book that did nothing for me at all when I
Yeah.
did it. But then once I started doing it after 5 = 6 initiation, like the full fucking crazy insanity that is,
Yeah.
it was extremely, it made a big difference, and it still does. Like if there's often, like if I only had time to do one ritual, I might do that. I'd probably just do that.
Really?
Yeah, I'd do a
Wow.
Kabbalistic cross, rose cross, analysis of the keyword, Kabbalistic cross. There's, I'd
Wow.
probably, yeah, yeah, but that's something that I that's one of those things I shouldn't say, but it's a, let's call it a personal taste. I like, no one taught me that. That's just my experience of the magic.
No, but that's okay, but you just kind of
But
hit
I'm
on that point.
visualizing things and I'm doing things within my sphere of sensation that I'm only doing because of very real realities that were created within my sphere during my 5 = 6
Yeah. But the
experience,
thing
which
is,
is really everything leading up to it and after as well. So
yeah,
like there's a reality that you step into there, and that ritual and involves me focusing on aspects of that reality, that initiatory space that really has a powerful effect on my sphere of sensation.
yeah,
When I was doing Don Craig's book as a 13, 14, 15, it had no effect. And
yeah,
that's the theory that, but that is the theory that the rituals always had, is to the analysis of the keyword and the rose cross are
yeah,
designed to integrate with that initiation. So to do some
yeah,
of these things outside of the context of the initiations, using mudras is powerful. If you want to mudrafy something, do it. Go for it. I'm
yeah,
not a
yeah,
gatekeeper. But that is why that was done.
yeah, yeah. And see, that's the thing, like, you were like, "Oh, this would be the only thing I would do," and, oh, and you're like, "Oh, I maybe shouldn't say that." That's kind of the key to, um, adepthood is because to me, the rose cross ritual is almost empty, like, to the point
Yeah.
where it's irrelevant to me.
So
Uh,
because it's designed to reopen the current
yeah,
that is open in 5 / 6. There's no
yeah,
other. That's, you want to talk about golden on current. That's the golden dawn current.
yeah, yeah. And to me, it's a, I don't wanna say useless ritual,
Isn't
but
that shocking? How that could, how it could actually be different. It's shocking. It's shocking.
to me, doing the rose cross ritual is, play acting. To me, it's play act like, it's just me doing movements and saying my lines, you know what I mean? But yet, do something as basic as the LBRP in comparison,
Yeah.
and I feel like I'm the ruler of the world, you know?
Exactly, exactly. I mean, that's what the great thing about these rituals is, they do have these, yeah, ruler. Yeah, I love that you
Yeah,
said that, because that's like, I wrote that in my diary so many times as a kid, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Why is everyone not talking about this stuff,
yeah,
this technology? But some rituals are designed for to help you climb the mountain, and
yeah,
some rituals are designed to be done inside the mountain. And
and that's what
what better? I don't know how else to
that's what
explain it.
people don't understand, and I wish they would stop poo-pooing, initiatory traditions just because they're not into doing the hard work, because I've experienced some amazing shit as a, uh, eclectic neo-pagan, as a druid, but, um, the real power, like, if you wanna feel power, um, yeah, like, that the Golden Dawn system, um, and I don't know if it's the current, because I don't wanna say I've tapped into the current as, working through the book, because that seems a little egotistical in a sense,
Sure.
um, but when you've tapped into something, when you have when you experience that power. And I don't mean personal power, master of the universe.
No,
I just mean,
it's more servant power. Like
yeah.
if you're
Well, no, that's true.
God help you, if
Mhm.
you're like a chief adept communicating with the hypothetical third order,
Yeah.
you don't feel like a master, you feel like a servant.
Like, yeah,
Let's just say that's all that ever needs to be said on that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and your whole life has become one of service,
Y- Yes. Yeah,
and that will never end. And if you fight it, God help you.
yeah, yeah. My point is that, and again, I'm not poo-pooing anyone's tradition or anyone's path or anything like that, but the amazing things that I've experienced with um with my pagan initiations or whatnot, they just don't compare. They just to and even to my experience self-initiating through a book, they don't compare. I can just imagine what it's like being in a temple, like a having access to a local temple.
Well, even Carrie Leach just did with talked with Jason Newcomb, Carrie Leach, Aaron Leach's wife, and
Uh-huh.
you can see her fighting back, describing her experience of being an adept and going through the initiation of the Golden Dawn Temple. Like she's overwhelmed when she tries to describe how much she's experienced and knows is there, which I thought was interesting. I'd love to talk to her actually just about like the Golden Dawn. I didn't expect this conversation to go into this because I didn't know you and didn't know any of this about
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
that's always a shocking, fun surprise. But like yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, the Golden Dawn, we've struggled with Griffin, we joke about him, but there's a lot of things that have caused it to get sold short. Sometimes I wonder if it's not this strange protection mechanism around it, so that it does get seen as the least when it may be the greatest.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't but we do our part. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. So, um, one of the challenges I think, well, like with me personally, as busy, like I'm so busy right now, like with my business, that I can easily go 3 or 4 weeks where I'm doing nothing but packing up orders, order after order after order after
Yeah.
order, and I'm getting so low in product that it's pack up, order, make, order, pack, that when like, in the neophyte grade, you have to memorize the Hebrew alphabet. Um,
It doesn't take that long. I passed the neophyte test in 30 days,
no,
and I was
it doesn't
busy.
it doesn't take that long, but when not everyone has the time to sit down and breathe.
Of
And
course,
I'm just
of
using
course.
myself as an example,
There's nothing wrong with taking a year per grade, right?
oh, no,
It is
no,
depend
absolutely.
that's the thing people gotta know. It's like,
Well, see, that's the thing, like,
it's
you
about
don't have
augmenting your life, not taking over your life.
exactly, and you don't have to account for anybody,
Yeah.
like, you don't have to answer to, even when you belong to an order, you don't have to answer to anybody in that, like, where you don't have to, "Okay, here's your grade material, you have to have this done in X amount of
No,
time."
like the amount
That's not how it
people will
works.
go into Theoricus, into the air grade, and we'll call it like the Theoricus thing or something. I don't know. I can't remember what we called it, but they would vanish sometimes for 6 months to two and a
Yeah,
half years, and then they'd show up for class on a Wednesday like nothing had ever happened, and we'd be like, oh, good to see you.
yeah, yeah. Because I mean, I can go, like, I'm just using neophyte grade as an example, but, like, when I'm so busy that I go 3 or 4 weeks where, like, I wake up in the morning, have my cup of coffee, and then I'm just packing orders and then having to make product because I'm now low and I have these orders to fill, like, it's just crazy. When you're like, when you need to pay the bills and you have to work for 4 weeks doing nothing but what you need to do to pay the bills, you're not gonna memorize the Hebrew alphabet in that time in the neophyte grade, and that's okay. So it takes you a year to do neophyte. Who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't
It's
doesn't matter.
this is a journey, like, you're not rushed. If you're doing this to gain titles, I'm an adept.
Apparently,
Then
people do like that, but they like to gain like
well,
fight titles or something. They just
of
go through
course,
the
and and
first one.
and there's always gonna be people that are just interested in gaining titles, but if you're taking this
Yeah.
seriously and it takes you a year or 2 year, doesn't matter, to complete neophyte, who cares? Who cares?
It's sort of like
You know?
treating magical orders like a lodge in a way,
Yeah,
where there's no in between work between grades. But
yeah,
some people they and people who talk about like say Golden Dawn lodge magic,
mhm,
that sentence tells me so much about your lack of information, because the whole point of the Golden Dawn is the ritual work we do. The initiations is almost secondary.
yeah, yeah,
Whereas in the lodge, there's no work between Freemasonic grades except the initiation. The initiation is the work in
yeah,
Freemasonry. And so people who approach Golden Dawn and call it lodge work, they're missing, they're showing they don't understand what it's all about, which
yeah,
is the massive amount of ritual work you do in between and all the things that that system is designed to build upon. And
yeah,
in whatever form you find that system, like each has strengths and weaknesses. And I'm part of the view that like, you should probably start scrying in neophyte and stuff like that. I'm more of that view. And
yeah,
some of us think
yeah,
that way.
yeah,
Others don't, and that's fine. Like, the more variety we have, the better, in my opinion.
yeah,
And the more we
yeah.
could all work together, the better, in my opinion, because ritual work is awesome, and there's not many people into it.
It I don't understand people that are into occultism but aren't into doing ritual work.
Yeah, I
I
like working with spirits and doing like hardcore evocations and Enochian work
Yeah,
where you're talking to entities that are
yeah,
really there. Um,
I mean,
I
I'd
don't
rather
I don't
I
understand the psychological model at all. I never have. Um, and while psychism does provide some in between space that like Jake Stratton Kent keeps reminding us we really should take seriously, and I agree, especially
Mhm,
with my entheogenic focus.
yeah,
Um, but yeah, it's about exploring it. It's about exploring
yeah,
that space, and those rituals take a seriousness of approach that I think most people. And I get people tell me all the time they can't visualize the pentagrams in the LBRP. Um, well, I always say, have you done much of the tarot contemplation ritual? Like they're like, no, I skipped that, and it's like, well, then of course you're having a hard time visualizing because you.
yeah,
It's like, why can't I lift this weight? Well, have you lifted the smaller one? No, no, I
yeah,
skipped that. It's like,
yeah, yeah.
Jesus Christ. What do you
I
want me to
mean,
tell you?
yeah, if you're g doing the self-initiation book and you're like, I feel no need to memorize the Hebrew alphabet." Okay, um, alright, keep going. Um, now, like
But that
geomancy.
means you've skipped the fires of test and trial, which is what initiates the soul.
Yeah, yeah, but my point is, like, I don't know what my point is. Like, I was gonna say, like, geomancy,
I didn't want to learn geomancy. I hated geomancy. I still hate geomancy. Did I
I
learn
don't
it? Did
like
I pass it
geomancy.
100%? Did I learn how to do it?
I
Yes. Do I have
I
to do it
don't like
anymore? Thank God, no.
No, I
Yeah.
don't like geomancy. I did it enough because it was in the book to learn how to do it. And it's like, okay, I accomplished this. I'm never gonna do it again. I don't like it. I don't
Yeah.
like it.
We all have our
But
focuses. I knew some great adepts who loved it
guess
and would do amazing readings with it. Nick
yeah,
Farrell does them. It's like, cool.
but
I'll look at that.
guess what else I don't like? I don't like paying my utility bills, but I'm gonna do it because I like having
Yeah.
my fire that's going on right now because it's gas. I like having my lights. So you may not like the idea of memorizing the Hebrew alphabet or doing geomancy, but do it. Do it. I mean, if you're gonna do this system, um, to the best of your ability, uh, outside because you don't have access to a temple. I mean, it's just like working out. It's so easy to, I don't feel like
Yeah,
going to the gym
and
today.
the grade material is also really the least you can do because when you are going to a temple, like if it's like I did have one or two teachers in my early days in Golden Dawn where for class we sat down and just read through the lesson and then did
Mm,
ritual work. But hey, we did do ritual work, and often it would be like 2 hours of it after in a 3 hour lesson. But it was better once other people like me and Martin and Marcel, I came in and I started giving these expanded lectures on every class and doing hours of research. Of course I did. I was a
yeah,
fucking nut job. But that upped the game of everyone. Next thing you knew, every adept there, even though I was a practicus teaching neophytes, and the adepts were like, oh shit, we better up our game because look at what RC's doing. So everyone else, so you're it's a living community, right?
yeah,
The community grew because it was being run by a Gemini and three Aquarians who were devoted to Thoth. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
mm, yeah,
And then the one Gemini left, and then another Gemini came into the inner order, and it was just a airy place. It was intense, and it was powerful rituals and long rituals and short rituals and all kinds of rituals. It was
yeah,
everything you could have ever wanted. I was just really fucking lucky, and it was all started by this great, amazing Arabic adept we call Nineveh Shadrach, and what an amazing guy he was. The demonization he was put through at his departure was horrific. And if I'd
mm,
been uh, not a neophyte and 15, I would have paid more attention. But they really
yeah,
demonized him. They demonized me in the same way, of course, even though they had even less of a reason to. But that's how
yeah,
these groups are, and
yep.
hopefully they've learned some lessons and chilled out. I think a lot of them have. And if they, I think, create a bit of a interaction between all of them, that things would relax even more. There's no reason why I think they can't all get along and have maybe even some degree of joint membership.
I mean, I think we can think of a few people that their primary motivation is money.
Yeah, well, those
So,
people wouldn't be included at the party. You wouldn't invite them to the party.
I mean, but they've been at the party for how long? Like, when are they not going to be included in the party?
I've said too much.
But,
There's a
you know,
reason. There's a reason a senior adeptman order wants me to call them. Yeah, I'm talking to these people for a reason, and I just can't
yeah.
say more on it than that. But I hope for a better
No,
future.
and
And
I'm
keep in
not.
mind, I'm an Aquarius, so if you
Yeah,
think I'm less idealistic than I am, well, baby, and I've got a
yeah,
Scorpio ascendant, first degree, so I know how to get some shit done. Not all
yeah,
shit. I'm not the
yeah,
best at all shit, but I know a few things, how to make a
yeah,
few things happen. And I really hope that in my time in this world, I'll leave it for the better.
yeah. I'm not expecting anyone to talk at a turn. I'm just saying, like, you know,
I just have
um,
hope. I just have hope
yeah,
that
yeah,
things will develop and evolve, and you know, yeah, new people
yeah.
come, old people die, and things can change. The
But
reason
that's what I'm saying. Like, there's major players that don't need to be major players and anymore. And
it's also like a D&D game. If you don't want to come play D&D, then just stay home.
yeah, yeah,
We don't want to twist your arm because we get into it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
shit gets real. Every game I go to, I can't believe I'm playing after all these years. But like, it's great. Every game we might die, and you can feel it, and it fucking sucks.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
I spent hours making this character in this story.
I miss playing D&D. I haven't played D&D for years.
Get that going. You should get that going. I don't do it online. People think I do it online. No, I don't do it online.
I remember when was it uh 3.5 came out? Was it 3.5?
Yeah, I
And it
love that.
was
That's my favorite. But I'm learning
it
5e
really?
now. Yeah, that's my favorite.
Oh, I hated I'm like, "This I don't recognize this, like, is this even D&D?"
Yeah, you're
And
the Thaco guy.
I kind of, I was like, "This isn't," and I kind of fell away, and I'm like, "This is it's all destroyed, this isn't my thing, and I can't work with this, and I can't connect with this," and I'm crushed and blah 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 blah. And but then also too, like I mean, I'm growing up and I'm building my career, and now I'm in a different city every day because of my job. And there was so much that I was so passionate about in my life that I had to kind of not put on hold. I mean, it was easy for D&D to fall on the wayside.
Yeah,
Um,
I barely played in the last 20 years.
yeah,
It was just not feasible. It was sometimes it would happen, but rare.
yeah. I mean, my
I played
magic
for a
my
few weeks
magic
and
and my
then
spirituality never fully fell away, but it wasn't as hardcore as I was before then, and I was now. But I mean, like I said, like I'm in a different city every day for my job.
yeah.
Back then, it's hard to be.
Too bad they didn't
You
have the online games now. One of my listeners and cohorts, David, he's got an online game. He sent me the link over Instagram for his Twitch
Mm,
D&D game, and he's a magician, and it was really fun to watch. They do it really well. So like, but you're
yeah.
in a city now. You could start a local game, or
No, I
if
could.
you
I
have the
just
time, it's more fun than going to a bar to drink
but
with friends, as far as I'm
no,
concerned,
absolutely. But you
by
know what
leaps and
I'm
bounds.
tired of? I'm so tired. Like, I have my group, and we meet for Sabbats and whatnot, and ritual and da 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 da. And I'm the like lead ritualist. So I write the rituals, I direct the rituals, blah 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 blah. I'm tired, and I'm not tired of doing that. I'm tired of being the lead. I don't wanna be the DM. Like, you know, if
Yeah,
I'm gonna right now, at this point in my life, if I'm gonna play D&D,
it's
if
always
someone's
someone
gonna be like,
else.
"Oh, I have a game going," like,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just wanna be character. I'm tired of being the director. I'm tired of being the planner and the organizer, and, like, sometimes I just don't wanna think. You know what I mean? I don't
yeah. That's why I'm enjoying playing so much. It's
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
We play a
So
game.
no, I mean, there's at least one group that I know of that you can just kind of like show up and have a character and play, at a local like comic book store and whatnot. But either than like, I mean, I wouldn't start a group. I wouldn't start a game. I don't want to be the organizer, the
Yeah,
DM.
yeah,
You know, I'm tired. I'm tired because I'm always
yeah.
organized.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
always
No,
organized.
I don't have any books or anything, but
Although there's an author, Bob Freeman, and he goes by like on Twitter and Instagram. His handle is Occult Detective. He's developing an Occult Detective tabletop role playing game.
cool.
So when that comes to fruition, I mean, I like his books, and I have all of his books, and I love them and whatnot, and I'm looking forward to that. So when that comes to fruition, like I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna. I don't know if like if it's gonna be like is it Patreon or wherever no, where do Kickstarter. I don't know if it's gonna be like a Kickstarter thing or what, but I'm like, I'm all in. Like, whatever the top level is, just I'm gonna pay the money, I'm gonna get all the goods, I'll set something up, and I'll,
Yeah.
um, but other than that, like, if it's like D&D, because everyone knows D&D, so I shouldn't have to be the organizer or the
Yeah, it got
DM.
popular overnight somehow. I don't know. I'd make more
It's
money off of
amazing. It's
podcasts.
amazing, like, I
If
mean,
all
like
I did was talk about D&D on a podcast and YouTube, I'd be so fucking well off right now.
yeah, I know, right?
It's so retarded.
It's so amazing how and it's becomes like, "Oh, we're hot now?" Like, because we were geeks. Um, but now we're the shit? Okay, great, you know? Like, we're the pinup boys now?
Maybe in
Alright.
yeah, I mean, yeah, not in the real world, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, it's a there's a popularity that's
I
I
think
like
it's great.
I think it's
I
great too, of course.
It's fantastic.
I don't know why
Yeah.
they haven't done though. Like, why don't they do like? Why doesn't someone do what Marvel did with like Dragonlance or Forgotten Realms? Like, it's just waiting to happen.
I don't know what the D&D curse is. They can't do good video games or movies.
They need to like sell it to Disney. That fixes everything all the
Yeah.
time.
No, um, uh, the latest Baldur's Gate
The
looks
game.
really
I know.
good.
That's the next thing I'm gonna. If I play something, I'm gonna play some. I'm gonna play that.
Yeah. So, I don't think months ago, I watched one of the developers kinda do a run through of the game, and I'm pretty sure they were gonna go through, like, beta testing. So, I don't know the status of the game, I don't think it's released yet, but
Yeah,
whatever.
they're beta testing the shit out of it, especially I think after the catastrophe that was Cyberpunk.
Yeah, so oh god.
I
So
just I just heard the
yeah,
news.
yeah, so
I wish I had
that
time
may
to play Cyberpunk, even though it sucks. It
yeah,
looks so cool.
that may end
Imagine
up
if you
turning
had.
out to be a good game.
Oh,
But
if only that's fun.
if this Baldur's Gate turns out to be a good game, it's gonna be the first good game, and none of the movies were good.
Yeah,
So I don't know what the fucking D&D curse is that they can't put out a good movie or a good game. They tried like the Dragonlance
yeah,
um trilogy with like that cartoon movie, and
yeah. We watched that on acid. It was okay on acid,
it's like I don't know, like
but it was
I
painful.
don't
Like,
know.
cause like, wait, this is modern. This should have this is 80s. This it's like it should. It was like 30 years too late. It
Yeah,
should have come out in
yeah,
82.
yeah.
Oh my god. But I talked to Margaret about it. Um and they said they're in negotiations all the time with studios,
Yeah.
but what happened with comic books and Marvel is pretty remarkable how well that's done. How they stayed, they stuck with the source material. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, no, they totally Marvel, like, yeah, they were able to make it work, and
yeah,
they turned comic books and, like, it just into such a
like religious
normal.
literature.
Oh, yeah, and everybody, like, you don't even have to be a comic book fan to love these movies and these timelines and these stories and these
Yeah,
characters, and no, yeah, they know how to do it.
yeah.
They know
I
how
want
to
them to.
do it.
They could do Drist for me.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, just don't cast
Yeah,
Vin Diesel.
yeah,
He
I
he
know,
once
right?
said he wanted to play Drist, but it's like, please don't, please
Oh,
don't.
could you
Can't we
imagine
find
what
some other guy to paint black? Lots of white
uh,
guys like getting painted black. It's fun to do.
yeah.
Even Trudeau said so.
I was just
So
gonna say, I'm like,
it's
we can
what
cast
Hollywood really needs now is a whole show of white people painted black to
we
be
can
dark
cast
elves.
we can cast Trudeau as Drist. He'll feel at home with his black face.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
that'd be so funny.
yeah.
Brother, I think we might be breaking records here on this podcast. Are we almost at the
We're at,
5 hour mark?
we're almost at 5 hours.
Okay, we have to cross that line. We can do that.
Of
There's a bunch of
course.
things we've touched on they're really good.
I
It's
mean, so it's my time, it's 10 to 1. I'm never in bed before 3 AM.
well,
So
you're a witch. You're a dirty
yeah,
dirt magician.
yeah. So for me, this is nothing. You know what I mean? Um, I haven't even like this isn't even my normal time to do my LBRP yet.
Amen. Yeah.
Yeah. I just love doing ritual. I don't understand how people that are into magic don't
Yeah, most of them
I don't
don't. Most of them
yeah,
don't.
no,
No.
no, no. I'll say, I'll say things. Yeah, I tend not to be really controversial on Twitter because there's
You're on.
no well, I mean, there's no
That
point
doesn't need
in
explaining,
yeah,
unfortunately.
there's no point in attempting intelligent conversation on social media. Um, what's the point? But sometimes I'll say something and someone will be like, "Oh, you only have," like on Twitter, "Yeah, but you only have 500 followers. I have 2,000." Like,
That's
okay,
nice.
well, yeah, but like, okay, well, you keep on talking about magic. I'll just keep on doing magic because I don't have time to talk about it because I'm doing it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's the
Um,
case. I mean, that's the reality. This is
yeah,
was well known.
yeah.
Ashy
I'm gonna
Chassie's not on Instagram.
Yeah. I'm gonna spend 2 hours doing my ritual. You spend 2 hours setting up your shot.
Yes.
So you have an amazing visual, to make it look like you're the witch queen or the witch king of the world. And, yeah, yeah. You
Here's your
keep talking,
screenshot.
I'm gonna keep doing. How about that? Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, especially when you're in these orders and groups, like you're so busy. Like there was like the whole like when I my time in the Golden Dawn and working and running Temple to Hootie, like you're not part of when you're in a temple like that or a group like that. You're not part of the culture, as we call it these days
Yeah,
anymore. You're completely unknown to that world because it's all your time. Like
yeah,
that's there's no time outside of doing that and keeping your life going, and that's what you want. Like you want to find that you want to create an egregore with people that involves like the more that's why I'm trying to pull. I don't mind pulling away from a lot of different things because there's really two main things I can do. Between the podcast happened, I didn't expect it. It just happened,
mhm.
and I have to go with it because I don't know. It's just what can I say? But now that having that in
Working, I mean,
addition to the other work I already was doing,
yeah,
that's it. So the more I can narrow my focus on just, teaching, setting up and running awesome retreat. Like even my enemies, they'd say this about me. They'd be like, fuck that guy, what a douchebag, blah, 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 whatever, the standard stuff. But they would all say also, yeah, he can teach and do rituals and put on
yeah,
events and things like crazy. And we still wish we could do them with him. And I know
yeah,
because sometimes they call me up like, hey, do you want to do rituals? Sometimes like, I'm calling the cops now.
yeah,
Don't you dare
yeah,
call
yeah,
me or yeah. Not really, that never happened, but like that's the vibe.
yeah,
It's like, so hey, let's all try and get along so we can have more of that fun vibe and do amazing things together, because this
yeah,
this this reality has a time limit here while we're here,
yeah,
and
yeah,
let's
sure.
let's create a systems that favor us celebrating the mysteries in the ways that
Could you
will elevate our
imagine,
lives.
all of these pagan festivals where pagans and witches and Wiccans of all stripes come together for 3 days or 2 days or whatever, and they just have a grand old time. Could you imagine if every, um, Golden Dawn order was like, "Yeah, we're gonna have this big 3-day Golden Dawn festival, all inclusive of all these Golden Dawn orders
Yeah,
and
that's what we need.
Power Week in miniature." You know
That's
what I mean? Like,
that's what I'm talking about.
it's not week long, it's a weekend, but it's all Golden Dawn,
Both,
and
both. Yeah, yeah.
it's all the different Golden Dawn, like, if you're a member of whatever Golden Dawn order, come on in, you know what I mean? Like, could you imagine what that
That's
would be like?
exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what I'm doing. Anyone who wants to be a part of it is welcome to let me know. I mean,
yeah,
when I talk about Prague 2022 for the first Yates initiation, I've also mentioned to a few people like if we can do a week and also then like do the Yates first initiation on the Saturday. If from Monday to Friday we can get adepts that I know like Edward, get him over from India, and a couple other adepts from different Golden Dawners who are either through both systems, just whatever status they're in that they would do this,
yeah,
shall we say, um, and then do the initiations, do them well.
yeah.
Because
You know
Golden Dawn
what's
people are
funny?
very that's the nice thing about GD people that people don't realize is like when I was at Isis Oasis, I was like we had a whole Hermeticon planned, and Cicero
Mm,
and Lon, they were all involved. Everyone was signed on, and then COVID killed it. Right, it was going to be the November after COVID, and we were doing
Okay.
all the initiations, all the rituals, all the workshops you can imagine, and that was the idea of this Hermeticon, but that fell apart. But
Ugh.
and to Tracy, who's Scott Cunningham's best friend and his biographer who runs the place now, she was super. It was all down. Like she talked
Yeah.
with the Ciceros with me, and they're like, yeah, RC will run this and do this, and she was like, how is this going to be with the organizer? She said, here's the great thing about the Golden Dawn. You sort of bring us in, and like we already have a structure, hierarchy, and
Yeah,
structure in
yeah,
place. Like
yeah,
we're just like little worker ants. Like, hey, can say to someone, go grab some people and clean the temple. It will be like nothing you've ever seen because that's how we
mhm,
are with stuff. We
yeah,
just get it done because we know where it needs to get to. And as you go through the grades, you get somewhat militantly sort of trained in doing these things. And that's a
yeah,
beautiful thing because it would run itself. Everyone would know what to do, how to do it, where to go, what to do, blah, blah, blah.
yeah,
And those structures make it very easy to quickly progress through complex and advanced stages of magic that's just very convenient.
yeah.
I think that's one thing you don't get. You certainly don't have that even built into the OTO, and
No,
you also don't get that in an AA system where you have just master apprentice model. So
yeah,
that's the Hogwarts advantage, baby. You heard it here.
yeah, exactly. You know what's funny is,
That's why I tell people to join Golden Dawn orders. That's all I ever do is tell people to join Golden Dawn orders.
yeah,
If you can't,
um,
I'm here. I'll do the best I can.
you had mentioned, Prague 2022 in
Yeah.
one of your
Imagine if
podcasts.
people who showed up to that could go through any of the Golden Dawn initiations they thought they were ready for, or had to
Yeah,
pass the standardized test and have it sort of certified or whatever. It doesn't matter which way you do it, and people could decide for themselves. The point is, do the magic.
yeah, yeah. But,
It's
so
still
right
heretical, of course.
before I can't remember which podcast of yours was the first one that you mentioned it because I was listening to them in reverse.
Wise.
Um,
That's wise. So I get worse as
so
I go along.
But so what I can't like I said, I can't remember which podcast of yours it was that you had first mentioned it, but it was recent. And but just like a week prior to that, a friend of mine who's a tarot card reader, he's like, "Oh, do you want an online reading?" And I'm like, "Sure." So he sent me the online reading and he's like, "Oh, you're going to be saving up for your dream vacation." And I'm like, "Well, that makes no sense." And then a couple days later, I'm listening to your podcast. You're like, "Oh, Prague 2022." And I'm like, "Oh, I wonder if I have to keep that in mind because that sounds amazing."
I think it's feasible at this point,
Yeah.
you know, and you
I
I
think it's far enough away that
the
it's
space,
doable.
yeah, far enough away. It's perfect. The people I know there and the setup in the area, like it's not something that I'm worried about. Like I said before, actually, that I'm not worried about someone else doing this because other people should do this. Like this is a
Mhm.
perfect space. You don't even like the dungeons are like three different dungeon rooms set up like Alchemist Lab. I've posted a
Yeah.
few pictures. I have some videos on my hermeticmysteryschool.com that you can check out and stuff like that. Or subscribe. Oh yeah, subscribe to be an exclusive listener, and there's many videos like this and more coming, and I'll post some of the prog stuff for you as well. Go to www.magicwithoutfears.com, subscribe. It'll support me because they don't let me read ads. If they drop ads in my videos, that's a blessing. It's a small mitzvah, but they're not letting me
Right.
read ads because this thing's too crazy. It's too fucking so like, what did they talk about? Aleister Crowley and Jesus ejaculating into his disciples' mouths to pass on the Holy Spirit. Right, pass. Like
Yeah.
even VPNs are like, um, maybe the government should know that they're talking about Jesus
Yeah. Yeah.
ejaculate. And it's like,
Yeah.
well, they also talk about abortion rights in Canada. Oh, well, that's good. And that you can cut up a baby when it's halfway out of its mother. Yeah, okay, that's not on American
Sign
television.
me up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that
Yeah.
is not going to get me the Spotify deal.
Yeah.
Though Spotify hosts all my episodes, Apple selectively does. Only Apple iTunes is where people listen to me most. If you're listening on Apple, also shout out to Abu Dhabi, one of my top 10 listener places. What the fuck is going on in Abu Dhabi? But shout out to Abu Dhabi.
I have okay, is
Love
it
you.
in no, it's Instagram. A lot of times the majority of my uh people that are like interacting Instagram, whatever, are like New York and the Middle East.
Wow.
Always. Yeah, always.
They like candles,
Yeah,
I guess.
yeah. But
Jeez.
no, so yeah, so Prague 2022, we can manifest that.
Yes, I think so.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you got maybe 30 people, 50 tops, and there's
Yeah.
attached apartments. Just like the whole, and it'd be great if we just do it right. It can work out pretty easily. I've done these things before. It's not a stretch. And it'd be
Yeah.
great to have some good people. Like I'd love to, I don't want to like do it. This is like my podcast isn't for intro people. It's not a basic stuff. We just
Mhm.
dive into all kinds of shit with assumed knowledge all the time. I mean, there's enough intro stuff out there. You got all these things, all these other people doing their thing. I'm doing my thing. I
Yeah.
like to get into the weeds and especially talking to like adepts from another tradition who are still like interested in going on. Like that's the thing. Like masters of one martial art learning from masters of other. That's why I listen to Nick Farrell and all these other people, because it doesn't matter what things I might disagree with them on. I'm not interested. We talk and joke about the disagreements.
Yeah.
Stenwick did it with. We all do it with each other, right? Why not? There are just ideas. We're striving to be the fool card, not the
Yeah.
magician. We're striving to be fools, not magicians. What the fuck? It's true. So we listen to
That
all each other
that
because we're
that needs to
looking to
be,
improve.
honestly, that needs to be on a t-shirt. We're striving to be fools, not magicians. Honestly, like,
I'll put it on a tank top. You can put it on a pillow.
there you
Cross
go.
promotion.
Oh yeah, my pillows, my
I
alchemical
love your
manuscript
pillows.
pillows.
I
Aren't they
made a
great?
pillow. I made a pillow because
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
already
have,
had the graphics done, but I hadn't done it. And then I saw you were making them. I was like, why don't you make one pillow? See, I've only made things that I want. So my theory is that when enough people buy, if I make something that enough people buy, because it's not actually a moneymaker like your business is, but if I make
yeah,
an item that I want and enough people buy it, then I can use that money to buy it for myself. Because the face mask costs $10 for an American. For me, it costs 25 in 2 months
yeah,
for shipping.
yeah.
So if like 2 people, 3 people buy it, I can get one for myself. And that's the
Well,
theory of
see,
the store.
I made I made these pillows, and you can get them as slip covers or actual pillows with the
Oh,
slip
I love
covers.
it.
I made these for me because these
Right.
alchemical manuscript pillows don't exist. Um, so see,
And if
there's
you're
that.
not seeing the video, it's because you're not an exclusive subscriber for only $5 a month annual or $7 a month monthly.
Yeah,
Magicwithoutfears.com. Booyah.
yeah.
See,
So I
I
made
love
these.
that one of the serpents and the dragons and the hexagram.
Yeah. So I made these because
They look really
they
good.
don't exist and I wanted them. Now, here's the thing, like, I buy original art. I don't buy prints. I buy original art um because it's a good investment. So I kind of had that mentality in mind with these throw pillows, like, well, I'm gonna make these and through Redbubble have them make them for me, and I'm just for me. And I posted it on Instagram and Twitter. I'm like, "Oh, aren't these amazing? Oh, yay, they arrived. They look so great." And everyone's like, "Oh, I want them." I'm like, "Oh, oh, okay, well, you can buy them
But you
then."
really made them just for you.
Yeah, I made them just for me, and I was a little
Yeah, that's not
conflicted
what
because
I thought.
no, I was conflicted because I'm like, "Well, I wanna be the only person in the world that has them." Because again, not in a selfish or egotistical way, but I just have that, original print mentality when it comes to art.
Yeah.
Like, I have a painting that when I lived in Texas, I bought for $2,500 American, but back then, um, our dollar was almost on par with the American dollar, so
Yes.
it
It was
was
higher for a day.
it was 2,500 US, it was 2,500 Canadian. It was, recently appraised for $7,500. So, like,
Wow.
original art, it's a good investment. So I kinda had that mentality with these pillows. So everyone's like, "Oh my god, I want, I want, I want." I'm like, so I thought about it for a while. I'm like, I don't know if I wanna sell these." I'm like, "Okay, well, now I'm feeling guilty and selfish." So, like, so I put them public on Redbubble, because you just, like, when you're designing them, it's private, and then you make it public. So I'm like, "Okay, click public." I'm like, "Okay, guys, just go ahead and buy them." The margin isn't good. I mean, you're not gonna make a fortune.
Yeah, no,
No,
no.
no. But it's a little extra cash to, give away to charity, so it's like, why it's just another avenue for me to um to contribute to charities, because I was just gonna say, because I do so little for charities, and I really shouldn't say that. That's ridiculous, because our drag shows, that's why we do drag shows. We don't even make money from the drag shows.
I
It's like,
I just I just I just wanted people to be walking around with my nose over top of their nose.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's how
Um,
lonely I am.
yeah. Um, no, I do a lot of um, fundraising for charities and whatnot, and this is just another avenue to give money away to charities. So I'm like, okay, public, all right, you guys buy it, great, do it,
Wonderful.
yeah. So
Yeah,
so yeah, so I don't actually make money off of them, but that's fine. That's not why I made them. I made them for me, and you know what I mean.
that's what I'm saying.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. When
So
I when I
you
do
can
a
buy my pillows. They come in masks, scarves, throw blankets, tapestries, and the money, the tiny profits goes to charity.
yes,
Yeah.
to to all the people who were left abandoned by Bernie Sanders,
Yeah. Yeah.
or the First
Uh,
Nations in Canada abandoned by
we
Justin
do like
Blackface Trudeau.
yeah, like with our drag shows, we raise money, we do food drives and whatnot, and um uh I do like um myself personally, I give money to environmental charities and whatnot. So, you know, why not?
You should send some of it to the Queen of England and Hillary Clinton. Because they both love the children. They'll give it to the children. Be like, I'm talking on two levels at once.
Can you
That's
see
you as a drag queen? Awesome.
that me as a drag queen?
Well,
Look at
folks, you got to subscribe to the website exclusive membership to see our
my
brother Lailokens.
titties.
I see your titties. Wow, those look
They're
large.
amazing. My tits are great.
They're like these things you strap on.
It's a chest plate, and yeah, so I'm trying to find there's a picture where you can see them a little better. But yeah, it's a chest plate, so it's basically you wear it. They're silicone. Nothing about drag is comfortable, let's be honest. I mean, you're tucked, and
That's how I feel.
if you don't know what tucked means, I'm not gonna explain it. Um,
Goodbye,
here
home.
in this, but like I'm wearing 2 corsets in this.
Oh wow,
Oh,
you look hot.
oh, you
Shit. I'm
no, I
flying
mean, I'm totally
low.
hot, but see, I'm
Oh my
trying to
god.
okay.
I see it. Oh, I see it.
No, I
Oh,
know, but the light
the light works fine. It's not reflecting on it. Don't worry. Don't worry.
no, I'm trying to see the light, because that one there, like, my tits are so
Amazing.
squished. They're like up to here, like they're like Pamela Anderson tits, but you
My
can't
god.
see it in that light. Um, yeah, no, but like I'll be wearing like 2 corsets at the same time, and it's crazy. It's not comfortable, but it's fun.
Wow.
And like I
Yeah.
said, it's for a good cause, because first of all, it's just fun to perform, but it's a great way to raise money, because everyone loves drag nowadays. So
Yeah.
yeah, come to our shows. Spend the door money, because it's going to go to food or whatever charity. So
Shout out to all the listeners in Thunder Bay.
yeah, it's an easy way to raise money. Um, for fundraising for whatever, because there's no work involved. It's not like putting on like a gala dinner
Yeah.
that takes a lot of work. It's a show. You book the bar, you show up, you dance around. You know what I mean? Like it's easy and
Yeah.
people love it.
Yeah.
People love
Yeah, we
it.
did
So
that. We did that sometimes for gigs. I used to play a lot of weddings too. The wedding world, like when you were talking about that, I was having flashbacks to weddings. Oh my God, such a crazy world, hey? Brides like
weddings
having
are so
meltdowns, grooms
yeah,
doing blow in the bathroom. You're just like, I'm just here to sing a bunch of songs for 3 hours.
yeah,
And it's crazy, crazy stuff though. I hope I do a few weddings again while I'm alive. There's still time to do music more though, again, once things calm down. I miss
yeah,
not like I'm usually like playing music 5, 6 hours a day when I'm not performing. And
yeah,
now I play like 20 minutes every week, which is crazy. And I can't play my bagpipes or I don't have any flutes anymore. Crazy, but I want to do more music. And that's Celtic Mysteries are going to have lots of music in them before, after all of that stuff. Lots of balladry and singing. Like one of the things I was always like when I was into a young druid reading Douglas Munro.
ugh,
I still
oh,
I still use some of the stuff from the book, but mostly stuff that I discovered was in American or Taliesin and stuff. But
mm,
you know, the one thing I thought was like you really got to play music to bring this stuff to life. So I'm glad I went and developed that skill. So that the we can do these Yeats Celtic initiations, and there's like
yeah,
music all around them, like the authentic things. Like I can sing in Gaelic, Irish Gaelic, for hours on end,
yeah,
like
yeah,
everything from lilting ballads to love songs to like brutal anti-English war songs, you know? And so I think that's the kind of thing Yeats would want in
yeah.
his fairyland of initiation into
I
those
love
things.
I love the bagpipes. The bagpipes and the banjo are my 2 favorite instruments.
Yeah, Irish tenor banjo's fun. Oh my God, I
Yeah,
can't wait to get one again. Yeah, the bling, blink,
yeah,
blink,
yeah,
blink,
yeah.
bling, bling, bling.
Oh, but I
Yeah,
love bagpipes. I love bagpipes so much. I'm
yeah.
looking forward to
I'll send you a few
seeing
tracks to listen to.
yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing how your Yeats Celtic Mysteries flashes out. You know, John Michael Greer did
He went
his Celtic
Welsh. It was
what's
perfect.
that?
It was meant to be. He went Welsh, I went Irish,
Yeah.
because that was the big
Uh,
issue I realized was in first pursuing it. I was like, you really got to decide between Gaelic or Brythonic. And then I was always thinking that someone else would do the Gaelic and do Yeats's stuff, but no one did really. And John Michael Greer then went full Welsh. So it's like, okay, the Gaelic is undeveloped, and I've
mhm.
developed most of it, and it's gonna flush out just fine.
Yeah. So, you know, like John Michael Greer did his Celtic Golden Dawn book, and I bought it just to
Fascinating
kind
read.
yeah, yeah. I mean, because what I was doing, like, I wasn't trying to create any sort of melded tradition of Golden Dawn and Druidry. I was just kind of blending the two together in a workable form
Yeah. I was very
for
surprised by what he did.
yeah, it wasn't what I was expecting.
No. I don't think it was
So
it's not to me, it wasn't if there's an obvious way to do that, and he didn't do it, which actually sort of made me happy because like, good, I'll integrate that.
yeah, I mean, he certainly could have gone a different way if he was looking to just produce a book, like quick, easy publication, give me the royalties. You know what I mean? Um, what I find or what I've found with blending a bit of Golden Dawn ritual with a bit of Druidry, like my style Obod Druidry is the rituals tend to be a lot more there's a lot more highs and lows in the ritual, lots of intensity and then a little bit of come down and intensity and come down, intensity and come down. So it makes for an interesting experience,
No.
but nothing like what uh, Greer put together in his book, like nothing even
Yeah, yeah.
remote. even
Yeah.
remotely similar. So
I'm
yeah.
going to be talking a lot about that in the future, so I won't say too much more here on my thoughts
Yeah.
on that because it's gonna be something I cover in depth. But I think the main thing is that what Yeats was interested in doing was exploring the Celtic mysteries through the magical techniques of the Golden Dawn and developing things that way. And yeah, I think that's going to be really wonderful and create initiations and ritual practices that are as powerful as the ones in the Golden Dawn and Inner Order, because Yeats was drawing liberally before the
Yeah.
schism from the Inner Order techniques. And you can see the notes in the diary saying, "Do not share this technique with Outer Order people." Right, and he was, as a, he died as a chief of the order. So if he intended for something to be away, and Mathers was right there with him in court doing it this way. So some of the adepts who were complaining about that formulation of a Celtic mysteries, or like Tatwas from the beginning, or like more or less he outlines when Tatwa should be done, and it's before it should be in, it's earlier on. It's a different thing. And so we're going to honor his memory of methodology. That's the main thing I'm interested in, is honoring the memory of his methodology while developing it further. And
Mhm.
that's what I did with the Tree of Life comparisons, using, no one's done anything more up to date in the understanding the theogonies of the Irish gods and comparing them to the Tree of Life. How valuable is it to equate gods to Sephiroth? Not very, but
Yeah.
if you're gonna do it right, as Nicholas Goodrick Clark always told me, do it and do it well, and
Yeah.
then that's something you can work with. Um, but the other stuff's way more interesting. Yeah. And it comes down at the end of the day to a lot of working with fairies and spirits, which is what we're doing with the watchtowers and the Enochian tablets and all of that stuff anyway. Or working with
Yeah.
spirits. And once you start working with spirits, like the grimoire writers themselves said, you go from there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Amen.
No, I'm looking forward to seeing how you flesh that out,
The
and
initiations are gonna be awesome. Oh my god, I'm so
yeah,
excited. I'm
yeah.
so excited. And
And
I
I'm also kind of excited on your grimoire journey as well, because being a podcaster, um, well, like, I know you said, like, eventually the podcast is just gonna fall by the wayside, but I'm
ah
hoping at
that'll
I'm
probably
I'm
never
hoping
happen.
I'm hoping we can hear a little bit of your grimoire journey, because,
Oh
like,
yeah.
I have a lot of the grimoires because I'll buy them and read them as a point of interest. Much like you, I've never had a huge interest in kind of exploring them as
Yeah.
an actual practice.
Yeah, no, I,
Uh,
I wasn't. But now there's so many
yeah,
good resources. I'm going to do that, and you are all going to hear about that journey over the next 5, 10 years.
yeah,
I'm sure I'm going to do work with most of the grimoires because I'm very comfortable with that system of magic. I've been doing that system of magic, yeah, already over 20 years. And I had
yeah,
the only reason I didn't focus on it is because I was focusing on the Bonorum, which is a Enochian thing. I was focusing on the Shemish. You just got to take time to specialize in these things and really master them. Tatwas, all of that stuff, even the basic Kabbalah. Like I spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, and I think it's really fascinating. I'm going to work through all of David Heim Smith's stuff over the next 5, 10 years as well. Again, you like the way I thought about this when I was very young. Well, I was initiated into Maharishi when I was 7, so right away it was like, look, spend your life mastering 22 cities. And I was like, oh, is that what life is? So like that's what life is. And it's like, okay, now I'm mastering 22 paths of wisdom.
yeah,
It's the
yeah.
same thing. And so I was raised this way, and I'm sadly, unfortunately, still to some degree a product of my upbringing.
But yeah, and I mean that. But the thing too is that, like, this is a journey. Like, you can't stop.
No, I've
You
tried.
can't stop and be like, "Oh, I've learned this, I'm done." Like, okay, well then
Oh
die.
no, yeah, no, never do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I
Like,
lost the fire in my eyes for a moment there once upon a time, but like,
oh, it happens.
yeah,
You're allowed to be disillusioned, be like, "Oh, no, you know you know, you're allowed that."
it's part of the alchemy.
Yeah,
That's the
you're not
Dark Knight.
allowed you're just not allowed to be like, "Well, I know everything, so
You
I'm
still
done."
pray to God when you know God doesn't exist anymore,
Exactly.
and therefore recreate God through your
Yeah.
practice. That's what St. John of the Cross is talking about in Dark Night of the Soul, actually.
Yeah.
That's the next thing.
So
Big
many
thing I'm dropping
people.
is a big whole week-long course, like series of videos on the Qliphoth and the seven deadly sins, and I'm going to be
Mhm.
dropping a whole video course just on that. It's like an hour per sin or two, and yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be good.
Yeah.
That'll be intense. But lots more cool
What
ritual work coming up.
Yeah, what I wanna know is what are the holes in occultism? Because 99% of the people that I know or follow on Twitter, when the going gets rough, they just abandon all magic and spirituality, and
Yeah.
w what's the hole in occultism that we don't run to ritual the way Christians run to church when the going gets tough?
You know, that might be the main point of debate between what Dr. Skinner and Aaron Leach are talking about, with when Skinner talks about magic having being something different to spirituality and a separate practice, and Aaron Leach talks about it being essential to the practice. Um, so Skinner would say probably, and you know, I'll be interviewing him soon. You know, the only reason I didn't interview him in February is because I was so busy I didn't write him back. Like,
Right.
you know, because I'm busy, I'm doing a bunch of things, and
Yeah.
you know, you said the guests keep getting better, but I don't think necessarily getting better guests or having better guests equates with more famous or doctored ones of them, you know, because a lot of my
No, they're
favorite
just
talks are just with
yeah, it's
people
just
I don't
the
know. And
quality of the talk,
there you go. Yeah,
not
so
the value of the
that is what
name.
you meant. Yeah, yeah, no, it's not the
Yeah,
value of the name, right? Yeah, yeah. So um the debate of spirituality being essential to magic is the debate between almost the sorcerer and the initiate. You could say, using the common parlance I hear bandied about, I'm
yeah.
or about. See, we say about, motherfuckers. You American anti-Canadian racists.
Americans don't know anything. A boot, a boot.
A
We
boot.
don't say that.
We say a boat. It's a
Yeah,
boat, like you row. You row in the boat. Row, row,
yeah.
row your boat.
Y'all, we don't say a boot. Okay, bitches? Y'all bitches, we don't say a boot. We say
Yeah,
about.
about. So silly. What was the point? What was the point?
Of what? We were talking about
I was
Skinner.
about to make an ingenious point. Oh,
You
so yeah,
were.
when I hear people burning out or like not turning to magic in hard times. So why do people not turn to magic in hard times? Um, I think that's one of the things you learn as an initiate, because you're involved in a temple and an order that's pushing you all the time, and you have people checking on you and make you have spiritual directors, right? It's the
Yeah,
same thing in the Christian church. If someone doesn't show up to church a few times, their spiritual director, someone like me, would call them and see if they need anything, and maybe what they need is just someone to take them, you know, through a death in the family, or help them to the welfare office, and I go stand in line and, you know, walk up with the collar on and be like, yeah, fix this shit. This person needs to
yeah,
get back to church and not die of
yeah,
starvation, but they're traumatized from some death in the family, say, or something like
yeah,
that. Who knows? And in magical orders or covens or groves, you have this community, and community is important. It's almost like we're having to argue for the value of community these days, right? Like, why
yeah,
can't we all just be, every man and woman is an island, everyone is an island, and we can all meet on screen? It doesn't work. This shit that we're doing right now on this fucking screen is not a long-term viable option, and
yeah,
it's terrifying that we're pretending it is, and it's
yeah,
deluded if you think that they're not pushing to us towards this. So something's got to give, and we
yeah,
can at least fight for the more people fight for congregation and for community against these titanic forces, the more likely I think things are to go slightly in our favor. I don't know if ultimately we're screwed or not, but if magicians can't do something, then what the fuck are we even talking about?
yeah,
A
I
boot.
know. A boot. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know.
yeah. So we'll probably be allowed to congregate more and more soon, and
I hope
yeah,
so. I hope so. I think it's it's much needed. It's been long enough. Like it's been long enough. You know, we've done our job. We've isolated. We've been good. Just give me the jab and give everyone the jab so we can, you know, pretend the pandemic never happened and just live recklessly until the next one comes along. I mean, we're not going to learn any lessons from this. No conservative politicians gonna be like, "Oh my God, I was wrong about healthcare and about education." You know, no politicians be like, "Oh my God, there is systemic racism. We can't have people living below the poverty line." Nothing's gonna change.
Yeah, they're not going to be like, oh, we should help people get jobs and housing and
No,
healthcare
no,
and be better
no.
people and fund Gabor Mate's ayahuasca treatments for addicts. No, we're not going to help the First Nations out. We're going to
Yeah.
continue into a blazing dystopia of despair and
And I'm not saying that
technological
I'm not
oppression.
saying
Have a
that
nice day.
nothing's gonna change because all politicians are assholes. I'm
No,
saying
Hillary
nothing's
Clinton's great,
change.
right?
Yeah. I'm no, no, no. I'm saying nothing's gonna change because all politicians are assholes and we're too lazy to do anything about it. We
Yeah.
want change, we just don't wanna do the work to make it happen.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. But we are doing the work. Some of us are doing the work and we can keep doing the work. And people out there fighting. So let's end on an encouraging note of telling those fighting for truth, justice, and the American Canadian something way. I don't even
Way
know.
way of life.
What happened?
I
Can I ask you? I've asked this to a bunch of people. Okay, what
uh-huh,
happened? Why are we not talking about humanitarianism? What happened to humanitarianism? No one talks about it anymore.
'cause it's dead. Like,
Just dead?
no,
Jesus
it
Christ. Why didn't I get the memo?
what politician, what country is into humanitarian? No one. I don't care
Jesus.
how far left you are, how moderate you are, how rich you are as a country. No one's into humanitarianism. They'll throw dollars to some organizations to make themselves look good as a country and as a corporation. No one's into humanitarian. It's too much work. It's too much work.
Okay, so what do we do?
Oh my God. You're asking me this after five and a half
After
hours?
5.5 hours. Well, maybe we should
Okay.
just say thanks for listening, folks.
Yeah.
Have a good night. Go kill yourselves.
Here's the thing. So
Is there a way
I
to end this on a happier note?
okay,
Do you
so
have a message as a druid
I
priest?
I do have a message. I
What's your teaching for me?
was president of a uh health clinic, and it was so everyone on the board of directors, it was completely voluntary, so none of us got paid, nothing, da 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 da, of a health clinic.
Of course,
And yeah,
that's Canada.
and yeah, which is, I'm not complaining about that. Like, I didn't go in to be the president to make money. I did it because that's what I do. And one thing I learned about this volunteer position in particular, among all the others and all the fundraising events that we did, is that it's hard work and it's not hard work all at the same time.
Hmm.
And that's the problem because it's hard and not hard. It's time consuming and not time consuming all at the same time. I can't explain it more eloquently than that because it's both those, it's the opposites at the same time. It's hard and easy, it's time consuming and not time consuming, it's effort and effortless all at the same time. And and that it's that's what makes it complicated. What happened to humanitarianism? It's complicated,
Hmm.
and it's too complicated for people to make it a serious focus. So throw a couple of dollars. the humanitarian way and pat yourself on the back, and you can sleep at night.
Mm.
But nothing changes. What can we do about it? I mean, we can vote. That's not going to change anything. We can give money. That's not going to change anything. What are we going to do about it? I don't know. I don't know if there's anything to do about it because our servants have become our masters. These
Well said.
politicians these politicians don't control me. They're servants. Leader of my country. Well, Justin Trudeau isn't the head of state, it's the Queen. But like you're
In
not,
Canada.
yeah, you're not a big deal. You're an employee. Like you're the butler, which is better than the scullery maid, but you're still the servant. So start serving. But we've made these people into idols and deities, and we've handed over our power to them. You do the hard work, and they're not, but we still love them. So what can we do? I say we burn down the world. See
Or,
what happens.
well, whether that may happen, whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
Um, I guess if we can burn down the world, I would say my answer would be we could invoke often, inflame ourselves with prayer. That would be the microcosmic version of
Yeah.
burning down the world. If we maybe burn down ourselves and emerge as phoenixes, who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows what's
Who knows?
possible?
Yeah.
Shall we end there, brother?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. Love you.
Then I can keep going for a couple of hours, but no, I'm good.
All right. I'll hit stop and then we can say, well, all right. Thanks
Yeah.
for listening,
Perfect.
people. Lailokens Awen, everybody.